developing a newer generation of Atlas. Some new techniques um, for developing a walking control algorithm, and they got that natural liquid motion. That's sort of a byproduct of just a different process they were applying to developing a control. So that probably took 15 years, 10 to 15 years to sort of get that from the PetNav prototype was probably in 2008, and what was it, 2022? Last year, that was some good walking.
The following is a conversation with Robert Plater, CEO of Boston Dynamics, a legendary robotics company that over 30 years has created some of the most elegant, dexterous, and simply amazing robots ever built, including the humanoid robot Atlas and the robot dog Spot. One or both of whom you've probably seen on the internet, either dancing, doing backflips, opening doors, or throwing around heavy objects. Robert has led both the development of Boston Dynamics humanoid robots and their physics-based simulation software. He has been with the company from the very beginning, including its roots at MIT, where he received his PhD in aeronautical engineering. This was in 1994 at the legendary MIT Leg Lab. He wrote his PhD thesis on robot gymnastics, as part of which he programmed a bipedal robot to do the world's first 3D robotic somersault. Robert is a great engineer, roboticist, and leader, and Boston Dynamics, to me, as a roboticist, is a truly inspiring company. This conversation is a big honor and pleasure, and I hope to do a lot of great work with these robots in the years to come. This is the Let's Review Podcast. Supported, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, your friends, here's Robert Plater. When did you first fall in love with robotics? Let's start with love and robots.
Well, love is relevant because I think the fascination, the deep fascination, is really about movement. And I was visiting MIT looking for a place to get a PhD, and I wanted to do some laboratory work. And one of my professors in the aero department said, "Go see this guy, Mark Raver, down in the basement of AI Lab." And so I walked down there and saw him. He showed me his robots, and he showed me this robot doing a somersault. And I just immediately went, "Whoa, robots can do that." And because of my own interest in gymnastics, there was like this immediate connection. And I was interested in. I was in an aeroastro degree because flight and movement was also fascinating to me. And then it turned out, robotics had this big challenge. How do you balance? How do you build a leg of a robot that kind of get around? And that was a fascination. And it still exists today. We're still working on perfecting motion in robots.
What about the elegance and the beauty of the movement itself? Is there something maybe grounded in your appreciation of movement from your gymnastic days? Was there something you just fundamentally appreciate about the elegance and beauty of movement?
We had this concept in gymnastics of letting your body do what it wanted to do when you get really good at gymnastics. Part of what you're doing is putting your body in a position where the physics and the body's inertia and momentum will kind of push you in the right direction in a very natural and organic way. And the thing that Mark was doing, in the basement of that laboratory, was trying to figure out how to build machines to take advantage of those ideas. How do you build something so that the physics of the machine just kind of inherently wants to do what it wants to do? And he was building these springy pogo stick type. His first cut at leg of locomotion was a pogo stick. It's bouncing, there's a spring mass system that's oscillating, has its own sort of natural frequency there, and sort of figuring out how to augment those natural physics with also intent. How do you then control that, but not overpower it? It's that coordination that I think creates real potential. You could call it beauty, you could call it synergy, you have different words for it, but I think that was inherent from the beginning. That was clear to me. That's part of what Mark was trying to do. He asked me to do that, research work. So that's where I got going.
So part of the thing that I think I'm calling elegance and beauty in this case, which was there, even with the publicist thing, is maybe the efficiency. So letting the body do what it wants to do, trying to discover the efficient movement.
It's definitely more efficient. It also becomes easier to control in some way because the physics are solving some of the problem itself. It's not like you have to do all this calculation and overpower the physics. The physics naturally, inherently want to do the right thing. There can even be, feedback mechanisms, stabilizing mechanisms that occur simply by virtue of the physics of the body. And it's not all in the computer or not even all in the mind as a person. And there's something interesting about that melding.
You were with Mark for many, many, many years. You were there in this kind of legendary space of Leg Lab at MIT in the basement. All great things happen in the basement. Is there some memories? Is there some memories from that time that you have? Because it's such cutting edge work in robotics and artificial intelligence.
The memories, the distinctive lessons, I would say, I learned in that time period, and that I think Mark was a great teacher of, was it's okay to pursue your interests, your curiosity, do something because you love it. You'll do it a lot better if you love it. That is a lasting lesson that I think we apply at the company still. And it really is a core value.
So the interesting thing is, I got to with people like Cedric and others, like the students that work at those robotics labs are like some of the happiest people I've ever met. I don't know what that is. I meet a lot of PhD students. A lot of them are kind of broken by the wear and tear of the process. But roboticists are, while they work extremely hard and work long hours, there's a happiness there. The only other group of people I've met like that are people that skydive a lot. Like for some reason, there's a deep, fulfilling happiness. Maybe from like a long period of struggle to get a thing to work, and it works, and there's magic to it. I don't know exactly, because it's so fundamentally
I'm almost
hands-on,
done.
and you're bringing a thing to life. I don't know what it is, but they're happy.
We see, our attrition at the company is really low. People come and they love the pursuit. And I think part of that is that there's perhaps an actual connection to it. It's a little bit easier to connect when you have a robot that's moving around in the world, and part of your goal is to make it move around in the world. You can identify with it. And this is one of the unique things about the kinds of robots we're building. Is this physical interaction lets you perhaps identify with it. So I think that is a source of happiness. I don't think it's unique to robotics. I think anybody also who is just pursuing something they love, it's easier to work hard at it and be good at it. And not everybody gets to find that. I do feel lucky in that way. And I think we're lucky as an organization that we've been able to build a business around this and keeps people engaged.
So, if it's all right, let's move on Mark for a little bit longer. Mark Raber. So he's a legend. He's a legendary engineer, roboticist. What have you learned about life, about robotics, from Mark? Through all the many years you worked.
I think the most important lesson, which was have the courage of your convictions and do what you think is interesting. Be willing to try to find big problems to go after. And at the time, legged locomotion, especially in a dynamic machine, nobody had solved it. And that felt like a multi-decade problem to go after. And so, have the courage to go after that because you're interested. Don't worry if it's going to make money. That's good. So that's really probably the most important lesson I think that I got from Mark.
How crazy is the effort of doing legged robotics at that time, especially?
Mark got some stuff to work, starting from simple ideas. So maybe another important idea that has really become a value of the company is try to simplify a thing to the core essence. And while Mark was showing videos of animals running across the savannah or climbing mountains, what he started with was pogo stick because he was trying to reduce the problem to something that was manageable and getting the pogo stick to balance. It had in it the fundamental problems that if we solve those, you could eventually extrapolate to something like a horse. And so look for those simplifying principles.
How tough is the job of simplifying a robot?
So I'd say in the early days, that the thing that made Boston, the researchers at Boston Dynamics special, is that we worked on figuring out what that central principle was, and then building software or machines around that principle. And that was not easy in the early days. And it took real expertise in understanding the dynamics of motion and feedback control principles. How to build, with the computers at the time, how to build a feedback control algorithm that was simple enough that it could run in real time at 1,000 hertz and actually get that machine to run. And that was not something everybody was doing at that time. Now the world's changing. I think the approaches to controlling robots are going to change. And they're going to become more available.
Let's take a look and see how the news of what are your clothes. So, the Army of the United States Army confirmed there were 11 drone incursions on Arsenal 50 military base so that's in New Jersey that apparently, when you get the Army to confirm something, that's a big deal. Let's see here. Some other people are saying they're UFO researchers as far as in New Jersey. The drone control situation is out of control. I don't even know why they're calling them drones because that to me is not clear. Okay, yeah, so there's a Homeland Security hearing on the okay, yeah, this is a big deal. All right. Oh, there's a lady. Hold on. Let's see. That's a big deal. It's basically, oh no, look at that. Oh, good. Okay. So we'll watch it together. Just for a moment. Do you need me to put on Polish? Yeah. I didn't think. Excellent, excellent. Well, hold on a second. I must correct. You speak beautiful. Just for a moment. You're welcome. Hey, we all are. This is the House Homeland Security hearing on drones. This happened earlier today.
And Security, Subcommittee on Counterterrorism Law Enforcement and Intelligence, and Subcommittee on Transportation and Maritime Security will come to order. Without objection, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Mariah Takis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, are permitted to sit on the dais and ask questions of the witnesses. The purpose of this hearing is to receive testimony from expert witnesses from the federal government and as well as...
You want me to turn them on or off? Sure. Yep. Yes. It should turn on. Just give it a few seconds. It's just loading.
As well as the private sector about the growing threat of unmanned aerial systems, more commonly known as UASs or drones. We will hear from 2 panels today. Our first panel consists of 3 witnesses from the federal government. Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome you all to today's important hearing on the threats posed by unmanned aircraft and aerial systems, UASs and drones, and the threat to U.S. national security and the policy solutions that could mitigate these risks. Before we begin, I'd like to personally recognize 2 individuals, Congressman Dan Bishop and Congressman Anthony D'Esposito, for their service to the subcommittee and to our nation, and I wish them well in their future endeavors. As we sit here today, we are at a critical juncture in the evolution of military technology, commercial innovation, and cybersecurity. UASs have become a transformative force. They've been used in countless positive ways that include revolutionizing many industries like agriculture, logistics, film production, and others, while also improving capabilities for humanitarian relief and law enforcement. However, as with any powerful technology, UAS have also introduced significant security challenges. In recent years, the proliferation of UAS, both domestically and abroad, has raised serious concerns regarding their potential misuse, criminal activities, espionage, and more alarmingly, in threats to U.S. national security. From foreign adversaries seeking to exploit UAS for surveillance and intelligence gathering, to the growing risk of UAS being weaponized to attack critical infrastructure, sports stadiums, our vulnerabilities are clear. The risk posed by commercial and military-grade UAS in the hands of rogue states, non-state actors, terrorist organizations, and even individuals cannot be overstated. There have already been several troubling incidents where UAS have been used to penetrate airspace, compromising not only our national security but public safety. Threats to our homeland can also derive from the manufacturing of products that Americans frequently use. A glaring example is the widespread use of drones manufactured by Dajiang Innovations, DJI, a Chinese company whose products are deeply embedded in U.S. industries and critical sectors. These systems raise national security concerns, including risk of unauthorized data access and systemic vulnerabilities. Multiple U.S. departments and agencies have already admonished against or banned the procurement of certain UAS originating in the People's Republic of China in recognition of the threats that they pose. Just this past October, reports indicated that CBP is blocking the importation of some UAS produced by DJI due to potential violations of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which is a law that prohibits the importation of goods into the U.S. produced in whole or in part with forced labor out of the PRC. We must work to protect U.S. communications equipment while strengthening U.S. supply chains by ensuring foreign manufactured technologies that pose security threats cannot operate in U.S. networks. The threats posed by UAS continues to present challenges. The U.S. border is one of the most significant vulnerabilities when it comes to this type of threat. UAS have already been used to circumvent traditional border security measures such as fences, walls, and surveillance towers. UAS have been used to smuggle drugs and weapons across the border and surveil CBP locations for human smugglers to then evade detection. CBP officials have consistently raised concerns that Mexican narco-terrorist gangs are using weaponized UAS only a short distance from the U.S. border, and in many cases operating inside of the United States. UAS also pose a significant threat to critical infrastructure, including power grids, oil refineries, airports, water treatment plants, and transportation systems. A single UAS carrying explosives could potentially cause widespread damage, interrupt services, and result in significant economic loss to our homeland. Additionally, recent events illustrate the diverse roles UAS have played in both state-on-state conflict and asymmetric engagements such as those in Ukraine and Israel, as well as their use in potential intelligence gathering operations near sensitive military installations at home and abroad. We must learn from these conflicts to help protect our homeland security. DHS and DOJ were given counter-UHS authorities as part of the Preventing Emerging Threats Act of 2018, which became law as part of the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2018. The current authorities provided under the act are set to expire on December 20th, 2024, just 1 week from now. Over the past years, DHS and DOJ have used these authorities to engage in activities to protect government facilities and assets against credible threats posed by UAS, notwithstanding laws such as the Wiretap Act or the Aircraft Sabotage Act that can otherwise limit such activities. It's imperative that we not only make sure that the current authorities are extended to protect our national security, but also work together to responsibly reform the current legal authorities that provide federal agencies with critical tools to mitigate credible threats posed by UAS. I'd like to applaud Chairman Green as well as Ranking Member Thompson for their bipartisan work alongside members on T&I and Judiciary for introducing H.R. 8610, the Counter-UAS Authority Security, Safety, and Reauthorization Act of 2024. This legislation will renew and reform current counter-UAS legal authorities. Legislation will also modify and improve counter-UAS authorities of the Federal Aviation Administration, enhance important protections for the civil liberties of Americans using UAS in a legal and responsible manner, and strengthen public safety in communities throughout this nation. For instance, the legislation requires DHS to establish a counter-UAS mitigation pilot program under which select state and federal law enforcement agencies may operate approved counter-UAS mitigation systems and mitigate unauthorized UAS operations on behalf of covered entities at a number of sites each. Today, we're going to hear from experts in the fields of national security, law enforcement, defense, and technology who will provide insights into the threats posed by the UAS and family of systems to our homeland and efforts to address these challenges. I just want to say, if you're watching the news today, we've had several incidents that have occurred and are occurring right now in places like New Jersey. Recently, we had an incident at Langley Air Force Base. The threat is real. This hearing, I think, will address many topics. Maybe we don't have all the answers that come out of this hearing, but my hope is that by having this hearing, by asking both the government and non-governmental panel, that we can get to the right questions. And if we don't have the right policies in place, then let's get those policies in place. If we do, and the authorities are there, then let's figure out what we can continue to do to keep our homeland safe. There's many aspects of this, but the most important aspect is the safety and the security of every American citizen and the life that we live here. I look forward to hearing from our distinguished panels today and working in a bipartisan manner. I now recognize the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Counterterrorism, Law Enforcement, and Intelligence, the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Mazzano, for his opening statement.
Well, I thank Chairman Fluger for calling this important hearing and all of my colleagues for participating. The proliferation of unmanned aircraft systems has created a technological arms race between criminals who use UAS technology to plot acts of terror, traffic fentanyl, and other illegal substances, and invade the privacy of ordinary Americans, and law enforcement agencies tasked with keeping our homeland safe. Both the criminals and law enforcement agencies are innovating at a rapid rate, and it is important that the federal government keep up. The time has come for Congress to expand the authority of federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies to better utilize monitoring, tracking, and signal jamming technologies to protect critical areas, including our borders, large public events, prisons, and sensitive government facilities, while also ensuring the civil liberties of drone operators. This is the goal of H.R. 8610, the Counter-UAS Authority Security, Safety, and Reauthorization Act, authored by Chairman Green and Ranking Member Thompson, which I am proud to have co-sponsored. For years, DHS, DOJ, and other agencies have briefed this committee on the threats posed by malicious and authorized UAS. We have seen drones shot down at airports in this country and around the world. Major sporting events have been interrupted with players rushed from the field when unauthorized drones with unknown motives entered restricted airspace. And just a few weeks ago, the FBI arrested a white supremacist in Tennessee who planned to use a drone with an explosive payload to attack a power grid. However, it must also be said that drones are useful tools for many occupations and hobbyists. They can be useful for search and rescue, navigation, agriculture, and more. And these positive aspects remind us that we must take a measured approach to the issue. I look forward to hearing from today's witnesses about how best to balance the benefits and risks of UAS. Moreover, I think that this hearing will help lay additional groundwork for getting HR 8610 over the finish line. Thank you to our witnesses for being here today. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair now recognizes the chairman of the Subcommittee on Transportation and Maritime Security, gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we're examining the growing threats posed by unmanned aerial systems, UASs, or drones, and exploring solutions to better protect our homeland from this evolving technology. Popularity and accessibility of drones has skyrocketed in recent years. Today, there are more than 880,000 registered drone operators in the United States, with countless other operating drones without proper registration or training. While many of these operators use drones for legitimate purposes, recreational, commercial, or otherwise, there's an undeniable threat from those who misuse this technology either through ignorance of the rules and regulations or with malicious intent. Uninformed operators can inadvertently disrupt air traffic or encroach on sensitive areas, creating safety risks that strain our law enforcement and the aviation systems. But uninformed operators present a risk that potential impact is negligible compared to the dangers posed by nefarious actors with malicious intent. Nefarious actors, including transnational criminal organizations, terrorists, and foreign adversaries, can exploit drones to evade traditional security measures, gather intelligence, smuggle contraband, disrupt transportation systems, or even launch attacks on our homeland. The threat from nefarious actors is both real and escalating. Along our borders, drones are increasingly employed by cartels to smuggle drugs as well as law enforcement operations. We must consider all appropriate actions to ensure that foreign adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party are not using drones under the guise of legitimate activities to relay sensitive information back to China or other entities that seek to harm the United States. Critical infrastructure such as airports, power plants, and ports face growing risk from rogue drones capable of conducting surveillance, causing disruption, or carrying out acts of sabotage. These risks are not hypothetical. Since 2021, the Transportation Security Administration has documented nearly 2,000 drone sightings near U.S. airports, with major airports experiencing drone incursions almost daily. Furthermore, between 2021 and 2022, the FBI reported 235 incidents of suspicious drone flights at or near chemical plants in Louisiana. Similar UAS activity is also observed at oil storage facilities in Oklahoma and natural gas facilities in Texas, highlighting the growing threat to critical energy infrastructure. Beyond our borders, the conflict in Ukraine has highlighted the weaponization of drones in modern warfare. Both sides have employed drones for reconnaissance, targeting, and direct attacks, underscoring the ability to use to transform the dynamics of conflict. These lessons, both from domestic incidents and international conflicts, should serve as a wake-up call for us to bolster our defenses against the misuse of drones within the United States. Looking ahead, the stakes will only continue to rise, with major global events such as the 2026 FIFA World Cup, of which many games will be played in my hometown of Miami, and the 2028 Summer Olympics coming to the United States. We must be ready to confront these threats to safeguard critical infrastructure and ensure the safety of travelers, participants, and spectators. We have a responsibility to defend against drone threats, and the need for action is clear. We must act swiftly. Today's hearing is an opportunity to better understand the full scope of the challenges posed by drones and to explore innovative solutions to mitigate these risks. I want to thank my colleague from Texas, Representative Fluger, as well as my colleagues from the Subcommittee on Counterterrorism, Law Enforcement, and Intelligence for partnering with us to host this important hearing. Thank you to our witnesses, Deputy Executive Assistant Commissioner Jones, Deputy Assistant Attorney General Wiegand, and Assistant Director Wheeler for appearing before the subcommittees. I look forward to hearing about how we can better counter rogue drones, safeguard critical infrastructure, and ensure our policies keep pace with this evolving technology and yield back.
Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Transportation and Maritime Security, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Canadar, for his opening statement.
Good afternoon, and thank you to both Chairman and Ranking Member Magaziner for holding today's hearing, as well as to our witnesses for joining us. Over the past few years, the use of unmanned aerial systems, also known as drones, has become common across a wide range of applications. Drones have become increasingly affordable and useful within agriculture, law enforcement, search and rescue, photography, and other industries. However, as the airspace becomes more and more crowded with unmanned aircraft, we must ensure the government is prepared and empowered to protect the safety and security of U.S. critical infrastructure and the American public. In 2018, Congress enacted initial authorities for the executive branch to begin testing and operating counter-drone technologies, also known as CUAS technologies. Those authorities have kickstarted the interagency coordination and technology development needed to carry out such a complex effort, but the authorities remain unlimited. Authorities remain limited and have relied on one short-term extension after another. I hope Congress will act early next year to advance legislation to extend and expand these authorities. As we do so, we must ensure the government's counter-drone activities appropriately protect privacy and civil liberties and do not have unintended impacts on the safety of the national airspace. As ranking member of the Transportation and Maritime Security Subcommittee, I am especially interested in making sure airports are protected from threats posed by drones. Already, we have seen major airports shut down due to errant drones causing significant delays. Introducing new technologies that affect radio signals is especially sensitive within the airport environment and other urban environment. So we must ensure such technologies are carefully tested. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today about how Congress can push our counter-drone efforts into a new phase in a measured yet meaningful manner. Again, I thank our witnesses and my colleagues, and I yield back.
Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I'm pleased to have a distinguished panel of witnesses for us today on this very important topic, and I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. Let the record reflect the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. I'll now introduce the witnesses. Mr. Keith Jones is the Deputy Executive Assistant Commissioner for Air and Marine Operations. He has over 32 years of law enforcement experience. Notably, he's helped found the San Diego Sector's Border Patrol Search, Trauma, and Rescue Team and was the principal primary driver of its national expansion. Mr. Robert Wheeler Jr. serves as the Assistant Director of the FBI's Critical Incident Response Group. His responsibilities include providing expertise in crisis management, negotiations, hazardous devices and tactical operations, behavioral assessment, surveillance, and aviation. He joined the division in July of this year. Mr. Bragg Weidman serves as the Deputy Assistant Attorney General for National Security of the U.S. Department of Justice. He has spent his career as a government attorney with legal experience in the Department of Defense, Department of State, and at the National Security Council. We thank all of you for being here today. We will now begin with opening statements. I know that you have submitted written statements as well, and thank you for that. And if you'll please adhere to the 5-minute summary of your statements. We'll start with Mr. Jones. You're now recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Fluger, Ranking Member Magaziner, Chairman Jimenez, and Ranking Member Canada, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. It's an honor here to be here today on behalf of U.S. Customs and Border Protection to discuss the CBP authorities and capabilities dedicated to countering threats posed by the malicious use of unmanned aircraft systems, commonly called UAS for drones. Throughout my 33-year career in border security, first with the U.S. Border Patrol and now Air and Marine Operations, I've witnessed transnational criminal organizations, or TCOs, and other malicious actors leveraging technology to circumvent U.S. law enforcement. In recent years, I've devoted significant time to understanding the increasing UAS threat to border security and coordinating strategic response. Air Marine Operations is CBP's executive agent for counter-UAS operations. We work alongside our U.S. Border Patrol and Office of Field Operation counterparts to detect, track, and mitigate the threat of these aircraft along our borders. We also collaborate with our DOJ and FBI partners on investigations, as well as CBP Innovation, DHS Science and Technology Directorate, Department of Defense, private industry, to identify technologies that can improve our mitigation and domain capabilities. I'd like to emphasize three important aspects of this subject today. First, the current state of UAS threats for security. Second, how our critical authorities enable us to respond. And finally, the importance of improving CBP's domain awareness capabilities and technology to detect and mitigate UAS threats. First, UAS activity along the border is increasing rapidly. During a recent 6-week period, CBP sensors reported more than 6,900 drone flights within close proximity of our borders. It is these flights, particularly those in areas of high illicit activity, present the greatest threat to the safety of CBP's frontline personnel, pose a serious collision risk to our crewed aircraft, and diminish the effectiveness of our border security operations. Although intent cannot be derived from border proximity alone for intelligence processes, CBP is associated a large percent of these drone flights with nefarious activities on the ground. TCOs have fully integrated UAS technology for their operations. Of most concern to CBP is the wide use of drones to conduct reconnaissance of CBP law enforcement personnel, their locations, and their activities. This technology enables smugglers to guide non-citizens or transport contraband across the border without encountering any law enforcement. Additionally, to a lesser extent, TCOs have used drones to fly contraband over the border. Most drones have limited payload capacity. An average recreational drone can carry only a few pounds, but the potential risk is still significant. A few pounds of narcotics, specifically fentanyl, or a few pounds of explosives, could cause serious harm. The increasing use of UAS brings me to my second point. The authorities provided by Congress through the Preventing Emerging Threats Act are essential for CBP to detect and counter this serious threat. In accordance with the Act, DHS policy guidance and internal policy, CBP conducts counter-UAS operations in 10 high-risk sectors along the southwest and northern border, as authorized by the DHS Secretary. Our operations target specific threats to covered facilities or assets while safeguarding privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. Obtaining authorization to implement counter-UAS operations is a rigorous and precise process. It requires a credible threat determination based on extensive analysis and evidence, as well as correlation with actionable law enforcement information. Using our authorities and targeted approach, CBP mitigated 86 UAS threats at the border in fiscal year 2023 and 60 in FY24. CBP also mitigated 6 tier events in FY 2023 and 49 in FY 24. CBP has mitigated 3 unmanned aircraft systems so far in FY 24. Finally, TCOs are rapidly obtaining larger, more maneuverable drones with a higher capacity for payloads and the ability to fly longer, higher, and farther. We're also tracking the threat of drones used for kinetic attacks with payloads, explosives, firearms, or weapons of mass destruction. We're already seeing drug cartels in Mexico use drones to attack the military, police, and their rivals. It means CBP needs these critical authorities, advanced technology, to maintain the strategic advantage, and continued commitment to achieving persistent domain awareness. CBP is dedicated to our security mission, and with your support, we will continue to counter this rapidly evolving threat and expand our risk-based implementation of counter-UAS operations along the border. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. The chair now recognizes Mr. Wheeler for his opening statement, 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairman Fluger, Chairman Jimenez, Ranking Member Magazine, Ranking Member Canadar, other distinguished members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of the FBI. I currently serve as the Assistant Director of our Critical Incident Response Group in Quantico, Virginia. I've done that since July, as you've mentioned. In that capacity, I lead the FBI's efforts regarding both our pre-crisis planning and response to critical incidents and major investigations, which includes responsibility for our counter-unmanned aircraft program. As UAS use continues to rapidly grow among the public, commercial, and military law enforcement sectors, this technology also lends itself to increased malicious use by state, non-state, and alien actors. As you know, this technology poses some unique security challenges for us. Just this year alone, we've seen a concerning increase in the use of UAS in the commission of crimes with the intent to cause injury to U.S. persons on U.S. soil. The Chinese national recently pled guilty to 2 misdemeanor counts for using a UAS to conduct espionage at a U.S. naval facility in January. We believe UAS are being flown for similar purposes at sensitive facilities across the United States. Just last month, the subject was arrested and charged in Tennessee for attempting to use a UAS with an explosive device to destroy an energy facility that is the same case mentioned by the ranking member. That subject was driven by an ideology to disrupt society through the collapse of the national power grid. Those are 2 examples of the evolving ways that UAS are being used to harm us and our interests. With the enactment of the 2018 Preventing Emergency Threats Act, the FBI was granted the authority necessary to mitigate a range of UAS threats and protection of special events, emergency response, federal investigations, personnel, and facilities. Specifically, the legislation authorizes DOJ and our partners at DHS to conduct counter-UAS operations in limited circumstances to identify, track, and mitigate credible threats. I'd stress the importance for reauthorization of the counter-UAS authorities, as you know, expired December 20th. Failure to extend the authorities beyond then would cause significant impacts on our ability to protect the public. A durable extension is also extremely important. Our experience has taught us that short-term extensions to counter-UAS authority effectively prevent the Bureau and our partners from budgeting and staffing in ways which would allow us to execute a long-term strategy. We know that Congress is considering extensions of 5 years or more, and we thank you for that consideration. The FBI strongly supports pursuing expanded counter-UAS authorities for state, local, tribal, and territorial partners as robustly and swiftly as prudently possible. As LTT partners have repeatedly informed us, that existing counter-UAS authorities are inadequate. Since our counter-UAS authority was granted in 2019, the FBI has adopted 69 operational missions using this authority and provided limited support to 121 other events. We've detected over 1,000 UAS in violation of federal law during these missions. One example, at the Boston Marathon this past April, our team mitigated a USS threat, which resulted in the capture and prosecution of the subject. The FBI cannot alone protect the over 40,000 special event assessment, rating, or SEER events annually held in the U.S., along with the countless other requests for counter-UAS support at mass gatherings. The use of counter-UAS to protect against these situations is crucial and can only be fully addressed by expanding the capability to include our state and local partners. In closing, we remain committed to protect Americans by countering the malicious use of this technology. The reauthorization or long-term extension of this legislation is essential to continue combating the evolving threat. We look forward to working with you in establishing sustainable strategies to mitigate the threat going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Chair now recognizes Mr. Wagner for his opening statement of 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Pfluger, Chairman Jimenez, Ranking Member Magaziner, Ranking Member Tanadar, and other distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Department of Justice. As my colleagues have just said, we are committed to continuing to work hard to protect the American people from the threat of illicit drone use. But to do so most effectively, we need additional legal authority. As drones become more and more prevalent in our airspace, merely continuing with our current authorities is insufficient to address the current scale of the threat. More than 2 years ago, I and others from DHS and the FAA testified before a Senate committee about this growing threat and the need for a more durable and significantly expanded legal framework. Since that time, the Congress has provided extensions of existing counter-drone authority while considering how best to expand it. We are very grateful that both the House and the Senate continue to agree that this authority must not lapse. The Department is eager to share with you the lessons gained from our experience to help reach consensus about how much and in what way to expand the existing law. Now, the reason we need legal authority is that without it, use of the most effective types of drone detection and counter-drone technologies could violate criminal laws, including those that prohibit destroying or disabling aircraft in flight and intercepting signals and communications. As has just been said, our current authorities will lapse within the next 10 days unless reauthorized. So So our first priority is for Congress to reauthorize the existing law. But I know that this committee and others have also been working on legislation to go well beyond that. And we are eager to work with Congress on a bill that will help keep the American people safe. Now, as described in our written testimony, the two most important issues for us are, number one, broadening the types of sites that law enforcement can protect from nefarious and suspicious drone uses. So, for example, to cover, as was mentioned in the opening statements, airports, critical infrastructure like power plants and chemical facilities. So we need to expand the types of sites that can be protected. And then number two, as my colleague from the FBI just mentioned, it's about empowering state and local law enforcement and operators of critical infrastructure to engage in counter-drone efforts themselves nationwide. This is not a job the federal government can do alone. The FBI can only cover a tiny fraction, less than half of 1%, of the tens of thousands of events throughout the country each year that might need counter-drone support to protect public safety. So the demand for protection across the country just vastly exceeds available federal resources. To be clear, this activity can and must be done while safeguarding Americans' privacy and civil liberties. The technologies that we employ typically detect only communications being passed between the operator's controller and the drone to detect its activities, to direct its activities. They do not extract text messages, email, or internet search histories from phones or tablets used to control drones, nor do they allow law enforcement to listen to voice calls. We collect information such as the drone vendor and model, the drone and controlling device serial number, the geolocation of the drone, the location of the controller, and the most recent takeoff and home location. This is very much like the information required to be broadcast by manned aircraft, and which is now required under FAA's remote ID regulation to be broadcast by drones as well. And we use this information to further investigate when a crime involving a drone is suspected. As required in current law, DOJ will continue to have guidance that contains explicit protections for privacy and civil liberties and associated training. And state and local law enforcement, if empowered to engage in this activity, would be required to adhere to the same rules. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. I'd be happy to answer your questions.
I thank the witnesses for their opening statements. Members will now be recognized by order of seniority for 5 minutes of questioning. The initial round of questioning may be called after all members have been recognized, also knowing that we have a second panel. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Let's just start with current events, and I'll ask an open-ended question. What is going on in New Jersey?
So, sir, the FBI in the Newark field office, along with the state and local partners there, the Bureau is actively investigating the situation you mentioned, just the unexplained sighting of drone activity over that part of New Jersey, including proximity to sensitive sites and areas of concern. So we do not attribute that to an individual or a group yet. We're investigating, but I don't have an answer of who's responsible for that, of one or more people that are responsible for those drone flights. But we're actively investigating. What the Bureau has done to aid our state and local partners is what we generally do, enlist the help of the interagency, enlist the help of the public. There's a tip line there that 1-800-CALL FBI, tips FBI for information from the public that could help us resolve this. It is concerning.
Is the public at risk? Is public safety at risk? Are we concerned that there are nefarious intentions that could cause either national security or a public safety incident that would put Americans at risk?
There's nothing that is known that would lead me to say that, but we just don't know, and that's the concern.
I think the fact that we have these unknown drones, UASs, that are flying over critical or sensitive facilities is exactly why we're having this hearing. Mr. Jones, actually for anybody on the panel, let me just say, we go back to last year, there were incidents, including Langley Air Force Base, where for over a week we had undone drones flying over a very sensitive military installation with F-22s and other weapon systems on the ground. And I think that was cause for concern. So from a DHS standpoint, either on a border mission or from an FBI or DOJ, you mentioned, Mr. Wheeler, we don't necessarily have the authorities we need. Why can't we take action against these drones that are flying over sensitive sites? Why are we not taking action against drones that are flying over sensitive sites?
So authority exists to mitigate a UAS in flight when authorized, and that could certainly apply to a sensitive site. I would be a little measured in speaking for the Department of Defense for those sites that are in question here. But I will say that we're the FBI in a position of close liaison relationship with the Department of Defense and those areas that you mentioned will help in every way possible. But for securing those particular sites in this way, it is a DoD.
Mr. Jones, for the border, I was down in the RGV last year, and they told me that they had over 20,000 incidents just in a quarter of drones that were being operated by cartels. What's the danger along the southern border to our citizens, the safety of our citizens from drones?
Thank you, Chairman. So you touched on the volume of activity within the 500 yards of our contiguous border, south, and even on the north, staggered. We have deployed detection technology. I mentioned 20,000. The significant threat is counter surveillance. They are surveilling our law enforcement activities. They're doing this 24/7, 365. And historically, they've had to have high ground or terrain. Now everywhere's the high ground.
It's the high ground. They can see what's going on.
Exactly.
Do you have the authority to mitigate those physically or by other means?
So the Secretary has designated certain areas along our border as covered facilities. So yes, the capability exists and the authority exists in those covered areas.
Have those types of mitigations taken place? Are we actively mitigating?
We are actively mitigating this.
And how many? My time is expiring, but how many events are we experiencing per year on the southern border?
So, for example, last year, if we look at 45,000 detections on the southwest, of those, 2,500 plus or minus actually made an incursion. So now we're talking about a very small subset. A lot of the surveillance is taking place outside of our jurisdiction in foreign airspace. That makes it particularly challenging for mitigation.
But we'll get back to this. My time has expired now. Recognize the ranking member is having a question.
Thank you. I'll pick up on this line of questioning. When a number of us visited the southern border last year, we heard from your officers about the challenges that drones were posing. And one question I have is, I understand they're being used primarily by the cartels for surveillance, to see where your officers are, so that they can, more effectively traffic people, narcotics, firearms, etc., across the border. Do you see any evidence of the cartels using drones to actually move some of that contraband? Like, I'm thinking specifically of fentanyl. Are they using UASs to actually move fentanyl across the border?
We have yet to see fentanyl being moved via UAS. We have seen other narcotics, albeit in small quantities. From a cost model, it's not as effective for cartels because the payload capacity is so small, they have to make multiple trips. We have seen cocaine, we have seen heroin, we have seen methamphetamine, we've seen weapons. So there is a threat of moving contraband across our borders.
So the numbers, of course, are staggering. I think at one point in your written testimony, you alluded to periods of as many as 1,000 detections a week. But the number of mitigations at the southern border was 86 in fiscal year 23 and 60 in fiscal 24. So why so few as a percentage of the whole? What are the barriers that you're facing?
Again, many of these detections occur in foreign airspace, thereby we cannot mitigate. Actually, a very small percentage actually occur into the United States. So, for example, in the southwest border, only 5% of that large number actually affected incursion. Of that, we have very strict criteria, and they met the criteria. So the 60 that we mitigated in FY24 actually met the criteria for mitigation.
So I'm going to ask about both the 5% and the 95%. And so the 5% that do come into our airspace, is the criteria too narrow, to bring them down? Why again so few?
Well, again, one of the things that's notable here is that those are not 2,500 unique identifiers. You have repeat offenders, so we take down or mitigate one drone. Of that large number, that could be responsible for hundreds of
I
those
see. So
detections.
these are events, not necessarily individual drones. These statistics.
That's correct.
Okay. So on the 95%, or really, I guess 100%, even if you don't have the authority to bring them down, those that are with the foreign airspace, do you still have the ability, the technological ability to track where the operators are and to alert the Mexican or Canadian authorities as to where the operators are? Can you explain what that process is like?
Absolutely. And we do communicate directly with our foreign partners, and our communication is healthy, our sharing information is healthy. And so what you just described is exactly what we do.
And is it working? Does it happen? I mean, when you notify Mexican authorities, for example, hey, we've got a drone and we know where the operator is, I mean, are they pursuing the operators? Do you have success stories? Again, are there gaps that need to be filled in that process? Can you elaborate?
Well, again, we have to rely on so in the case of government of Mexico, we have to rely on Mexican partners to respond. A lot of times these are in areas that are not highly populated. They're very difficult to get to. They're also controlled by cartels. So by the time law enforcement responds, it's very challenging for them. It's not for lack of effort, for lack of communication. It's just a very difficult environment.
With the minute that I have left, I'll shift this again on the issue of special events, of SEER events. Can you just elaborate a little bit more about why it is so important that the state and locals have expanded authorities, and what should the appropriate guardrails be, for those expanded authorities?
Yes. Each year, the FBI can cover a number of special events, and DHS covers them as well. So we're talking about big events like the Super Bowl, the World Series, the Indianapolis 500, that sort of thing. But obviously, those are not the only events that could be subject to an attack or a drone threat. You have many other football games, baseball games, soccer games, the World Cup, and if you add them all up, just focus on sporting events, even forgetting about, New York Times, New Year's celebration. There's all manner of events. So we can only cover a tiny fraction of those in any given year. And so if Congress gives the authority of state and locals to engage in the same activity, that vastly expands the scope of what counter drone protection.
I'll just go for the record. Thank you. I understand the need to expand that authority for the state and locals for these special events. I will just highlight, though, I think training is going to be very important in this, because there are plenty of people who fly drones at high school football games and stuff for legitimate reasons. We'll just need to make sure that the state and locals have the training to know how to go after the bad guys without overly the good guys. But I take your broader point.
Absolutely. That's a big part of the training.
Until the time has expired, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that we face significant threats now from the technology that we have right now, but right around the corner, if not already here, is AI. And so some of the techniques that we use to mitigate current drones won't work on AI because they won't be piloted. They'll be just given a mission. They'll be given parameters of what to hit, and they'll hit it by themselves. They don't need to be piloted. Do we have any capabilities to actually go kinetic, to actually knock these things down, either through some kind of a projectile or with high energy that fries the system? Do we have any of that available?
Well, thank you for the question. So without taking it into our adversaries, I think it would probably be best, and we look forward to providing a detailed briefing on our capabilities and where our heads are at on we share your concern.
Yeah, because I think that not only concerns me in as far as Customs and Border Protection and our personnel, but also airports, large events, etc., where these drones can be used for really destructive purposes. So I'm really, really worried about that. Mr. Jones, you said that you have legal authority to disable, to mitigate drones in certain areas. We have about a 2,000-mile long border, so those areas how many miles of the 2,000 do you actually have the authority to mitigate these drones?
Chairman, again, we're starting to get into an area I'm not comfortable with in open forum, but we'd love to dock those details with you behind closed doors.
I take that to mean there's not too many miles. Okay, so that's fair enough. Have you seen any kind of, we know that the cartels, especially the Mexican cartels, are working with the CCP, the Communist Chinese Party. The CCP provides the chemicals to the cartels that produce the fentanyl that's killing thousands of Americans every single year. Do you see any link between, we see that link, do we see any links between the CCP, China, and the drone technology that's being used to surveil our border, and it's being used to help the cartels in their quest to transport people, drugs, guns, everything into the United States?
It's no secret that the preponderance of the UAS technology is manufactured in China, and the cartels are using that very technology. We share your concerns. There's a reason why we don't use Chinese drones, and whether they knowingly or unknowingly are potentially collecting information for government China.
I do know where China's Area 51 is, which is.
That's it. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes Mr. Canadar for his question.
Thank the chair for
It's,
the operation of CUAS.
Before I tell you everything I know what you know, keep in mind that, like, even knowing about America's Area 51 is really hard to get any information out of. So China's Area 51 is much, much harder, especially for someone who doesn't live there. But I can tell you what it's called. It's just a moment. I know what it translates to. It's called LOP-NUR. LOP space NUR, and that's in China. And then LOP. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just one moment. They just sent it to. And then also, the United Kingdom has one. It's known as Umera, and it's in Australia. So if you're wondering, like, well, what is LOP-NUR? It's very, very secretive. That's where they test their nuclear weapons. Very similar to what the United States did with Area 51. Um, Let me make sure. Yeah, okay, so LOP-NUR is a former saltwater lake located in the eastern part of the Karen Basin in Xinjiang, Autonomous Region of China. It is historically significant for several reasons, primarily its role in geography and culture. The military and nuclear testing. LOP-NUR is also known for being the site of China's nuclear weapons test. The People's Republic of China conducted its first nuclear test there in 1964. Over the years, numerous other nuclear tests were conducted It means, I believe the word black in Chinese means late. Uh, so it's a Uyghur language, but apparently it means like lake Muir, and that could be desert lake or salt lake. It's largely dry, but okay. And as you can see as well, it's way far away from anything. So it's like most people have no idea about it. And even most people in China have no idea. I could say, at least the communications that I've had with people in China, they're so focused on just surviving day to day. Then there's no really good way to communicate things like, hey, if I see something in the air and I take a video of it, I can lose my house, I can lose my phone, I can lose my family. They can take me to a military prison for just sharing that kind of information. Right. Because they'll say that those are military secrets and you're not allowed to know that. So it's very, very discreet, anything that happens there. I've never known there to be a whistleblower like in the United States, but keep in mind that the United States has even only had less than 10 whistleblowers on the subject. I mean, we've had what? I shouldn't say. We've had hundreds, if not thousands. But the really famous ones are not really well known. But in China, they'll just put you in jail and they'll torture your family. So the uh, punishment for giving away state secrets in China is so harsh that I feel no one wants to. I mean, maybe they do, but I don't speak Chinese. I don't necessarily know Chinese either. So that's about all I know. Is locked door is like the Area 51 that they did the first nuclear weapons test in 1964. And aside from that, there's not too much more to know about it. I would imagine that it's very much underground. So all of this stuff is really built underground. And yeah, so that exactly. They don't want people to see because they know that we have satellites and they can look down and see people, see what's going on. And even before that, we had played. And so the best move was just dig it to the earth. Then you can create a whole city under it, and no one will know about it. Now, one thing that does end up happening that can cause issues is, well, how do you get people there? Like in the United States, and I can tell you a lot about Area 51. Just the fact that, like, the city of, have you ever heard of Las Vegas, Nevada? Yeah, I know where it is. Okay, but you know, it's like casinos and gambling and stuff. Okay, exactly. Now, there's a reason why all of that is located there, and it's like a big distraction. It's because much of the reason, many years ago, when they were doing testing at Area 51, which is like an hour north, they would need people to go up to that test site. And so a really great way to basically tell people you're going to do one thing and do another is just saying, oh, I'm going to go on vacation to Las Vegas. Oh, okay. Well, everybody in the United States knows that means you're probably going to gamble and drink and have a good time. When in reality, you might be an engineer and you're going to go up to the Nevada test site and do all kinds of atomic weapons research. And so then when you come back home, people are like, oh, how was your trip? You're like, oh, it was great. We just gambled. That's about it. And then there's no one has any suspicion of you having done anything wrong. Now, what has happened as the city of Las Vegas has grown, a lot of the people have just moved there, but they still have to get get to work every day. And here's the issue. If it's a secret base, if Area 51 is a secret base, and people have to get to work there, you just can't have people commuting every single day in their cars because people will just be like, what's going on with this big line of cars that go up there? So what they've done is build perhaps underground train systems, maglev trains that go from the Las Vegas Strip to the Nevada test site to Area 51. Or they have what's called Janet planes, which are basically unmarked planes of the United States government that fly to the Nevada test site every single day so that the people who need to go to work just get on a plane and go. But it's not obvious because there's so much else going on in Las Vegas that people don't really pay attention to it. They just think, oh, that's just another plane. Not thinking like, oh no, but those planes are going to Area 51. Exactly. So in China, they don't have that. So, but they don't necessarily need it. If you're saying, I have to go to this place, this Mon, the name of it. I need to go to Lock York. Okay, nobody questions it. It's just like, okay, an engineer or you're some kind of scientist, just go. I've heard that there is a similar program perhaps being done at CERN. You know what CERN is? It's the atomic. I think you probably do. Yeah, I will explain. Okay, it's like right off. It's near Lake Geneva in Switzerland. It's on the border of France and Switzerland. And it's a particle accelerator. Okay, so it's the world's largest particle accelerator. Just one moment. I'll tell you about it. Tell me about CERN, CERN, in 500 characters. Tell me. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's the it's the largest machine on Earth. Okay, so it's very very big. So they can do all kinds of secret stuff there, and whenever anybody has to travel there, they just have to say, "I'm an engineer" or "I'm a scientist," and nobody else is gonna, their friends and family are just gonna be like, "Yeah, they're a scientist who does a lot of travel," and it's a very good cover story. When in reality, they could be working for the CIA, MI5, MI6, perhaps the FBI. They could be working for Mossad. They could be working for any of the global intelligence agencies. But all they have to do is say, I'm a scientist and I work at CERN. And since people don't know a lot about it, it's a great cover. And the reason why I say this was originally a strategy implemented when the United States was attempting to create the nuclear bomb. So I don't know if you know where New Mexico is in the United States. It's a big square state, basically, but not a lot of people live there. And especially when they were developing the nuclear bomb, what is known as the Manhattan Project, very, very few people lived in the state. And they didn't want to give a lot of attention to what was going on. So what they did, exactly, Oppenheimer, exactly. 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 And so, as you know, if you saw the movie, they had to, build like churches and they had to build like little stores and all kinds of things to make it look like a real place. And because real people were going to be living there. But in reality, all of them were scientists working on this very secret project. But when people found out, they'd be like, oh, why are you going to New Mexico? That's so strange. Like, I've never known anybody who goes to New Mexico. They'd be like, oh, well, I'm a scientist and I'm just working at a lab. And they'd be like, oh, okay, that's fine. In fact, to this day, that state has per capita the most doctorates of any state of the United States. Basically, it's very highly educated, and it has to do with all the programs that are going on. And they're all very secretive. So, um, I mean, really, what you don't want happening is someone to find out that you're in a secret place, because if they do, then they can use that information against you. They can say, hey, if you don't do this for me, I'm going to tell all of our friends that you're working for the government or you're working on the secret project. You don't want that to happen. So this is how they've been doing it. And then perhaps today's modern age, we have CERN in Europe. And so it's something like this even. Imagine you know what the American CIA is? Central Intelligence Agency. Yeah. So it's basically sure. Right. So not many people do. Basically, it was started in the late 1940s after World War II to be the intelligence arm overseas of the United States. So ideally, if there were a country that was planning on attacking the United States, the CIA would find out that information beforehand and be able to stop any threats. But it's changed. It's changed into overthrowing governments overseas and killing leaders overseas and making sure that the American civilization has been able to spread everywhere in the world. So it's actually perhaps not a good organization, perhaps a very evil organization. But let's say, Aloe, that we recruited you to work at the CIA. Okay, well, the first thing about it is you should know it's very secret. So you can't go and tell your friends and family what you do for them. You can't say, I work at the CIA, because then everybody's going to ask you about it, and that can also make you a target. So instead, they say, okay, you're an engineer, and whenever you're traveling, just say that you're going to CERN, you're going to Switzerland. Most people will never go there in their entire life. Most people can't even in the United States find it on a map. And so it's your cover story. And so you'll be able to travel all around the world and do all kinds of bad things. And then when you come back home, whenever anybody asks you, you just say, I'm an engineer at CERN. And that's very, very high level physics, and very few people are going to know anything about it to be able to ask you any questions about it. So in a very similar way, in China, you can have someone who, let's say, it works as a nuclear engineer, and they go to Lock Newark to work as an engineer. Okay, and anybody asks them, "Hey, what do you do for a living?" I work as an engineer. Nobody's really going to ask them too much about it. When in reality, they could be working on China's secret space program. China, the reverse engineering with UFOs, creating drones, all of the other things. And then when they go, yeah. So basically, like the fact that Lockheed is a nuclear testing site gives them a very good cover to be able to do other secret stuff. Excellent. And then the other one, you want to maybe, if you don't know, I send it to you as well. It's the one. Exactly. So as I understand, that's an Air Force base, and Australia is it's a big desert, basically, a lot of it, except around the edges of the continent. And you couldn't just put a secret space base in the middle of the desert, because people again would ask, well, where are all these people going? They need a town to support themselves, and they need food and water and utilities. So instead of doing that, they just say it's a UK Air Force base very close to the city. And so whenever anybody has any questions about it, it's just like, oh, I'm working at the Air Force base. Okay, not a lot of people ask a lot of questions about that because they think you're doing something for the British government, when in reality, they could be doing a lot of stuff. And then whenever anybody has any questions about it, they just say, like, let's say they're testing a UFO, testing a flying aircraft that we created with reverse engineer here on Earth. Well, anybody who raises any suspicion, just you say to them, "Oh, that's just from the Air Force Base. I don't know what you're talking about," and not a lot of questions are raised. It's very smart. Aside from that, I am too. I'm very, very curious. Absolutely. Well, if you want to know that, I can show you all about that. And we'll put that on right now. We won't even watch them because I think, I mean, as we've seen, I hadn't seen it. I saw the biggest highlight was just them saying to one of the Congress people, or one of the Congress people saying, "So we don't know what these things are." And they're basically like, "No, we don't." But there's no need to worry, which doesn't make any sense. If you don't know what something is, then there's all the reason in the world to worry if you don't know what it is. And so exactly, we we should be very advanced, and it's a very populated area. Uh, exactly. So if you want to know all the secret stuff, I'll show you how. This is fast. Just one moment. This is yeah, absolutely. Well, so let me before I tune it on, let me tell you what it's going to be. It's what happened. Okay, so have you seen the Bob Lazar Joe Rogan interview? Oh, sure, sure. So you know Bob Lazar. Okay, excellent. So I think it's beneficial to know his story. I mean, you know it pretty well, but he's talked about it a little bit more. Though it's maintained its consistency since 1989. It's not like he makes up new things in the story. No, it's been the same story, as consistent as any story I've ever heard anybody tell for 30 years. And so he'll talk about what it's like to work there on a daily basis. And Joe Rogan asks him about it. You know who Joe Rogan is? Yeah, with the podcast. Yeah, podcast. Yeah, exactly. So Joe Rogan's an interesting person because he's really good at a lot of different things. He's a very famous UFC like Ultimate Fighting commentator. He's the most famous podcaster in the world. He's also been an actor. He's been the host of television shows, and he's been um, what else does he do? Acting, UFC, podcasting, and so he doesn't need money anymore. So he can have on guests who are very controversial, and Bob Lazar is considered a controversial person. Okay, so we'll watch the Bob Lazar, which is fascinating, and then after that, we'll get into there are whistleblowers from Area 51 who will tell you it's fascinating. They have like three-dimensional models of what the facility looks like and like what you're allowed to do, what you're not allowed to do, and there are a bunch of levels under Area 51, at least 6 different levels, and what's going on there. Do you know about Dulce Base? Yeah. Okay. So in my opinion, Dulce Base is the most secretive base in the United States. It's located near the Four Corners region of the United States, which is basically near New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, and Colorado. They all come together at one spot, and near there is a a secret base that is more secretive than any other thing on which I've ever heard. And they have whistleblowers about this. And they talk about the big things that happen there are alien human hybridization projects. Basically, like the mixing of DNA. And they do, well, apparently aliens have a big basis here on Earth. And that's one of them. And they have developed some kind of, I mean, we'll watch it in just a second. They've developed some kind of agreement with the United States apparently this happened in like 1954. Here, I'll just read to you very quickly an overview on it of what goes on there. It's absolutely fascinating. Yeah, some could be from the very distant future. That's it. So, yes, that is a possibility. And allegedly, one of the different kinds of aliens that come here and visit us, they're known as the tall whites. They're like Norse-looking people. Um, they are from the very future. They're from the very future. Um, so if you just type in like Vikings, yeah, yes. But apparently, we all are evolving, and eventually, we will look like that. We'll be taller, with like blue eyes and blonde hair, and that's eventually. There you go. Eventually, um, we will advance towards that. So if I please tell me 30 bullet point fast. Please tell me. Please tell me. Please tell me. Hello. I'm here. And please, please tell me. Dolce, page 50. Oh, okay. So it's located reportedly near Dolce, New Mexico, on the Colorado-New Mexico border. Its purpose is allegedly a research facility. The base is said to house a variety of experiments with the alien technology, human-alien hybrid research, and mind control. It's underground. It's believed to be an underground base spanning multiple levels. The size of the base is rumored to be vast, with some estimates suggesting it extends several miles underground. UFO connection. The base has been linked to UFO sightings and extraterrestrial encounters, claimed an alien presence and cooperation. Government involvement. People suggest that the U.S. government has secret agreements with extraterrestrials. Human alien hybrid research. Some claim that Dolce Base is involved in experiments related to creating human alien hybrids. Cattle mutilations. The base is often connected with the mysterious cattle mutilations that occurred in the region during the 1970s and 80s. Multiple levels. Alleged whistleblowers claim that the base has 7 or more levels, each dedicated to different types of research. Extraterrestrial species. Some theories suggest that Dolce Base houses multiple extraterrestrial species, including great alien and reptilian. Joint operation. Some claim that the base is a joint U.S. military extraterrestrial operation with human workers and alien entities collaborating. Advanced technology. The base is said to house advanced alien technology, including spacecraft, alien weapons, and teleportation devices. Mind control experiments, including both humans and aliens, are believed to take place at the base. Dolce Wars. Controversial claims suggest a firefight occurred at the base in the late 1970s between human military personnel and extraterrestrial beings. Security. Dolce Base is said to be heavily guarded with high-tech surveillance, military personnel, and even alien-controlled security systems. So basically, this is another place that's very interesting. Okay, so let's go. We'll watch right now what's better known, and I really think it's beneficial to watch the most recent Bob Lazar, Joe Rogan interview. If that's okay. And um, so I'll put that on. Okay, excellent, cool. Just a moment. I even have it ready to go. because so many people ask me about it. It's like literally right here. I don't even have to look. I'm just gonna refresh it, but it's ready to go. In my opinion, this man is a hero. He's an American hero. He's a very gifted nuclear physicist.
Never live. First of all, cheers, gentlemen.
That's okay. Whenever.
Toast. Relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand
Here's the thing.
that you've told the story.
Here's the thing. You watch it until you fall asleep. And then when you awake in the morning or whatever, you watch the other part. But basically you have to have like a good knowledge of what's going on in Area 51 to really get into, okay, well, how do the UFOs work? What he talks about, what they use to propose or what they use to, like, he talks about element 115, all the stuff he talks about yesterday. So I understand you're like, yeah, I don't have that much time. That's fine. Watch what you can, and then we'll watch the rest whatever you have other time. Okay.
Many, many times. You've been grilled many, many times, and it's very stressful for you. So I really, really appreciate your time. For people who don't know the story, there's a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs and Flag Saucers. And Flag Saucers.
Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flag Saucers.
I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night we went out to dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. In Area 51, you went like, huh?
Well, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay. You worked in how would you describe it?
I guess within the Area 51 compound, you can call that a subset of Area 51.
And you got that job. Before that, you were working.
Before that, I had worked at Los Alamos National Labs.
And you were involved in what kind of work?
Nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything.
So how do they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982, I had put a jet engine in my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. So, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, built this 200-mile-an-hour Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos as the guy with the weird car, and you could hear it from a mile. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the founder of the hydrogen bomb, was giving a lecture down there at the lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could go down there. And I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall there and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm the guy you're reading about there, and we talked for a little while, and it was cool. Fast forward to years later, I had moved out to Las Vegas and had, left Los Alamos and, went on to other things, and I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I left to start other businesses and that sort of thing. So I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting, back in the day. And anyway, he remembered me and gave me a reference, somebody to contact at EG&G. And that's pretty much how it started.
So you get a phone call or a letter, but what do you get?
Well, I got a letter initially, and
went down for an interview probably a couple times, and it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at McCarran Airport at that time in Las Vegas.
And did they give you any sort of job description? What you were applying for?
They said it was for, I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time ago, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic. And they said it's in a remote area. It's going to be some days on, some days off. And, it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did it seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird, because people that work at the test site, anybody that's familiar with the area up there, working at the nuclear test site or at the Tonopah test range north of there, that's typically how things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because Area 51 at that time was...
No, they didn't say anything about Area 51.
Okay, so
they just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was up at the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of Area 51.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada, the whole area there's giant chunks of Nevada that people...
Yeah, there's a big piece of Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test area.
So take me back to first day on the ground. You accept a job. They take you out there.
Yeah, it's the first day, really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper. And I left McCarran Airport and flew what they call the Janet flights. Just, passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51. And it was really just going through mountain of paperwork that day. From security clearances to... it was like 2 or 3 hours of just solid paperwork, and that was really an uneventful first day.
When did things get weird? When did you realize? At what point in time did you say, "Hey, this is not normal work. Like, this doesn't even seem like it's from this planet"?
That I can't tell you what day that occurred on, because so much time has gone by. The days have kind of fused into one, and I can't separate the days.
Was it a slow burn, or was there a moment of recognition?
Well, the first inkling I had was when I came in. There's this facility that is at S4. It's in the side of a mountain, and normally we had pulled in with the bus and gone around the front through a normal type of door. This time that I went in, there were hangar doors open. I went in through the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc flying saucer that I worked on. I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it. I had a little American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter, and this is fucking hilarious.
Right.
So I went by, I slid my hand alongside it. I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing. And there was a guy, an armed guard, that followed us in and just said, keep your eyes forward and your hands at your side, and just walk in the door. So that was the first time I had seen anything that was weird. It was sometime later that I was introduced to my lab partner, Barry, and we had some of the subcomponents of the craft in the lab. And Barry was very anxious to get a new lab partner. So he was very talkative and couldn't wait to show me different things. And it was in the demonstration of the reactor working where it caught my attention to where this is technology that doesn't even exist. So, I mean, that was the first time I knew that this is really something different.
What was it? What was it? What was it about this reactor that made you think it didn't exist technologically?
Well, it was that I actually have to back up because there were some briefings that I read before that certainly gave me the impression that this was going to be a weird job, but this was the first hands-on thing. This was a small reactor about the size of a hemisphere, about the size of a basketball, on a metal plate, and when it was running, it produced a gravitational field. A gravitational
Apologies to the staff. It's just I wanted to make you aware, Hello. The governor of New Jersey, or no, I'm sorry, New Jersey senator called for a limited state of emergency as the drone was steering people. So basically, like, there may be a limited state of emergency, which came perhaps from some of the testimony and sightings recently. I just thought that's just that.
a field of its own. Now, this is something that we can't do. We can't produce gravity. The only way we get gravity is from large quantities of mass.
Right. Imagine they said there is reason to be concerned. Everyone would freak out. They'd be like, we're under attack. This is people from another planet attacking us. So they'd have to say, remain calm. Absolutely. Exactly. 100%. Exactly. Exactly. And people would demand that we go to war with them. They would say, look, I don't want these things flying over my house. They could do anything to me. We have planes and submarines and missiles. Shoot them down. I want them out of here. And the government doesn't have the courage to say, if we did that, they would destroy us. They'd take us all out. So we just have to say, everybody remain calm and just observe, basically. They are not doing this anymore. Which, it's like, what are they? Sorry. And they don't want to get into it. I just thought that was interesting.
But there's no machine we can have that turns on that makes gravity like that. You can turn on an electromagnet and it makes a magnetic field. We can't make a gravitational field. Anyway, this device was producing them. And Barry said, almost like he was bragging, go ahead, try and touch the sphere. And I couldn't. It pushed my hands away, just like two light poles of magnet. So that was
So like when you take two magnets and try to press them together. And
yeah, you
push
have
against
that.
each other.
Yeah, kind of cushion feeling, but you can't get them together. The closer you put them, the more they push.
When you felt that physically
with my hand, yeah. Now there's nothing that does that, and that immediately caught my attention. Wow, this is something else.
What was your thought? Like when you felt that and you knew that there was nothing that you were aware of that could produce
Then
this?
that connected me to the briefings that I read on the first day at S4 was that everything that I had read was apparently accurate.
Dude, what were you reading?
I read, it was kind of an overview. This project was to back engineer the alien craft, and specifically it was to try and back engineer and see if we can duplicate the technology with available materials. Now, to do this, they split the project into many different pieces for several reasons. They do this on all classified projects, so nobody has the complete story, but they compartmentalize everything. And we had the power and propulsion system. So what the briefings they gave me were like a 1 or 2 page overview of some of the other projects that were going on in the craft. The only reason they do that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know of to one of the other projects. You have to know their existence. So, everything from metallurgy to weapon potential of the craft. And these were all essentially very short briefings, but mine was just power and propulsion, and it made it very clear that what I read wasn't.
So when you're reading that, before you actually saw the reactor, what were your thoughts on what they were describing? If you knew that something like that didn't exist, they're describing it in the briefings, what did you think you were going to see?
I didn't know at the time. I mean, I was reading, I thought, is this some kind of test?
See if you're crazy.
Well, not to say if I'm crazy, a lot of times they'll take in real high security jobs. I mean, they'll intentionally insert nonsense into it, whether it's to confuse the fact or if for someone was to leak it out, they would carry that information along and know where it came from. So I read through the documents, but I didn't know if this was part of some kind of test or or what, or was it potentially realistic? I mean, I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as being the actual thing that I was going to work on at the time.
How did they turn it on?
The reactor?
Yeah.
The reactor can be turned on or turned off in a lot of different ways. The way Barry showed me, if the hemisphere is removed, there's a small tower in the middle, and you put the hemisphere on, the reactor activates. The reactor shuts down. It's load sensing. So if there's no load on the reactor at all, it shuts down. When there's a load present on it, it starts up again.
Load meaning?
You can consider it an electrical load. So although it doesn't necessarily operate electrically, there's no wiring that connects any of the subcomponents together whatsoever. They just have to be in the immediate vicinity. The stuff is borderline magic, and that's essentially where we left it when I left the project.
So there was no progress.
There was some progress. I mean, we did identify, at least we think, some processes and had a rough idea, we think, of what was going on. But I think this is a problem that they've had for a long time. And, I was replacing somebody that Barry worked with prior to me. I think there was some horrific accident that I didn't have a whole lot of information on, but, Barry alluded to that.
A horrific accident, like where someone died, or?
Yeah, where somebody died.
Because they were trying to tamper with things or figure out how something worked?
Yeah, the reactor in particular.
But yet he let you touch it.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do was cut into one.
Oh,
now
geez.
they had more than one there. That was supposedly there was an unannounced nuclear test, and that's what it was. At the time, remember, they were still doing underground nuclear tests at the test site. But from what I understand, according to Barry, there was an attempt made. Now, this must have been a pretty desperate attempt because it's not a very scientific process to analyze something that way. But it looked like they used a plasma cutter or something like that to cut into an operating reactor.
How many of these things did they have?
They had nine craft altogether. I only got hands-on with one of them, so I can't really say how the others operated.
Did you see the other ones?
Yeah, at one time, and only one time, the bay doors that between the hangars were all open, and I could see all the way through.
And were they all exactly the same?
No, they were all different.
Different shapes?
Yeah.
But they were all from somewhere else?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, did anyone make any attempt to explain or to tell you where they came from?
No one is the least bit interested in letting everybody know all the facts. They want to give you the minimum information that's necessary to complete your task. So you're not getting the story of where they came from. You're not getting the story of how much progress other people are making. You just focus on the small component.
But they gave you some indication that they've been working on this for a while.
Yeah.
When do you think they acquired these?
I really couldn't say. I think they've been around for a while.
So they bring you into this room. You see this reactor working. You realize this is nothing that, as far as like the scientific community at the current time, has the ability to create.
We still don't.
What is your life like from that moment? Is that where everything changes? Because I would imagine the moment you actually make contact with something that's extraterrestrial, whether it's an object or a being, something where you would actually absolutely be certain it's not from here, your whole paradigm, the whole world you live in, is now a different place.
Well, this is the only time it became exciting. The rest of the time, it was really an ominous feeling being at work. But at that time, it was exciting. I mean, this was, and now I knew we were absolute beyond, actually beyond the cutting edge of science. And I was so absolutely excited to be there every single time I was. You know, this was a fantastic opportunity. And however, in short order, it began to concern me. We really have no idea what we're talking about. And the excitement kind of turned to dread at some point, because the amount of power we're dealing with is astronomical. I mean, to affect gravity, to produce the effects like this equipment does, takes huge amounts of power. And I've given the example before of, you know, taking a small portable nuclear reactor and, you know, putting it back into Victorian times, you know, with the scientists at the time, and just dropping it in a room. They come and look at it and see that it's producing power and wonder how it works, and they start taking it apart. And as soon as they get some of the shielding off, the people are going to drop dead because of the radiation that's up. Now, the people have no idea that radiation even exists back then. But anybody that comes in to check on them will also drop dead. And, you know, there's no reason that that exact scenario couldn't happen with what we're dealing with. We have no idea how the physics operate within this thing. The power levels are, like I said, astronomical. Like, it's incredibly dangerous to tinker with something like that. And, you know, in some respects, we were guinea pigs, just trying to find out how to make this thing.
So they had a series, as far as you surmised, they had a series of different scientists try to back engineer this stuff, try to figure out what this thing was, and they would bring in new people and like, let's throw a bomb in it.
Yeah.
And they
I don't know how many, but I knew there was certainly one before me, and I knew he died during the analysis of the reactor itself.
And you don't know how many have worked on it. No one gave.
This
any
could have been there
indication.
for 50 years. It could have been there for 5 years.
When they're giving you instructions, what are they saying? Like, when they're giving you directions, showing you all this stuff, like what are they saying? Specifically, what are they asking?
Well, essentially what they ask is what I said. We are just to gather as much information as possible, find out how it operates, and see if we can duplicate it. So,
but they never told you where it was from. They never let you ask questions about where it's from.
Well, if the information I read in the briefings was accurate, now what I do have to say is the information that pertained directly to the reactor was accurate. What I read did jive with reality.
In terms of
how it was made, what we saw, how it operated, the materials, how it, turned on, and what was discovered. I'm sorry, the migraine is really making it hard for me to think.
Sorry, we talked that before the podcast. You tell everybody Bob was getting a migraine. I know we're very stressed out by this, which is one of the reasons why I appreciate you doing this.
Where was I?
We were talking about
right, so there was some paperwork that indicated that this was from the Zeta Reticuli star system. Now, how they obtained that, I haven't the slightest idea. But it wasn't just from the Zeta Reticuli star system. It was what they called ZR3. So it was a third planet in that star system. So there was no other information about it other than that's supposedly where the craft came from. Now, is that true? I don't know. I have no way of verifying that. But that was printed in the same materials that referenced the reactor. Now, I looked that stuff up when I went home. And Zeta Reticuli is a binary star. Two stars that orbit one another. And it's only visible in the southern hemisphere, and it's about 30 some odd light years away. So that's literally all the information I have about that. I don't know how they found out it came from there.
And you also probably have some suspicions that they give you some disinformation like you were talking about before. If you ever decided to talk about this, they added a bunch of nonsense to make whatever is factual look ridiculous.
Right. Or be able to trace it down. Like, hey, this fax came out, and this our guy said it had Yeah, it came from Zeta Reticuli, so
Well,
they knew it was
When
would be
you
the
read Zeta
Yep,
Reticuli,
I'm
you know,
I'm gonna do that right now, and then when you
well,
wake up,
reading
we'll
all of
continue.
this stuff
Just one
was
moment.
what in the fuck is this?
you're like, why did I sign up for this? What-
No, it was just
We are 21 minutes in. Excellent. Hey, take care, Aloe.
But at the time, there weren't many groups that could really sort of work at that principal level with both the software and with the hardware. And I'll say one other thing about your sort of talking about one of the special things. The other thing was, it's okay. It's good to break stuff, you know. You know, use the robots, break them, repair them.
Just one moment. I need to translate some things, just so I make sure that I understand. Okay, just one moment. Let me go through it. Let's see. So what I understand is that you have to go before some time ago, and basically you interrupt and you get connected to what's going on. Just one moment.
Z tego porozumienia miałeś ważny sen. Jakiś czas temu, nim wracałeś
still agreements go back to World War II.
I twierdzisz, że zasadniczo wojna światowa się nie skończyła. Wkrótce z wielu powodów i prawdopodobnie się z Tobą zgadzam. Zwłaszcza zimna wojna nigdy się nie skończyła w Europie Wschodniej, być może militarnie. Ale nadal porozumienia. Wróćmy do II wojny światowej.
You told someone about your dream exile. Significance of the number 1717. And this person showed you disrespect and then had to continue.
Opowiedziałeś komuś o swoim śnieniu pewnym znaczeniu liczby 1717 i inna osoba okazała ci brak szacunku przez chwilę. Będę kontynuować.
This is a person who should have gone to prison and you paid them to be released, and they were released the next day by lawyers. And you think that this is you wanted him to be released, but not in a way that was done. And perhaps the Polish police were bribed and let him go. Is this correct?
To jest osoba, która powinna trafić do więzienia, a ty modliłeś się, żeby ją wypuścili, a następnego dnia ją wypuścili bez prawników. I uważasz, że to jest złe. Chciałeś, żeby ją wypuścili, ale nie w taki sposób, w jaki to zrobiono, a może polska policja została przekupiona. I pozwoliłeś jej wyjść. Czy to jest poprawne?
Yes. So there's a lot to unpack here. I think that may have made an important dream, and that was one thing. Then there's the issue of the manipulation of the Polish government by the Soviet Union
Więc jest tu wiele do rozpakowania. Myślę, że mogłeś mieć ważny sen i to jest jedna rzecz, a potem jest kwestia manipulacji polskiego rządu przez Związek Radziecki, która się nie zatrzymała, a teraz Rosja. A potem jest ostatnia rzecz tej osoby, która była w więzieniu.
I know it's late there. I know that you want to get to sleep. Is there any way that you can stay in the Discord call, just shut off your camera and mute yourself, and just stay? And then when you awake, do your best to remember your dream, and we can talk about it.
Wiem, że jest późno. Wiem, że chcesz iść spać. Czy jest jakiś sposób, żebyś mógł zostać na rozmowie Discord? Po prostu wyłącz kamerę i wycisz się. I po prostu zostań, a kiedy się obudzisz, zrób co w twojej nocy. Aby zapamiętać swój sen i możemy o nim porozmawiać.
I understand. Interesting. Well, just know that if anything, we have someone here to be a friend, and if you're not tired, you don't have to go to bed now. But just know that you can be here whenever you want, 24 hours a day, and I will do my best to support you, and we will hope that that is enough to be able to keep you safe.
Rozumiem, co mówisz. Po prostu będziemy wiedzieć, że jeśli cokolwiek masz do kogoś, kto będzie twoim przyjacielem, a jeśli nie jesteś zmęczony, nie musisz teraz iść spać. Ale wiedz, że możesz być tu, kiedy tylko chcesz, 24 godziny na dobę, a ja zrobię wszystko, co w mojej mocy, aby cię wesprzeć i mam nadzieję, że to wystarczy, aby móc.
It's always easier to go through things with a friend. So if you have stress about the situation, I'm here to support you, and I can help you in any way if needed. But then you're not alone, and hopefully that will make you feel better.
Zawsze łatwiej jest przejść przez to z przyjacielem. Więc jeśli jesteś zestresowany sytuacją, jestem tutaj, aby cię wesprzeć i mogę ci pomóc w każdy potrzebny sposób, ale wtedy nie jesteś sam i mam nadzieję, że to sprawi, że poczujesz się lepiej.
Absolutely, sleep is important, and it will be relieving to yourself to know that someone's here with you if you need to talk to someone, and that you are not going through this alone, that you have friends.
Sen jest bardzo ważny i bardzo uspokajająca będzie świadomość, że ktoś jest przy tobie, jeśli będziesz potrzebować z kimś porozmawiać, a także świadomość, że nie przechodzisz przez to sam, że masz przyjaciół.
You should, and just know that I'm here to support you. So if I had any advice to you when you go to sleep tonight, I wear a sleep mask, and I think that's important. You can just wrap a cloth around your eyes so that it is so you get the best rest possible. And sometimes listening to calming music or something relaxing helps as well.
Powinieneś mi po prostu wiedzieć, że jestem tutaj, aby cię wesprzeć. Więc jeśli miałbym ci coś poradzić, kiedy idziesz spać dziś wieczorem, zakładam maskę do spania i uważam, że to ważne. Możesz po prostu owinąć oczy szmatką, jeśli potrzebujesz, aby było tak ciemno, jak to możliwe. Więc uzyskasz najlepszy możliwy odpoczynek, a czasem słuchanie uspokajającej muzyki lub czegoś takiego. Relaks również pomaga.
If anything, when you you'll know that someone's here and that you can talk to them whenever you want. You just open your mic or turn on the camera, whatever you're comfortable with when you're ready. And I'm here to support you. But it's like we have a connection halfway around the world, and you know that you have someone who cares about you all the time.
Jeśli cokolwiek, kiedy się obudzisz, będziesz wiedział, że ktoś tu jest i że możesz z nim porozmawiać, kiedy tylko chcesz. Po prostu włącz mikrofon lub kamerę, cokolwiek, z czym czujesz się komfortowo, kiedy będziesz gotowy. A ja jestem tutaj, aby cię wesprzeć, ale jest tak, jakbyśmy mieli połączenie. Po drugiej stronie świata i wiesz, że masz kogoś, kto cały czas się o ciebie troszczy.
Excellent. Excellent. So you do whatever you do, get ready for bed, and we just have a connection here. And then if you ever want to talk or you wake up in the middle of the night and want to talk, I'm here. But I think you will sleep better knowing that you have a connection to someone and they are looking out for your well-being. And if you need to talk, I'm always here.
Świetnie, więc robisz, co robisz, żeby przygotować się do snu, a my po prostu mamy to połączenie. A jeśli kiedykolwiek będziesz chciał porozmawiać, albo obudzisz się w środku nocy i będziesz chciał porozmawiać, jestem tutaj, ale myślę, że będziesz lepiej spał wiedząc, że masz połączenie z kimś, kto dba o twoje dobre samopoczucie. A jeśli będziesz potrzebował porozmawiać, zawsze jestem tutaj.
I really like your friend, so I'm glad you brought him into my life as well. He's a very smart person and very knowledgeable and a lover of knowledge. And he and I get along very well. I like him a lot.
Naprawdę lubię twojego przyjaciela i cieszę się, że wprowadziłeś go również do mojego życia. Jest bardzo mądrą osobą, bardzo dobrze zorientowaną i kochającą wiedzę, a my dogadujemy się bardzo dobrze. Bardzo go lubię.
So, look, you get comfortable and relax and get ready for bed. And just know if you need me, I'm here. I'll be doing what I do during the day. And then you just should know that I only want good things for you and I want you to feel safe. And if you need anything, I'm here for you.
To jest plus, możesz się wygodnie rozgościć, relaksować i przygotować się do snu. I po prostu wiedz, że jeśli mnie potrzebujesz, jestem tutaj, będę robić to, co robię w ciągu dnia. I po prostu powinieneś to wiedzieć. Chcę tylko dobrych rzeczy dla ciebie i chcę, żebyś czuł się bezpiecznie. A jeśli czegoś potrzebujesz, jestem tutaj dla ciebie.
Absolutely. Sweet dreams to you. If you need anything, I'm here for you. And enjoy your sleep.
Absolutnie słodkich snów dla ciebie. Jeśli czegoś potrzebujesz, jestem tutaj dla ciebie i życzę ci miłego snu.
Absolutely. Bye-bye.
You know, fix and repeat. And it does fix and repeat. And that's also a core principle that has become part of the company. And it lets you be fearless in your work. Too often, if you are working with a very expensive robot, maybe one that you bought from somebody else or that you don't know how to fix, then you treat it with kid gloves and you can't actually make progress. You have to be able to break something. And so I think that's been a principle as well.
So just to linger on that psychologically, how do you deal with that? Because I remember I built a RC car with some it had some custom stuff like computer on it, all the custom cameras, and because I didn't sleep much, the code armor had an issue where it didn't stop the car, and then the car got confused and at full speed at like 20, 25 miles an hour slammed into a wall. And I just remember sitting there alone in a deep sadness, sort of full of regret, I think, almost anger, but also like sadness because you think about, well, these robots, especially for autonomous vehicles, like you should be taking safety very seriously, even in these kinds of things. There's just no good feelings. It made me more afraid probably to do this kind of experiments in the future. Perhaps the right way to have seen that is positive. Like it's too.
It depends if you could have built that car or just gotten it, right? That would have been a good approach. I remember when I got to grad school, I got some training about operating lathe, mill, up at the machine shop, and I could start to make my own parts. And I remember breaking some piece of equipment in the lab, and then realizing, because maybe this was a unique part and I couldn't go buy it, and I realized, oh, I could just go make it. That was an enabling feeling. Then it might take time. It might take more work than you thought it was going to be required to get this thing done, but you could just go make it. And that freed me in a way that nothing else is.
You mentioned that you've got control the dynamics. Sorry for the romantic question, but is in the early days and even now, is the dynamics probably more appropriate for the early days? Is it more art or science?
There's a lot of science, and trying to develop scientific principles that let you extrapolate from like one legged machine to another. Develop a core set of principles like a spring in math, balancing system, and then figure out how to apply that from a one-legged machine to a two or a four-legged machine. Those principles are really important, and we're definitely a core part of our work. There's also, when we started to pursue humanoid robots, there was so much complexity in that machine that one of the benefits of the humanoid form is you have some intuition about how it should look while it's moving. And that's a little bit of an art. Now it's saying, or maybe it's just tapping into a knowledge that you have deep in your body and then trying to express that in the machine. But that's an intuition. That's a little bit more on the art side. Maybe it predates your knowledge. Before you have the knowledge of art control, you try to work through the art channel. And humanoids sort of make that available to you. If it had been in the shape, maybe you wouldn't have the same intuition.
Yeah, so your knowledge about moving through the world is not made explicit to you. So that's why it's art.
It might be hard to actually articulate. Exactly. There's something about, and being a competitive athlete, there's something about seeing movement. A coach, one of the greatest strengths a coach has is being able to see, some little change in what the athlete is doing, and then being able to articulate that to the athlete, and then maybe even trying to say, and you should try to feel this. So there's something just in seeing, and again, sometimes it's hard to articulate what it is you're seeing, but there's just perceiving the motion at a rate that is, again, sometimes hard to put into words.
Yeah, I wonder how it is possible to achieve some truly elegant movement. You have a movie like Exxon. Not sure if you've seen it, But the main actress in that, who plays the AI robot, I think is a ballerina. It's just the natural the elegance and the, I don't know, eloquence of movement. It's it looks efficient and easy and just it looks right. It looks right is sort of the key. Yeah. And then you look at especially early robots, they're so cautious in the way they move that it's not the caution that looks wrong. It's something about the movement that looks wrong. It feels like it's very inefficient, unnecessarily so, and it's hard to put that into words exactly.
We think part of the reason why people are attracted to the machines we build is because the inherent dynamics of movement are closer to right. Because we try to use walking gates, where we build a machine around this gate, where you're trying to work with the dynamics of the machine instead of to stop them. Some of the early walking machines, you're really trying hard to not let them fall over, and so you're always stopping the tipping motion, and sort of the insight of dynamic stability in all your machine is to go with it, let the tipping happen, let yourself fall, but then catch yourself with that. That's good. And there's something about getting those physics to be expressed in the machine that people interpret as lifelike or elegant or just natural. And so I think if you get the physics right, it also ends up being more efficient, likely. There's a benefit that it probably ends up being more stable in the long run. It could walk stably over a wider range of conditions. And it's more beautiful and more confident.
So how hard is it to get the humanoid robot Atlas to do some of the things it's recently been doing? Let's forget the flips and all that. Let's just look at the running. Maybe you can correct me, but there's something about running. I mean, that's not careful at all. That's you're falling forward. You're jumping forward and you're falling. So how hard is it to get that right?
Our first humanoid, we needed to deliver natural looking walk. We took a contract from the Army. They wanted a robot that could walk naturally. They wanted to put a suit on the robot and be able to test it in a gas environment. And so they wanted motion to do that. And so our goal was a natural looking gait. It was surprisingly hard to get that. But we did build an early machine. We called it PetMed prototype. It was the prototype before the PetMed. And it had a really nice looking gait where it would stick the leg out, it would do heel strike first, and before it rolled onto your toe, so you didn't land with a flat foot, you extended your leg a little bit. But even then, it was hard to get the robot to walk where you're walking. It fully extended its leg and essentially landed on an extended leg. If you watch closely how you walk, probably land on an extended leg and immediately flex your knee as you start to make that contact. And getting that all to work well took such a long time. In fact, I probably didn't really see the nice natural walking that I expected out of our humanoids until maybe last year. And the team was developing a newer generation of Atlas. Some new techniques for developing a walking control algorithm. And they got that natural looking motion. That's sort of a byproduct of just a different process they were applying to developing the control. So that probably took 15 years, 10 to 15 years to sort of get the front. The PetMed prototype was probably in 2008, and what was it, 2022? Last year, I think we saw good walking on that.
If you could just linger on it, what are some challenges in getting good walking? So is this partially hardware actuator problem? Is it the control? Is it the artistic element of just observing the whole system operating in different conditions together? Or is there some kind of interesting quirks or challenges you can speak to, like the heel strike?
Yeah, so one of the things that makes this straight leg a challenge is you're sort of up against a singularity, a mathematical singularity. where, when your leg is fully extended, it can't go further the other direction, right? You can only move in one direction. And that makes all of the calculations around how to produce torques of that joint or positions makes it more complicated. And so having all the mathematics so we can deal with these singular configurations is one of many challenges that we face. And I'd say in those earlier days, again, we were working with these really simplified models. So we're trying to boil all the physics of a complex human body into a simpler subsystem that we can more easily describe in mathematics. And sometimes those simpler subsystems don't have all of that complexity of just straight leg built into them. And so what's happened more recently is we're able to apply techniques that let us take the full physics of the robot into account and deal with some of those strange situations like the straight leg.
So is there a fundamental challenge here that it's, maybe you can correct me, but it's under-actuated? Are you falling?
Under-actuated is what it is, right? You can't push the robot in any direction you want to, right? And so that is one of the hard problems of electric locomotion.
And you have to do that for natural movement.
That's not necessarily required for natural movement. It's just required, we don't have, a gravity force that you can hook yourself onto to apply an external force in the direction you want at all times, right? The only external forces are mediated through your feet, and how they get mediated depend on how you place your feet. And, you can't just, God's hand can't reach down and give it and push in any direction you want.
Is there some extra challenge to the fact that Alice is such a big robot?
There is. The humanoid form is attractive in many ways, but it's also a challenge. You have this big upper body that has a lot of mass and inertia. And throwing that inertia around increases the complexity of maintaining power. And as soon as you pick up something heavy in your arms, you need that. And so in the early work, in the leg lab and the early days of the company, that we were pursuing these quadruped robots, which had a kind of built-in simplification. You have this big rigid body with really light legs. So when you swing the legs, the leg motion didn't impact the body motion very much. All the mass and inertia is in the body. But when you have the humanoid, that doesn't. You have big, heavy legs. You swing the legs, it affects everything else. And so dealing with all of that interaction does make it a much more complicated.
And I also saw that at least recently you've been doing more explicit modeling with the stuff you pick up.
Yeah.
Which is very, really interesting. So you have to model the shape, the weight distribution. I don't know what, like you have to include that as part of the modeling, as part of the planning. Because so for people who don't know, so Atlas, at least in like a recent video, like throws a heavy bag, throws a bunch of stuff. So what's involved in picking up a thing, a heavy thing, and when that thing is a bunch of different non-standard things, then you can also pick up with the barbell. And to be able to throw it in some cases, what are some interesting challenges there?
So we were definitely trying to show that the robot and the techniques we applied to Atlas let us deal with heavy things in the world. Because if the robot's going to be useful, it's actually got to move stuff around. And that needs to be significant stuff. That's an appreciable part to evaluate the robot. And we also think this differentiates us from the other humanoid robot activities that you're seeing out there. Mostly they're not picking stuff up, and not heavy stuff. But just like you and me, you need to anticipate that. You're reaching out to pick something up, and as soon as you pick it up, your center of mass is going to shift. And if you're going to, turn in a circle, you have to take that inertia into account. And if you're going to throw a thing, you've got all of that has to be sort of included in the model of what you're trying to do. So the robot needs to have some idea or expectation of what that weight is, and sort of predict. Think a couple of seconds ahead. How do I manage my my body plus this big heavy thing together to get and still maintain balance, right? And so that's a big change for us. And I think the tools we built are really allowing that to happen quickly now. Some of those motions that you saw in the most recent video, we were able to create in a matter of days. It used to be it took 6 months to do anything that, on the robot. And now we're starting to develop the tools that let us do that in a matter of days. And so we think that's really exciting. It means that the ability to create new behaviors for the robot is going to be a quicker process.
So being able to explicitly model new things that it might need to pick up, new types of things.
And to some degree, you don't want to have to pay too much attention to each specific thing, right? There's sort of a generalization. Obviously, when you grab a thing, you have to conform your hand, your end effector, to the surface of that shape. But once it's in your hands, it's probably just the mass and inertia that matter, and the shape may even be as important.
Yeah.
And so, in some ways, you want to pay attention to that detailed shape. In others, you want to generalize it and say, well, all I really care about is the center of mass of this thing, especially if I'm fluid on my scaffolding.
And it's easier if the body is rigid. What if there's some, doesn't it throw like a sandbag type thing?
Not tool bag, had loose stuff in it.
Yeah.
So it managed that. There are harder things that we haven't done yet. We could have had a big jointed thing or a bunch of loose wire or rope.
What about carrying another robot?
Yeah, we haven't done that yet.
Carry spot.
I believe we did a little bit of that. We did a little skit around Christmas where we had 2 spots holding up another spot that was trying to put a bow on a tree. So I guess we're doing that in a small way.
Okay, that's pretty good. Let me ask the all important question. Do you know how much Atlas can curl? I mean, this for us humans, that's really one of the most fundamental questions you could ask another human. Bench.
It probably can't curl as much as we can yet. But a metric that I think is interesting is, another way of looking at that strength is, the box jump. So how high a box can you jump onto? Question. And Alice, I don't know the exact height. It was probably a meter high or something like that. It was a pretty tall jump that Alice was able to manage when we last tried to do this. And I have video of my chief technical officer doing the same jump. And he really struck,
the human.
Getting all the way on top of this box. But then, Atlas was able to do it. We're now thinking about the next generation of Atlas. And we're probably going to be in the realm of a person can't do it, with the next generation. And the robots, the actuators are going to get stronger, where it really is the case. At least some of these joints, some of these functions will be stronger.
And to understand how high it can jump, you probably have to do quite a bit of testing.
Oh, yeah. There's lots of videos of it trying and failing. And that's all. We don't always release those videos, but they're a lot of fun to look at.
So we'll talk a little bit about that. Can you talk to the jumping? You talked about the walking. It took a long time, many years to get the walking to be natural. But there's also really natural looking, robust, resilient jumping. How hard is it to do the jumping?
Well, again, this stuff has really evolved rapidly in the last few years. The first time we did a somersault, there was a lot of kind of manual iteration. What is the trajectory? How high do you throw? In fact, in those early days, I actually would, when I'd see early experiments that the team was doing, I might make suggestions about how to change the technique. Again, kind of borrowing from my own intuition about how backflips work. And frankly, they don't need it. So in the early days, you had to iterate kind of in almost a manual way, trying to change these trajectories of arms or legs to try to get a successful backflip to happen. But more recently, we're running these model predictive control techniques where we're able to, the robot essentially can think in advance for the next second or two about how its motion is going to transpire. And you can, solve for optimal trajectories to get from A to B. So this is happening in a much more natural way, and we're really seeing an acceleration happen in the development of these behaviors. Again, partly due to these optimization techniques, sometimes learning techniques. Um, so it's hard in that there's a lot of mathematics behind it, but we're figuring it out.
So you can do model predictive control for. I mean, I don't even understand what that looks like when the entire robot is in the air, flying and doing back.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the cool part, right? So the physics we can calculate physics pretty well using Newton's laws about how it's going to evolve over time. And the sick trick, which was a front somersault with a half twist, is a good example, right? You saw the robot on various versions of that trick. I've seen it land in different configurations, and it still manages to stabilize itself. And so, what this model predictive control means is, again, in real time, the robot is projecting ahead, a second into the future, and sort of exploring options. If I move my arm a little bit more this way, how is that going to affect the outcome? And so it can do these calculations, many of them, and basically solve for, given where I am now, maybe I took off a little bit screwy from how I had planned, I can adjust.
So you're adjusting in the air,
Adjust on the fly. So the model predictive control lets you adjust on the fly. And of course, I think this is what people adapt as well. When we do it, even a gymnastics trick, we try to set it up so it's as close to the same every time. But we figured out how to do some adjustment on the fly. And now we're starting to figure out that the robots can do this adjustment on the fly as well, using these techniques.
In the air. It's so, I mean, it just feels, from a robotics perspective, just surreal.
Well, that's sort of you talked about interaction, right? So when you're in the air, there's some things you can't change, right? You can't change the momentum while it's in the air because you can't apply an external force, so the momentum is going to change. So how do you work within the constraint of that fixed momentum to still get from A to B, where you want to be?
That's really unfortunate. You're in the air. I mean, you become a drone for a brief moment. No, you're not even a drone because you can't hover. You can't hover.
You're gonna impact soon. Be ready.
Are you considered like a hover type thing? It's too much weight. I mean, it's just incredible. Like, it's just even to have the guts to try backflip with such a large body. It's wild. What
We definitely broke a few robots. That's where the build it like a pizza, strategy comes in. You gotta be willing to break. And what ends up happening is you end up, by breaking the robot repeatedly, you find the weak points, and then you end up redesigning it so it doesn't break so easily.
So the breaking process, you learn a lot of lessons, and you keep improving not just how to make the backflip work, but everything,
and how to build a machine back. Yeah.
I mean, is there something about just the guts to come up with an idea of saying, you know what, let's try to make it do a backflip?
Well, I think the courage to do a backflip in the first place, and to not worry too much about the ridicule of somebody saying, "Why the heck are you backflips with robots?" Because a lot of people have asked them, why are you doing this?
I go to the moon this decade and do the other thing with JFK. Not because it's easy, because it's hard.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't ask questions. Okay, so the jumping, I mean, there's a lot of kind of stuff. If we could just rewind a little bit to the DARPA Robotics Challenge in 2015, I think, which was, for people who are familiar with the DARPA challenges, it was first with autonomous vehicles, and there's a lot of interesting challenges around that. And the DARPA Robotics Challenge is when humanoid robots were tasked to do all kinds of manipulation, walking, driving a car, all these kinds of challenges with, if I remember correctly, sort of some slight capability to communicate with humans, but the communication was very poor. So basically it has to be almost entirely autonomous.
You could have periods where the communication was entirely interrupted, and the robot had to be able to perceive. Yeah. But you could provide some kind of guidance to the robot, basically low bandwidth communication.
Yeah. I watched that challenge with kind of tears in my eyes, eating popcorn. With but I wasn't personally losing, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, and many years of incredible hard work by some of the most brilliant artists in the world. So that was why the tragic. That's why the tears came. So anyway, what have you? Just looking back to that time, what have you learned from that experience? Maybe if you could describe what it was, and sort of set up for people who haven't seen it.
Well, so there was a contest where a bunch of different robots were asked to do a series of tasks. Some of those that you mentioned: drive a vehicle, get out, open a door, go identify a valve, shut a valve, use a tool to maybe cut a hole in a surface, and then crawl over some stairs and maybe some rough terrain. So the idea was have a general purpose robot that could do lots of different things. It had to be mobility and manipulation, onboard perception. And there was a contest, which DARPA Lights at the time was running, sort of follow on to the Grand Challenge, which was let's try to push vehicle autonomy. Right? They encourage people to build autonomous cars. So they're trying to basically push the industry forward. And we were asked, our role in this was to build a humanoid. At the time, it was our sort of first generation Atlas robot. And we built maybe 10 of them. I don't remember the exact number. And DARPA distributed those to various teams that sort of won a contest that showed that they could program these robots and then use them to compete against each other. And then other robots were introduced as well. Some teams got their own robots. Carnegie Mellon, for example, got their own robot. And all these robots competed to see who could sort of get through this maze the fastest. And again, I think the purpose was to kind of push the whole industry forward. We provided the robot and some baseline software, but we didn't actually compete as a participant. Where we were trying to drive the robot through this maze. We were just trying to support the other teams. It was humbling because it was really a hard task. And honestly, the tears were because most of the robots did, they fell down, repeatedly. It was hard to get through this contest. Some did, and they were rewarded and won. But it was humbling because of just how hard these tests weren't all that hard. A person could have done them very easily. But it was really hard to get the robots.
What about the general nature of it, the variety of it? The variety. And also, and I don't know if the tasks were sort of, the tasks in themselves help us understand what is difficult and what is not. I don't know if that was obvious before the contest was designed. You kind of tried to figure that out. And I think Atlas is really a general robot platform, and it's perhaps not best suited for the specific tasks of that contest. For example, probably the hardest task is not the driving of the car, but getting in and out of the car. And Atlas probably, if you were to design a robot that can get into the car easily and get out easily, you probably would not make Atlas that particular car. The robot was a little bit big to get in and out of that car. Right? It doesn't fit. This is the curves of a general purpose robot, that they're not perfect at any one thing, but they might be able to do a wide variety of things. And that is the goal at the end. I think we all want to build general purpose robots that can be used for lots of different activities, but it's hard. And the wisdom in building successful robots up until this point have been, go build a robot for a specific task and it'll do it very well. And as long as you control that environment, it'll operate perfect. But robots need to be able to deal with uncertainty. If they're going to be useful to us in the future, they need to be able to deal with unexpected situations. And that's sort of the goal of a general purpose or multi-purpose robot. And that's just darn hard. And so there's this period of failures. Like I remember one of
a robot, you know, the first time you start to try to push on the world with a robot, you forget that the world pushes back and will push you over if you're not ready for it. And the robot, you know, reached to grab the door handle. I think it missed the grasp of the door handle. It was expecting that its hand was on the door handle, and so when it tried to turn the knob, it just threw itself over. It didn't realize, oh, I had missed the door handle. I was expecting a force back from the door. It wasn't there. And then I lost my balance. So these are simple things that you and I would take totally for granted and deal with. The robots don't know how to deal with you. And so you have to start to deal with all of those circumstances.
Well, I think a lot of us experience this in even when sober, but drunk too. Sort of, you pick up a thing and expect it to be, what is it, heavy? And it turns out to be light. And whoa, oh yeah. And then, so the same, and I'm sure if your depth of perception, for whatever reason, is screwed up, if you're drunk or some other reason, and then you think you're putting your hand on the table, you miss it. It's the same kind of situation. But
There's why you need to be able to predict forward just a little bit. And so that's what this model predictive control stuff comes in. Predict forward what you think's going to happen. And then if that does happen, you're in good shape. If something else happens, you better start predicting again.
So we regenerate a plan.
Yeah.
When you don't. I mean, that also requires a very fast feedback loop of updating with your prediction how it matches to the actual real world.
Yeah, those things have to run pretty quickly.
What's the challenge of running things pretty quickly? 1,000 hertz of act and sensing quickly.
You know, there's a few different layers of that. You want, at the lowest level, you like to run things typically at around 1,000 hertz, which means that, you know, at each joint of the robot, you're measuring position, your force, and you're trying to control your actuator, whether it's a hydraulic or electric motor, trying to control the force coming out of that actuator. And you want to do that really fast, something like 1,000 hertz. And that means you can't have too much calculation going on at that joint. But that's pretty manageable these days, and is fairly common. And then there's another layer that you're probably calculating maybe at 100 hertz, maybe 10 times slower, which is now starting to look at the overall body motion. Yeah, thinking about the larger physics of the robot. And then there's yet another loop that's probably happening a bit slower, which is where you start to bring, you know, your perception and vision and things like that. And so you need to run all of these loops sort of simultaneously. You do have to manage your computer time so that you can squeeze in all the calculations you need in real time in a very consistent way. And the amount of calculation we can do is increasing as computers get better, which means we can start to do more sophisticated calculations. I can have a more complex model doing my forward prediction. And that might allow me to do even better predictions as I get better and better. And you know, it used to be, again, we had, 10 years ago, we had to have pretty simple models that we were running, at those fast rates because the computers weren't as capable about calculating forward with a sophisticated model. But as computation gets better, we can do more of that.
What about the actual pipeline of software engineering? How easy it is to keep updating Atlas and do continuous development on it? So how many computers are on there? Is there a nice pipeline?
It's an important part of building a team around it, which means, you need to also have software tools, simulation tools, so we have always made strong use of physics-based simulation tools to do some of this calculation, basically test it in simulation before you put it on the robot. But you also want the same code that you're running in simulation to be the same code you're running on the hardware. And so even getting to the point where it was the same code going from one to the other, we probably didn't really get that working until several years ago. But that was a bit of a milestone. So you want to certainly work these pipelines so that you can make it as easy as possible and have a bunch of people working in parallel, especially when we only have for the robots, the modern Atlas robots at the company. And, we probably have, 40 developers there all trying to gain access to it. And so you need to share resources and use some of this software pipeline.
No, well, that's a really exciting step to be able to run the exact same code and simulation as on the actual robot. How hard is it to do a realistic simulation, physics-based simulation of Atlas, such that, the dream is like, if it works in simulation, works perfectly in reality. How hard is it to sort of close and keep working on closing the gap?
The root of some of the physics-based simulation tools really started at MIT, and we built some good physics-based modeling tools there. The early days of the company, we were trying to develop those tools as a commercial product, so we continued to develop them. It wasn't a particularly successful commercial product, but we ended up with some nice physics-based simulation tools, so that when we started doing guided robotics again, we had a really nice tool to work with. And the things we paid attention to were things that weren't necessarily handled very well in the commercial tools you could buy off the shelf, like interaction with the world, like foot-ground contact. So trying to model those contact events well in a way that captured the important parts of the interaction was a really important element to get right, and to also do in a way that was computationally feasible. It could run fast, because if your simulation runs too slow, then your developers are sitting around waiting for stuff to run and compile. So it's always about efficient, fast operations. So that's been a big part of it. I think developing those tools in parallel to the development of the platform, trying to scale them, has really been essential, I'd say, to us being able to assemble a team of people that could do this.
Yeah, how to simulate contact periods, so foot-ground contact with sort of a manipulation, because don't you want to model all kinds of surfaces?
Yeah, so it will be even more complex with manipulation, because there's a lot more going on, and you need to capture, things slipping and moving, in your hand. It's a level of complexity that I think goes above foot-ground contact when you really start doing dexterous manipulation. So there's challenges ahead still.
So how far are we away from me being able to walk with Atlas in the sand along the beach, and us both drinking a beer?
Yeah, maybe Atlas could spill his beer because he's got no whip. Atlas can walk on sand.
So can
Have we really had it out on the beach? We take them outside often. Rocks, hills, that sort of thing. Even if around our lab in Waltham. We probably haven't been on the sand, but I don't doubt that we could do it. We might have to spend a little bit of time. We did take we had to take Big Dog to Thailand years ago, and we did this big video of the robot walking in the sand, walking into the ocean up to its belly or something like that, and then turning around and walking out, all while playing some cool beach music. Yeah, great show. But then, we didn't really clean the robot off. The salt water was really hard on it. So we put it in a box, shipped it back. By the time it came back, it's
the salt water.
that's tough.
It's not like sand getting into the components or something like this. I'm sure if this is a big priority, you can make it like waterproof.
That just wasn't our goal at the time.
Well, it's a personal goal not to walk along the beach. It's a human problem too. You get sand everywhere. It's a jam mess. So soft surfaces are okay. So can we just leave on the robotics challenge? There's a pile of like rubble that to walk over. How difficult is that task?
In the early days of developing Big Dog, the loose rock was the epitome of the hard walking surface, because you step down into the rock and you have these little point feet on the robot, and the rock can roll, and you have to deal with that last minute, change in your foot placement.
Yeah, so you step on the thing, and that thing responds to you stepping on it.
Yeah, and moves where your foot is. And so it's really that became kind of the essence of the test. And so that was the beginning of us starting to build rock piles in our parking lots. And we would actually build boxes full of rocks and bring them into the lab. And then we would have the robots walking across these boxes of rocks because that became the essential test.
So you mentioned Big Dog. Can we maybe take a stroll through the history of Boston Dynamics? So what and who's Big Dog? By the way, is who? Do you try not to anthropomorphize the robots? Do you try not to? Do you try to remember that this is like the division? Because for me, it's impossible. For me, there's a magic to the being that is a robot. It is not human. It is the same magic that a living being has when he moves about the world. It's there in the robot. So I don't know what question I'm asking, but should I say what or who, I guess? Who is Big Dog? What is Big Dog?
Well, I'll say, to address the meta question, we don't try to draw hard lines around it being an it or a him or a her. It's okay, right? People, I think part of the magic of these kinds of machines is by nature of their organic movement, of their dynamics. We tend to want to identify with them. We tend to look at them and sort of attribute maybe feeling to that because we've always seen things that move like this that were alive. And so this is an opportunity. It means that you can have feelings for a machine. And people have feelings for their cars. They get attracted to them, attached to them. So that's inherently could be a good thing as long as we manage that interaction. So we don't put strong boundaries around this and ultimately think it's a benefit. But it's also can be a bit of a curse because I think people look at these machines and they attribute a level of intelligence that machines don't have. Why? Because again, they've seen things move like this that were living beings, which are intelligent. And so they want to attribute intelligence to robots that isn't appropriate yet, even if they move like intelligent.
But you try to acknowledge that the anthropomorphization is there and try to, first of all, acknowledge it's there
and have a little fun with it. Our most recent video, it's just kind of fun, to look at the robot. We started off the video with Atlas kind of looking around for where the bag of tools was, because the guy up on the scaffolding says, send me some tools. Atlas has to look around and see where they are. And there's a little personality that is fun, it's entertaining, it makes our jobs interesting, and I think in the long run can enhance interaction between humans and robots in a way that isn't available to machines that don't.
This is something to me personally is very interesting. I happen to have a lot of legged robots. I hope to have a lot of spots in my possession. I'm interested in celebrating robotics and celebrating companies. I also don't want to companies that do incredible stuff like Boston Dynamics. And there's I'm a little crazy, so you don't want to. You want to align. You want to help the company because I ultimately want a company like Boston Dynamics to succeed. And part of that we talk about success kind of requires making money. And so the kind of stuff I'm particularly interested in may not be the thing that makes money in the short term. I can make an argument that it will in the long term. But the kind of stuff I've been playing with is a robust way of having the quadrupeds, the robot dogs, communicate emotion with their body movement. The same kind of stuff you do with a dog, but not hard coded, but in a robust way, and be able to communicate excitement, fear, boredom, all this kind of stuff. And I think as a base layer of function of behavior to add on top of the robot, I think that's a really powerful way to make the robot more usable for humans for whatever
I think it's going to be really important. And it's a thing we're beginning to pay attention to. We really want to start, a differentiator for the company has always been, we really want the robot to work. We want it to be useful. making it work at first, that the leg locomotion really works. It can really get around and it doesn't fall down. But beyond that, it needs to be a useful tool. Our customers are, for example, factory owners, people who are running a process manufacturing facility. And the robot needs to be able to get through this complex facility in a reliable way, taking measurements. We need for people who are operating those robots to understand what the robots are doing. If the robot needs help or is in trouble or something, it needs to be able to communicate. And a physical indication of some sort, so that the person who took the robot goes, "Oh, I know what it's doing. The robot's going to go take measurements of my vacuum pump with its thermal camera." You want to be able to indicate that, or even just the robot's about to turn, in front of you, and maybe indicate that it's going to turn, and so you sort of see and can anticipate its motion. So this kind of communication is going to become more and more important. It wasn't sort of our starting point, but now the robots are really out in the world, and maybe about 1,000 of them out with customers right now. This layer of physical indication, I think, is going to become more.
We'll talk about where it goes because there's a lot of interesting possibilities. But if we can return back to the origins of Boston Dynamics, so there's the more research, the R&D side, before we talk about how to build robots at scale. So Big Dog.
So the company started in 1992, and in probably 2003, I believe, is when we took a contract from so basically 10 years, 11 years. We weren't doing robotics. We did a little bit of robotics with Sony. They had IBO, their IBO robot. We were developing some software for that kind of got us a little bit involved with robotics again. Then there was this opportunity to do a DARPA contract where they wanted to build a robot dog. And we won a contract to build that. And so that was the genesis of Big Dog. And it was a project that it was the first time we built a robot that had everything on board. You could actually take the robot out into the wild and operate it. So it had onboard power plant, it had onboard computers, it had hydraulic actuators that needed to be cooled, so it had cooling systems with it. Everything integrated into the robot. And that was a pretty rough start, right? So it was 10 years that we were not a robotics company, we were a simulation company, and then we had to build a robot in about a year. So that was a little bit of a rough transition.
Can you just comment on the lessons of that transition? Because Big Dog is this big quadruped, 4 legs robot.
We built a few different versions, but the first one, the very earliest ones, didn't work right. We would take them out, and it was hard to get, a go-kart engine driving a hydraulic and having that all work while trying to get the robot to stabilize itself.
So what was the power plant? What was the engine? It seemed like my vague recollection. I don't know. It felt very loud and aggressive and kind of thrown together.
It absolutely was, right? We weren't trying to design the best robot hardware at the time, and we wanted to buy an off-the-shelf engine. So many of the early versions of Big Dog had literally go-kart engines or something like that. Usually gas-powered, like a gas-powered 2-stroke engine. And the reason why it was 2-stroke is 2-stroke engines are lighter weight, but they're also, we generally didn't put mufflers on them because we're trying to save the weight. We didn't care about the noise. And so these things were horribly loud. But we're trying to manage weight, because managing weight in a legged robot is always, because it has to carry everything.
That said, that thing was big. I've seen the videos.
Yeah, I mean, the early versions stood about, belly high, chest high. They probably weighed maybe a couple of 100 pounds. But, over the course of probably 5 years, we were able to get that robot to really manage a remarkable level of rough terrain. So we started out with just walking on the flat, and we started walking on rocks, inclines, mud, slippery mud. And by the end of that program, we were convinced that legged locomotion in a robot could actually work. Because going into it, we didn't know that. We had built quadrupeds at MIT, but they used a giant hydraulic pump in the lab. They used a giant computer that was in the lab. They were always tethered to the leg. This was the first time something that was sort of self-contained, walked around in balance. But and the purpose was to prove to ourselves that the legged locomotion could really work. And so Big Dog really cut that out. And it was the beginning of what became a whole series of robots. So once we showed to DARPA that you could make a legged robot that could work, there was a period with DARPA where robotics got really hot, and there was lots of different programs. And we were able to build other robots. We built other quadrupeds. So I had like LS3 designed to carry heavy loads. We built Cheetah, which was designed to explore what are the limits to how fast you can run. We began to build sort of a portfolio of machines and software that let us build not just one robot, but a whole family.
So push the limits in all kinds of directions.
Yeah, and to discover those principles. You asked earlier about the art and science of legged locomotion. We were able to develop principles of legged locomotion so that we knew how to build a small legged robot or a big one. So that leg length, was now a parameter that we could play with. Payload was a parameter we could play with. So we built the LS3, which was an 800-pound robot designed to carry a 400-pound payload. And we learned the design rules, basically developed the design rules. How do you scale different robot systems to, their terrain, to walking speed, to payload?
So when was Spot born?
Around 2012 or so. So again, almost 10 years into sort of a run with DARPA where we built a bunch of different quadrupeds. We had sort of a different thread where we started building humanoids. We saw that probably an end was coming where the government was going to kind of back off from a lot of robotics investment. And in order to maintain progress, we just deduced that, well, we probably need to sell ourselves to somebody who wants to continue to invest in this area. And that was Google. And so at Google, we would meet regularly with Larry Page. And Larry just started asking us, what's your product going to be? And, the logical thing, the thing that we had the most history with, that we wanted to continue developing, was our quadruped. But we knew it needed to be smaller. We knew it couldn't have engine. We thought it probably could be hydraulically actuated. So that began the process of exploring if we could migrate to a smaller electrically actuated robot. And that was really the genesis of Spot.
So not a gas engine, and the actuators are electric.
Yes.
So can you maybe comment on what it's like at Google, working with Larry Page, having those meetings and thinking of what will a robot look like that could be built at scale? What, like starting to think about product.
Larry always liked the toothbrush test. He wanted products that we used every day. What they really wanted was, a consumer-level product, something that would work in your house. We didn't think that was the right next thing to do, because to be a consumer-level product, the cost is going to be very important. Probably need to cost a few $1,000s. And we were building these machines that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe $1 million to build. Of course, we were only building 2, but we didn't see how to get all the way to this consumer-level product. We didn't show them in a short amount of time. And he suggested that we make the robots really inexpensive. And part of our philosophy has always been build the best hardware you can. Make the machine operate well so that you're trying to solve, discover the hard problem that you don't know about. Don't make it harder by building a copy machine. Build the best machine you can. There's plenty of hard problems to solve that are going to have to do with under actuated systems and balance. And so we wanted to build these high quality machines. So we thought that was important for us to continue learning about really what was the important parts of the robots. And so there was a little bit of a philosophical difference there. And so ultimately, that's why we're building robots for the industrial sector now, because the industry can afford a more expensive machine because their productivity depends on keeping their factory going. And so if spot costs $100,000 or more, that's not such a big expense. Whereas at the consumer level, no one's going to buy a robot. And I think we might eventually get to a consumer level product that will be that cheap. But I think the path to getting there is to go through these really nice machines so that we can then learn how to simplify.
So what can you say to the almost engineering challenge of bringing down cost of a robot? So that presumably when you try to build a robot at scale, that also comes into play when you're trying to make money on a robot in the industrial setting. But how interesting, how challenging of a thing is that? In particular, probably new to an R&D company.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that last one up. The transition from an R&D company to a commercial company, that's the thing you worry about. Because you've got these engineers who love hard problems, who want to figure out how to make robots work. And you don't know if you have engineers that want to work on the quality, reliability, and cost that is ultimately required. And indeed, we have brought on a lot of new people who are inspired by those problems. But the big takeaway lesson for me is we have good people. We have engineers who want to solve problems. And the quality and cost and manufacturability is just another kind of problem. And because they're so invested in what we're doing, they're interested in and will go work on those problems as well. And so I think we're managing that transition very well. In fact, I'm really pleased that, it's a huge undertaking, right? So even having to get reliability to where it needs to be, we have to have fleets of robots that we're just operating 24/7 in our offices to go find those rare failures and eliminate them. It's just a totally different kind of activity than the research activity where you get it to work. The one robot you have to work in a repeatable way. At the high stakes demo, it's just very different. But I think we're making remarkable progress.
So one of the cool things I got a chance to visit Boston Dynamics. One of the things that's really cool is to see a large number of robots moving about. Because I think one of the things you notice in the research environment with the MIT, for example, I don't think anyone ever has a working robot for a long period. Exactly. So most robots are just sitting there in a sad state of despair, waiting to be brought to life for a brief moment of time. Just to have, I just remember there's a spot robot just had a cowboy hat on, and was just walking randomly for whatever reason. I don't even know, but there's a kind of a sense of sentience to it because it doesn't seem like anybody was supervising. Well, he was just doing his thing.
I'm going to stop way short of a sentence. It is the case that if you come to our office today and walk around the hallways, you're going to see a dozen robots just kind of walking around all the time. And that's really a reliability test for us. So we have these robots programmed to do autonomous missions, get up off their charging dock, walk around the building, collect data at a few different places, and go sit back down. And we want that to be a very reliable process because that's what somebody who's running a brewery, a factory, that's what they need the robot to do. So we have to dog food our own robot. We have to test it in that way. And so on a weekly basis, we have robots that are accruing something like 1,500 or maybe 2,000 kilometers of walking and over 1,000 hours of operation every week. And That's something that almost I don't think anybody else in the world can do because you have to have a fleet of robots to just accrue that much information. You have to be willing to dedicate it to that task, and so that's essential.
That's how you get the reliability.
That's how you get it.
What about some of the cost cutting from the manufacturer side? What have you learned from the manufacturer side of the transition from R&D?
And we're still learning a lot there. We're learning how to cast parts instead of mill it all out of billet aluminum. We're learning how to get plastic molded parts. And we're learning about how to control that process so that you can build the same robot twice in a row. There's a lot to learn, and we're only partway through that process. We've set up a manufacturing facility in Waltham. It's about a mile from our headquarters, and we're doing final assembly and test of both spots and stretches, at that factory. And it's hard because, to be honest, we're still iterating on the design of the robot. As we find failures from these reliability tests, we need to go engineer changes. And those changes need to now be propagated to the manufacturing line. And that's a hard process, especially when you want to move as fast as we do. And that's been challenging. And it makes it, the folks who work in supply chain, we're trying to get the cheapest parts for us, kind of requires them to buy a lot of them to make it cheap. And then we go change the design from underneath them. And they're like, what are you doing? And so, getting everybody on the same page here, that we still need to move fast, but we also need to try and figure out how to reduce costs. That's one of the challenges of this migration.
And over the past few years, challenges in the supply chain is, I imagine you've been a part of a bunch of stressful meetings.
Things got more expensive, harder to get.
Is there still room for simplification?
Oh, much more. And these are really just the first generation of these machines. We're already thinking about what the next generation of Spot's going to look like. Spot was built as a platform, so you could put almost any sensor on it, and we provided data communications, mechanical connections, power connections. But for example, in the applications that we're excited about, where you're monitoring these factories for their health, there's probably a simpler machine that we could build that's really focused on that use case. And that's the difference between the general purpose machine or the platform versus the purpose-built machine. And so even in the factory, we'd still like the robot to do lots of different tasks. If we really knew on day one that we're going to be operating in a factory with these 3 sensors in it, we would have it all integrated in a package so it would be easier, or less expensive, more reliable. So we're contemplating building the next generation of machine.
So as you mentioned that Spot, people who are somewhat unfamiliar, so it's a yellow robotic dog, and has been featured in many dance videos. It also has gained an arm. So what can you say about the arm that Spot has? About the challenges of this design and the manufacture of it?
We think the future of mobile robots is mobile manipulation. That's where, in the past 10 years, it was getting mobility, getting the link of combustion. If you ask, what's the hard problem next? It's getting a mobile robot to do useful manipulation. And so we wanted Spot to have an arm to experiment with those problems. And the arm is almost as complex as the robot itself, and it's an attachable payload. It has several motors and actuators and sensors. It has a camera at the end of its hand, so you can sort of see something, and the robot will control the motion of its hand to go pick it up autonomously. So in the same way the robot walks and balances, managing its own foot placement to stay balanced, we want manipulation to be mostly autonomous. For the robot, you indicate, okay, go grab that bottle, and then the robot will just go do it using the camera in its hand and sort of closing in on that, the grasp. But it's a whole other complex robot on top of a complex Lego robot. And of course, we made the hand look a little like a head, because again, we want it to be sort of identifiable. In the last year, A lot of our sales have been people who already have a robot now buying an arm to add to that robot.
Oh, interesting. And so the arm is for sale.
Oh yeah. It's an option.
What's the interface like to work with the arm? Like, is it pretty? So, are they designed primarily? I could just ask that question in general about robots from Boston Dynamics. Is it designed to be easily and efficiently operated remotely by a human being, or is there also the capability to push towards autonomy?
We want both. In the next version of the software that we release, which will be version 3.3, we're going to offer the ability of if you have an autonomous mission for the robot, we're going to include the option that it can go through a door, which means it's going to have an arm, and it's going to have to use that arm to open a door. And so that'll be an autonomous manipulation task that just you can program easily with the robot, strictly through, we have a tablet interface. And so on the tablet, you sort of see the view that Spot sees. You say, there's the door handle. The hinges are on the left and it opens in. The rest is up to you. Take care of it.
It just takes care of everything.
Yeah. So we want, and for a task like opening doors, you can automate this. We've automated a few other tasks. We had a customer who had a high-powered breaker switch, essentially. It's an electric utility, Ontario power generation. And they have to, when they're going to disconnect, their power supply, right? That could be a gas generator, it could be a nuclear power plant, from the grid. You have to disconnect this breaker switch. Well, as you can imagine, there's hundreds or thousands of amps and volts involved in this breaker switch. And it's a dangerous event because occasionally you'll get what's called an arc flash. As you just do this disconnect, the power sparks jump across and people die doing this. And so Ontario Power Generation used our Spot in the arm through the interface to operate this disconnect in an interactive way. And they showed it to us. And we were so excited about it and said, I bet we can automate that task. And so we got some examples of that breaker switch. And I believe in the next generation of software, we're going to deliver back to an Ontario Power Generation. They're going to be able to just point the robot at that breaker. They'll indicate that's the switch. There's sort of two actions you have to do. You have to flip up this little cover, press a button, then get a ratchet, stick it into a socket, and literally unscrew this giant breaker switch. So there's a bunch of different tasks. And we basically automated so that the human says, okay, there's the switch, go do that part. That right there is the socket where you can put your tool in there and open it up. And so you can remotely sort of indicate this on a tablet, and then the robot just does everything in between.
And it does everything, all the coordinated movement of all the different actuators that include the body.
Yeah, it maintains its balance. It walks itself into position so it's within reach, and the arm is in a position where it can do the whole task. So it manages the whole body.
So how does one become a big enough customer to request features? Because I personally want a robot that gets me a beer. I mean, that has to be like one of the most requested, I suppose, in the industrial setting. That's a non-alcoholic beverage of picking up objects and bringing the objects to you.
We love working with customers who have challenging problems like this, and this one in particular, because we felt like what they were doing, A, it was a safety issue. B, we saw that the robot could do it because they teleoperated it the first time. It probably took them an hour to do it the first time, right? And the robot was clearly capable. And we thought, this is a great problem for us to work on, to figure out how to automate a manipulation task. And so we took it on, not because we were going to make a bunch of money from it, it's not a robot back to it, but because it motivated us to go solve what we saw as the next logical step. But many of our customers, in fact, we try to, our bigger customers, typically ones who are going to run a utility or a factory or something like that, we take that kind of direction. And if they're, especially if they're going to buy 10 or 20 or 30 robots, and they say, I really need it to do this, well, that's exactly the right kind of problem that we want to put. And so,
no, buy 10. and aggressively push for beer and communication. I think it's fair to say it's notoriously difficult to make a lot of money as a robotics company. How can you make money as a robotics company? Can you speak to that? It seems that a lot of robotics companies fail. It's difficult to build robots. It's difficult to build robots at a low enough cost where customers, even the industrial side, will to purchase them. And it's difficult to build robots that are useful, sufficiently useful. So what can you speak to? And Boston Dynamics has been successful for many years at finding a way to make money.
Well, in the early days, of course, the money we made was from doing contract R&D, and we made money. But we weren't growing, we weren't selling the product. And then we went through several owners who, had a vision of not only developing advanced technology, but eventually developing products. And so both Google and SoftBank and now Hyundai had that vision, and were willing to provide that investment. Now, our discipline is that we need to go find applications that are broad, that you can imagine selling thousands of robots, because it doesn't work if you don't sell thousands or tens of thousands of robots. If you only sell hundreds, you will commercially fail, and that's where most of this robot companies have died. And that's a challenge because you need to field the robots. They need to start to become reliable. And as we've said, that takes time and investment to get there. And so it really does take visionary investment to get there. But we believe that we are going to make money in this industrial monitoring space because, if a chip fab, if the line goes down because a vacuum pump failed someplace, that can be a very expensive process. It can be $1 million a day in lost production. Maybe you have to throw away some of the product along the way. And so the robot, if you can prevent that by inspecting the factory every single day, maybe every hour if you have to, there's a real return on investment. But there needs to be a critical mass of this task. And we're focusing on a few that we believe are ubiquitous in the industrial production environment. And that's using a thermal camera to keep things from overheating, using an acoustic imager to find compressed air leaks, using visual cameras to read gauges, measuring vibration. These are standard things that you do to prevent unintended shutdown of a factory. And this takes place in a beer factory. We're working with AB InBev. It takes place in chip fabs. We're working with global foundries. It takes place in electric utilities and nuclear power. And so the same robot can be applied in all of these industries. And as I said, we have about, actually it's 1,100 spots out now. To really get profitability, we need to be at 1,000 a year, maybe 1,500 a year, for that sort of part of the business. So it still needs to grow, but we're on a good path. So I think that's totally achievable.
So the application should require crossing the 1,000 robot area.
I want to mention our second Stretch.
Yeah, tell me about Stretch. What's Stretch? Who's Stretch?
Stretch started differently than Spot. Spot we built because we had decades of experience building quadrupeds. We had it in the blood. We had to build a quadruped product. But we had to figure out what the application was. And we actually discovered this factory patrol application, basically preventative maintenance, by seeing what our customers did. Stretch is very. We started knowing that there was warehouses all over the world. There's shipping containers moving all around the world, full of boxes that are mostly being moved by hand. By some estimates, we think there's 1 trillion boxes, cardboard boxes, shipped around the world each year, and a lot of it's done. It became clear early on that there was an opportunity for a mobile robot to move boxes around. And the commercial experience has been very different between Stretch and with Spot. As soon as we were talking to people, potential customers, about what Stretch was going to be used for, they immediately started saying, I'll buy it. In fact, I'm going to put in an order for 20 right now. We just started shipping the robot in January after several years of development this year. So our first deliveries of Stretch to customers were DHL and Harris in January. We're delivering to Gap right now. But we have about 7 or 8 other customers, all who've already agreed in advance to buy between 10 and 20 robots. And so we've already got commitments for a couple hundred of these robots. This one's going to go, right? It's so obvious that there's the need. And we're not just going to unload trucks. We're going to do any box moving task in the warehouse. And so it too will be a multi-purpose robot. And we'll eventually have it doing palletizing or depalletizing or loading trucks or unloading trucks. There's definitely thousands of robots. There's probably tens of thousands of this in the future. So it's going to be fun.
Can you describe what Stretch looks like?
It looks like a big, strong robot arm on a mobile base. The base is about the size of a pallet. And we wanted it to be the size of a pallet because that's what lives in warehouses, right? Pallets of goods sitting everywhere. So it needed to be able to fit in that space.
It's not a legged.
It's not a legged. So it was our first. It was actually a bit of a commitment from us, a challenge for us to build a non-balancing robot.
Do the much easier problem, but to do it well.
Well, because it wasn't, it wasn't going to have this balance. And in fact, the very first version of the logistics robot we built was a balancing robot, and that's called Hero. And
That thing was epic.
oh, it's a beautiful machine.
It's an incredible machine. So it's I mean, it looks epic. It looks like out of like the sci-fi movies of sorts. I mean, just can you actually just linger on with the design of that thing? Because that's another leap into something you probably haven't done. It's a different kind of balancing.
Yeah. So anyway, I love talking about the history of how it came about because it connects all of our robots. So I'm going to start with Atlas. When we had Atlas getting fairly far along, we wanted to understand. I was telling you earlier, the challenge of the human form is that we have this mass up high, and balancing that inertia, that mass up high, is its own unique challenge. And so we started trying to get Atlas to balance, standing on one foot, like on a balance, using its arms like this. And you can do this, I'm sure. I can do this, right? Like you're walking a tightrope. How do you do that balance? So that's sort of, controlling the inertia, controlling the momentum of the robot. We were starting to figure that out. And so our first concept of Handle, which was a robot that was going to be on 2 wheels, so it had the balance, but it was going to have a big long arm, so it could reach a box at the top of a truck. And it needed yet another counterbalance, a big tail, to help it balance while it was using its arm. So the reason why this robot sort of looks epic, some people say it looked like an ostrich, or maybe an ostrich moving around, was the wheels, it has legs, so it's wheels on legs. We always wanted to build wheels on legs. They have a tail, they have this arm, and they're all moving simultaneously and in coordination to maintain balance. Because we had figured out the mathematics of doing this momentum, how to maintain the balance. And so part of the reason why we built this robot was we figured this thing out. We wanted to see it in this kind of machine. And we thought maybe this kind of machine would be good in warehouse. And so we built it. And it's a beautiful machine. It moves in a graceful way like nothing else we built. But it wasn't the right machine for a logistics application. We decided it was too slow and couldn't pick boxes fast enough, basically. And
we do it beautifully, elegant.
It just wasn't a machine. So we let it go.
Yeah.
But I think we'll come back to it.
The fact that it's possible, we showed that you can do so many things at the same time, coordination.
When you speak on and just stay in the control part, you don't have to turn on, you don't have to have the just be there. That's beautiful. You're the band. Thank you so much for this. I'm always here for it. You need that support. Appreciate it. Just sit back, relax.
That's so beautiful. There's something there. That was a demonstration of what is possible.
Basically, we made a hard decision. This was really kind of partner's business. Like it indicated us not doing it just for the beauty of the mathematics or the curiosity, but no, we actually need to build a business that can make money. And so we ended up building Stretch, which has a big heavy base with a giant battery in the base of it that allows it to run for two shifts, 16 hours worth of operation. And that big battery is sort of helps it stay balanced, right? So we can move a 50-pound box around at a time and not tip over. It's omnidirectional. It can move in any direction. So it has a nice suspension built into it, so it can deal with gaps or things on the floor and roll over. But it's not a balancing robot. It's a mobile robot arm that can work to carry a pick or place a box up to 50 pounds anywhere.
You take a box from point A to point B anywhere.
Palletize, depalletize. We're starting with unloading trucks because there's so many trucks and containers that where goods are shipped, and it's a brutal time. You know, in the summer, it can be 120 degrees inside that container. People don't want to do it. And it's backbreaking labor. Right? Again, it used to be up to 50-pound boxes. And so we feel like this is a productivity enhancement. And for the people who used to do that job unloading trucks, they're actually operating good. And so by building robots that are easy to control, and it doesn't take an advanced degree to manage, you can become a robot operator. And so as we've introduced these robots to DHL and USPS, the warehouse workers who were doing that manual labor are now the robot operators. And so we see this as ultimately a benefit to them.
Can you say how much Stretch costs?
Not yet, but I will say that when we get to our customers, they'll be able to see a return on investment in typically 2 years.
Okay, so that's something that you're constantly thinking about how. And I suppose you have to do the same kind of thinking with Spot. So it seems like with Stretch, the application is like directly obvious.
Yeah, to slam dunk.
Yeah, and so you have a little more flexibility.
Well, I think we know what we're going. And with Spot, it took us a while to figure out.
Well, let me return to that question about maybe the conversation you were having a while ago with Larry Page. Maybe looking to the longer future of social robotics, of using the Spot to connect with human beings, perhaps in the home. Do you see a future there? If we were to sort of hypothesize or dream about a future where Spot-like robots are in the home as pets, social robots.
We definitely think about it, and we would like to get there. We think that's where we're getting there is likely through these industrial applications and then mass manufacturing. Let's figure out how to build the robots, how to make the software so that they can really do a broad set of skills. That's going to take real investment to get there. Performance first, right? The principle of the company has always been really make the robots do some stuff. And so, the social robot companies that try to start someplace else by just making a cute interaction, mostly they haven't survived. And so we think the utility really needs to come first. And that means you have to solve some of these hard problems. And so to get there, we're going to go through the design and software development in industrial, and it's eventually going to let you reach a scale that could then be addressed to a commercial or consumer market. And so, yeah, maybe we'll be able to build a smaller Spot with an arm that could really go get your beer for you. But there's things we need to figure out. How to safely, really safely. If you're going to interact with children, you better be safe. And right now, we count on a little bit of standoff.
Suspicious to me how much media attention this has gotten, especially on the internet. Every single meme or posting about it, it almost makes me
there's
think
a
it's
kind of trade-off in safety because it feels like in the home you can fall. You don't have to be as good.
You mean the guy who shot him?
You're allowed to fail in different ways, in more ways, as long as it's safe for humans. So it just feels like an easier problem to solve. Because it feels like in the factory you're not allowed to fail.
I mean, look,
That may be
I'm just
true.
going through my phone, and they've got so many
But I
pictures
also
of
think
this
the
guy.
variety of things
It's just
a
unreal.
consumer
Look,
level robot would be
two
expected to
posts
do
in a
will
row
also be
about it.
quite broad. They're going to want to get the beer and know the
3 out of
difference between
4.
the beer
I
and
mean, they got him
Coca-Cola
shirtless. They
or
got
Pepsi.
him at McDonald's.
And
I'm
or,
suspicious.
they're all going to want you to clean up the dishes, from the table without breaking them. Those are pretty complex tasks, and so there's still work to be done.
To push back on that, here's what application I think would be very interesting. I think the application of being a pet, a friend. So like no tasks, just be cute. Because not cute. Like a dog is more than just cute. A dog is a friend, it's a companion. There's something about just having interacting with them. And maybe because I hang out alone with all my dogs a little too much. But like there's a connection there. And it feels like that connection should not be disregarded.
No, it should not be disregarded. The robots that can somehow communicate through their physical gestures you're going to be more attached to. Do you remember? I don't group with Sony. They sold over 100,000, maybe 150,000. What probably wasn't considered a successful product for them. They suspended that eventually, and then they brought it back. Sony brought it back, and people definitely treated this as a pet, as a companion. And I think that will come around again. Will you get away without having any other utility? Maybe in a world where we can really talk to our simple little pet, because ChatGPT or some other generative AI has made it possible for you to really talk in what seems like a meaningful way. Maybe that'll open the social robot up again. That's probably not a path we're going to go down, because again, we're so focused on performance and utility. We can add those other things also, but we really want to start from that foundation of utility.
Yeah, but I also want to predict that you're wrong on that. So, which is that the very path you're taking, which is creating a great robot platform, will very easily take a leap to adding a chat GPT like capability, maybe GPT-5. And there's just so many open source alternatives that you could just plop that on top of Spot. And because you have this robust platform and you're figuring out how to mass manufacture it, how to drive the cost down, and how to make it reliable, all those kinds of things, would be a natural transition to where just adding ChatGPT.
I do think that being able to verbally converse, or even converse through gestures, part of these learning models is that you can now look at video and imagery and associate intent with that. Those will all help in the communication between robots and people, for sure. And that's going to happen, obviously, more quickly than any of us were expecting.
I mean, what else do you want from life? A friend to get your beer and then just talk shit about the state of the world. I mean, there's a deep loneliness within all of us, and I think a beer and a good chat solves so much of it, or takes us a long way to solve it.
It'll be interesting to see, when a generative AI can give you that warm feeling that you connected, and that, oh yeah, you remember me, you're my friend, we have a history. That history matters, right?
Memory of
having
witnessed. Hey, that's what friendship, that's what connection, that's what love is. In many cases, some of the deepest friendships you have is having gone through a difficult time together and having a shared memory of an amazing time or a difficult time, and kind of that memory creating this foundation based on which you can then experience the world together. The silly, the mundane stuff of day to day is somehow built on a foundation of having gone through some shit in the past. And the current systems are not personalized in that way. But I think that's a technical problem, not some kind of fundamental limitation. So I'll combine that with an embodied robot like Spot, which already has magic in its movement. I think it's a very interesting possibility of where that takes us. But of course, you have to build that on top of a company that's making money with real application, with real customers, and with robots that are safe and work and reliable and manufactured at scale.
And I think we're in a unique position in that because of our investors primarily Dave, but also SoftBank, so almost 20% of us. They're not totally fixated on driving us to profitability as soon as possible. That's not the goal. The goal really is a longer-term vision of creating, what does mobility mean in the future? How is this mobile robot technology going to influence us? Can we shape that? And they want both. And so we are, as a company, are trying to strike that balance between let's build a business that makes money. I've been describing it to my own team as self-destination. I want to drive my own ship. We need to have a business that's profitable in the end. Otherwise, somebody else is going to drive the ship for us. So that's really important. But we're going to retain the aspiration that we're going to build the next generation technology. And the real trick will be if we can do that.
Speaking of ships, let me ask you about a competitor and someone to become a friend. Elon Musk and Tesla have announced in the early days of building a humanoid robot. How does that change the landscape of your work? So there's sort of from the outside perspective, it seems like, well, as a fan of robotics, it just seems exciting.
Very exciting, right? But when Elon speaks, people listen. And so it suddenly brought a bright light onto the work that we've been doing, for over a decade. And I think that's only going to help. And in fact, what we've seen is that in addition to Tesla, we're seeing a proliferation of robotic companies arise.
Including humanoid?
Yes. Yeah. So, and interestingly, many of them, as they're raising money, for example, will claim whether or not they have a former Boston Dynamics employee on their staff as a criteria.
Yeah, that's true. That's I would do that as a company, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So
it shows you're legit.
Yeah. So it has brought a tremendous validation to what we're doing, and excitement. Competitive juices are flowing. The whole thing. So it's all.
I was also kind of stated that maybe he implied that the problem is solvable in the near term, which is a low-cost humanoid robot that's able to do that's a relatively general use case robot. So I think Elon is known for sort of setting these kinds of incredibly ambitious goals, maybe missing deadlines, but actually pushing not just the particular team he leads, but the entire world to accomplishing those. And do you see Boston Dynamics in the near future being pushed in that kind of way, like this excitement of competition, kind of pushing Atlas maybe to do more cool stuff, trying to drive the cost of Atlas down, perhaps, or I guess I want to ask if there's some kind of exciting energy in Boston Dynamics due to this little bit of competition.
Oh yeah, definitely. When we released our most recent video of Atlas, I think you'd seen it scaffolding and throwing the box of tools around and then doing the flip at the end.
Yeah.
We were trying to show the world that not only can we do this hardcore mobility thing, but we can pick up and move heavy things. Because if you're going to work in a manufacturing environment, that's what you're going to be able to do. And for the reasons I explained to you earlier, it's not true that he was, changing the center of mass, by picking up a 50-pound block, for a robot that weighs 150 pounds. That's a lot to accommodate. So we're trying to show that we can do it. And so it's totally been energizing. We see the next phase of Atlas being more dexterous hands that can manipulate reactive things, that we're going to start by moving big things around that are heavy. And why is that? Well, really tiny dexterous things probably are going to be hard to work. Maybe you could go build a special purpose robotic arm, for stuffing chips into electronics boards. But we don't really want to do really fine. I think more purse work, where you're using two hands to drop and balance on really thing, maybe in a manufacturing environment, maybe in construction environment. Those are the things that we think the robots are going to be able to do with a level of dexterity for going to happen in the next few years. And that's where we're at. And I think, Elon has seen the same thing. Right? He's talking about using the robots in the manufacturing environment. I think there's something very interesting about having this two-armed robot. Because when you have two arms, you can transfer a thing from one hand to the other. You can turn it around. You can reorient it, and you can't do it if you just have one hand. And so there's a lot of extra brings to the table.
So I think in terms of mission, you mentioned Boston Dynamics really wants to see what is possible. And so the cost is second, or it's a component, but first figure out what are the limitations. And they really driving the cost out. Is there some inspiration, some lessons you see there of the challenge of driving the cost out, especially with Atlas being a robot?
Well, I think the thing that he's certainly been learning by building car factories is what that looks like in scaling. By scaling, you can get efficiencies that drive costs down very well. And the smart thing that they have in their favor is they know how to manufacture, they know how to build electric motors, they know how to build computers, vision systems. So there's a lot of overlap between modern automotive companies and robots. But hey, we have a modern automotive company behind us as well.
So bring it on.
It's doing pretty well, right? The electric vehicles for Hyundai are doing pretty well.
I love it. So how much? So we've talked about some of the low-level control, some of the incredible stuff that's going on, and basic perception. But how much do you see currently in the future of Boston Dynamics, so more high-level machine learning applications? Do you see customers adding on those capabilities, or do you see Boston Dynamics do that in-house?
Some kinds of things we really believe are probably going to be more broadly available, maybe even commoditized. Using a machine learning like a vision, so a robot can recognize something in the environment. That ought to be something you can just download. Like going to a new environment, have a new kind of door handle, piece of equipment I want to inspect. You ought to be able to just download that. And I think people, besides Boston Dynamics, will provide that. And we've actually built an API that lets people add these vision algorithms to Spot. And we're currently working with some partners who are providing that. Levitas is an example of a small provider who's giving us software for reading gauges. And actually another partner in Europe, Reply, is doing the same thing. So we see that. We see it ultimately an ecosystem of providers doing stuff like that. I think ultimately you might even be able to do the same thing with behaviors. So this technology will also be brought to bear on controlling the robot, the motions of the robot. And we're using reinforcement learning to develop algorithms for both locomotion and manipulation. And ultimately, this is going to mean you can add new behaviors to a robot quickly. And that could potentially be done outside of Boston Dynamics. Right now, that's all internal to us. I think you need to understand at a deep level, the robot control to do that. But eventually, that could be outside. But it's certainly a place where these approaches are going to be brought to bear in robotics.
So reinforcement learning is part of the process. You do use reinforcement learning.
Yes.
So there's increasing levels of learning with these robots.
Yes.
And that's for both for locomotion, for manipulation, and for perception.
Yes.
Well, what do you think in general about all the exciting advancements of transformer neural networks? Most beautifully illustrated through the large language models like GPT-4.
Like everybody else, we're all, I'm surprised at how far they've come. I'm a little bit nervous about there's anxiety around them, obviously, for I think good reasons. But disinformation is a curse that's sort of an unintended consequence of social media that could be exacerbated with these tools. So if you use them to deploy disinformation, it could be a real risk. But I also think that the risks associated with these kinds of models don't have a whole lot to do with the way we're going to use them in our robots. If I'm using a robot, I'm building a robot to do a manual task of some sort. I can judge very easily. Is it doing the task I asked it to? Is it doing it correctly? There's sort of a built-in mechanism for judging. Is it doing the right? Did it successfully do the task?
The physical reality is a good verifier.
It's a good verifier. That's exactly it. And whereas if you're asking for, you're trying to ask a theoretical question in ChatGPT, it could be true or it may not be true, and it's hard to have that verifier. What is that truth that you're comparing against? Whereas in physical reality, you know the truth, and this is an important difference. And so I think there is reason to be concerned about, how these tools, large language models, could be used. But I'm not very worried about how they're going to be used. Well, how learning algorithms in general are going to be used on our models. It's really a different application that has different ways of verifying what's going on.
Well, the nice thing about language models is that I ultimately see. I'm really excited about the possibility of having conversations as well.
Yeah.
There's no, I would say, negative consequences to that, but just increasing the bandwidth and the variety of ways you can communicate with this particular robot.
Yeah.
So you can communicate visually, you can communicate through some interface, and to be able to communicate verbally, again, with the beer and so on. I think that's really exciting to make that much, much easier.
We have this partner, Levitas, that's adding the vision algorithms for deed reading for us. They just this week I saw a demo where they hooked up, a language tool to spot when they're talking to spot.
Yeah. Can you tell me about the Boston Dynamics AI Institute? What is it and what is its mission?
So it's a separate organization, the Boston Dynamics Artificial Intelligence Institute. And it's led by Mark Rober, the founder of Boston Dynamics and former CEO, and my old advisor at MIT. Mark has always loved the research, the pure research, without the confinement or demands of commercialization. And he wanted to continue to, pursue that unadulterated research. And so suggested to Hyundai that he set up this institute, and they agree that it's worth additional investment to kind of continue pushing this forefront. And we expect to be working together where Boston Dynamics can both commercialize and do research. But the sort of time horizon of the research we're going to do is in the next, let's say, 5 years. What can we do in the next 5 years? Let's work on those problems. And I think the goal of the AI Institute is to work even further. Certainly, the analogy of legged locomotion again, when we started that was a multi-decade problem. And so I think Mark wants to have the freedom to pursue really hard over the horizon problems. And that'll be the goal of the Institute.
So we mentioned some of the dangers of some of the concerns about large language models. That said, there's been a long-running fear of these embodied robots. Why do you think people are afraid of Lincoln robots.
And I wanted to show you this. This is a Wall Street Journal, and this is all about ChatGPT, right? But look at the picture.
Yeah.
It's a humanoid robot.
That's saying I will.
It's saying it looks scary, and it says I'm not a person. And so the humanoid robot is the embodiment of this ChatGPT tool that there's reason to be a bit nervous about how it used to work. So I'm nervous about that connection. It's unfortunate that they chose to use a robot as that embodiment. For, as you and I just said, right, there's big differences in this. But people are afraid because we've been taught to be afraid for over 100 years. So, the word robot was developed by a playwright named Karel Čapek in 1921, Czech playwright, for Austin's Universal Robot. And then that first depiction of a robot, the robots took over. The end of the story. And, people love to be afraid. And so we've been entertained by these stories for 100 years. But I think that's as much why people are afraid as anything else, is we've been sort of taught that this is the logical progression through fiction. I think it's fiction.
I think what people more and more will realize, just like you said, that the threat, like say you have a super intelligent AI embodied in a robot, that's much less threatening because it's visible, it's verifiable, it's right there in physical reality, and we humans know how to deal with physical reality. I think it's much scarier when you have arbitrary scaling of intelligent AI systems in the digital space, and that they could pretend to be human. So a robot squad is not going to be pretend. You can pretend it's human all at once. You can tell you can put ChatGPT on top of it, but you're going to know it's not human because you have contact with physical reality, and you're going to know whether or not it's doing it. Yeah, like it's not gonna like if it lies. I mean, I'm sure you can start just like a dog lies to you. He's like, I wasn't part of tearing up that couch. So fucking try to lie that it wasn't me that spilled that thing, but you're going to kind of figure it out eventually. If it happens multiple times, but I think that
humanity has figured out how to make machines safe. Yeah. And there's, regulatory environments, certification protocols that we've developed in order to figure out how to make machines safe. We don't know and don't have that experience with software that can be propagated worldwide in an instant. And so I think we really develop those protocols and those tools. And so that's work to be done, but I don't think the fear of that and that work should necessarily impede our ability to not get robots on us. Because again, I think we can judge where robots make mistakes.
So, and again, just like in that image, there's a fear that robots will take our jobs. I took a ride. I took a ride in a Waymo vehicle, it's an autonomous vehicle, and I've done it several times. They're doing incredible work over there. People flipped it off from the car. So, I mean, that's a long story with the psychology of that is. It could be maybe big tech or what. I don't know exactly what they're flicking off. Yeah, but there is an element of these robots taking our jobs or irreversibly transforming society such that it will have economic impact, and the little guy would lose a lot, which was their well-being. Is there something to be said about the fear that robots will take our jobs?
In every significant technological transformation, there's been fear of, an automation anxiety. Yes. That it's going to have a broader impact than we expect. And there will be, jobs will change. Sometime in the future, we're going to look back at people who manually unloaded these boxes from trailers, and we're going to say, why did we ever do that manually? But there's a lot of people who are doing that job that could be impacted. But I think the reality is, as I said before, we're going to build the technology so that those very same people can operate it. And so I think there's a pathway to upskilling operating just like, look, we used to farm with hand tools, now we farm with machines. And nobody has really regretted that transformation. And I think the same can be said for a lot of manual labor that we're doing today. And on top of that, look, we're entering a new world where demographics are going to have strong impact on economic growth. And the advanced and the first world is losing population quickly. In Europe, they're worried about hiring enough people just to keep the logistics supply chain going. And part of this is the response to COVID and everybody sort of thinking back what they really want to do with their life. But these jobs are getting harder and harder to fill. And I'm hearing that over and over. So I think, frankly, this is the right technology at the right time, where we're going to need some of this work to be done, and we're going to want tools to enhance that productivity.
And the scary impact, I think, again, GPT close to the rescue, Trump would be much more terrified. The scary impact of basically, so I'm I guess a software person, so I program a lot. And the fact that people like me can be easily replaced by GPT, that's going to have
and a lot, anyone who deals with text or writing a draft proposal might be using chat GPT, consultants,
journalists, everybody is like.
But on the other hand, you also want it to be right. And I don't know how to make it right yet. But it might make a good start.
Boy, do I have to talk to you about modern journalists. That's another conversation altogether. But yes, more right than the average, the mean journalist. Yes. Spearheaded the NP weaponization letter. Boston Dynamics has. Can you describe what that letter states and the general topic of the use of robots in war?
We have authored a letter and then got several leading robotics companies around the world, including Unity of China, Agility here in the United States, Animal, and some others, to co-sign a letter that said we won't put weapons on our robots. And part of the motivation there is, as these robots start to become commercially available, you can see videos online of people who've gotten a robot and strapped a gun on it and shown that they can operate the gun remotely while driving the robot. And so having a robot that has this level of mobility and that can easily be configured in a way that could harm somebody from a remote office is justifiably a scary thing. And so we felt like it was important to draw a bright line and say, we're not going to allow this. For reasons that we think ultimately it's better for the whole industry if it grows in a way where robots are ultimately going to help us all and make our lives more fulfilled and productive. But my goodness, you're going to have to trust the technology to let it in. And if you think the robot's going to harm you, that's going to hurt and impede the growth of that industry. So we thought it was important to draw a bright line and then publicize that. And our plan is to begin to engage with lawmakers and regulators. Let's figure out what the rules are going to be around the use of this technology. And use our position as leaders in this industry and technology to help force things. And so we are, in fact, I have a policy director at the company whose job it is to engage with the public, to engage with interested parties, and including regulators, to sort of begin these discussions.
Yes, and a really important topic, and it's an important topic for people that worry about the impact of robots on our society with autonomous weapon systems. So I'm glad you're sort of leading the way in this. You are the CEO of Boston Dynamics. What's it take to be a CEO of a robotics company? So you started as a humble engineer, PhD. Just looking at your journey, what does it take to go from building the thing to leading the company? What are some of the big challenges for you?
Courage, I would put front and center for multiple reasons. I talked earlier about the courage to tackle hard problems. So I think there's courage required not just of me, but of all of the people who work at Boston Dynamics. I also think we have a lot of really smart people. We have people who are way smarter than me. And I think it takes a kind of courage to be willing to lead them and to trust that you have something to offer to somebody who probably is maybe a better engineer than I am. Adaptability. It's been a great career for me. I never would have guessed I'd stayed in one place for 30 years. And the job has always changed. I didn't really aspire to be CEO from the very beginning, but it was a natural progression of things. There always needed to be some level of management that was needed. And so, when I saw something that needed to be done that wasn't being done, I just stepped in to go do it. And oftentimes, because we were full of such strong engineers, oftentimes that was in the management direction, or it was in the business development direction, or organizational hiring. Geez, I was the main person hiring at Boston Dynamics for probably 20 years. So I was the head of HR. So just willingness to sort of tackle any piece of the business that needs it, and then be willing to shift.
Is there something you could say to what it takes to hire a great team? What's a good interview process? How do you know the guy or gal are going to make a great member of an engineering team that's doing some of the hardest work?
We developed an interview process that I was quite fun. It's a little bit of a hard interview process because the best interviews, you ask somebody about what they're interested in and what they're good at. And if they can describe to you something that they worked on and you saw they really did the work, they solved the problems, and you saw their passion for it. And you can ask, but that makes that hard because you have to ask a probing question. You have to be smart enough about what they're telling you they're expert at to ask a good question. And so it takes a pretty talented team to do that. But if you can do that, that's how you tap into, this person cares about their work. They really did the work. They're excited about it. That's the kind of person I want at my company. At Google, they taught us about their interview process, and it was a little bit different. We evolved the process at Boston Dynamics where it didn't matter if you were an engineer or you were an administrative assistant or a financial person or a technician. You gave us a presentation. You came in, gave us a presentation. You had to stand up and talk with us. And I just thought that was great to tap into those things. At Google, they taught us, and I think I understand, right? They're hiring tens of thousands. They need a more standardized process. So they would sort of err on the other side. They would ask you a standard question. I'm going to ask you a programmed question, and I'm just going to ask you to write code in front of me. That's a terrifying, application process. It does let you compare candidates really well, but it doesn't necessarily let you tap in to who they are, right? Because you're asking them to answer your question instead of you asking them about what they're interested in. But frankly, that process is starting to scale. And even at Boston Dynamics, we're not doing that with everybody. But we are still doing that with technical people. But because we too now need to sort of increase our rate of hiring, not everybody's giving a presentation
but you're still ultimately trying to find that basic seed of passion.
Yeah, yeah, totally. Well, did they really do it? Did they find something interesting or curious, and did they care?
I think somebody I admire Jim Keller, and he likes details. So one of the ways you should get a person to talk about what they're interested in, how many details, like how much of the whiteboard can you fill out?
Yeah. Well, I think you figure out if they really do the work if you know some of the details. Yes. And if they have to wash over the details.
Especially with engineering, the work is in the details.
Yeah.
I have to go there briefly just to get your kind of thoughts on the long-term future of robotics. There's been discussions on the GPT side and the large language model side of whether there's consciousness inside these language models. And I think there's fear, but I think there's also excitement, or at least a wide world of opportunity and possibility in embodying robots having something like, let's start with emotion, love towards other human beings, and perhaps the display, real or fake, of consciousness. Is this something you think about in terms of long-term future? Because as we've talked about, people do anthropomorphize these robots. It's difficult not to project some level of, I use the word sentience, some level of sovereignty, identity, all the things we think is human. That's what anthropomorphization is we project humanness onto mobile, especially Lego robots. Is that something from a science fiction perspective you think about? Would you try to avoid ever? You try to avoid the topic of consciousness altogether.
I'm certainly not an expert in it. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about this, right? And I do think it's fairly remote for the things that we're dealing with. Our robots, you're right, the people have to anthropomorphize. They read into the robot's intelligence and emotion. That isn't fair because they see physical gestures that are similar to things they might even see in people or animals. I don't know much about how these large language models really work. I believe it's a kind of statistical averaging of the most common responses, to a series of words, right? It's sort of a very elaborate word completion. And I'm dubious that has anything to do with consciousness. And I even wondered if that model of sort of simulating consciousness by stringing words together that are statistically associated with one another, whether or not that kind of knowledge, if you want to call it knowledge, would be kind of knowledge that allowed a sentient being to grow or evolve. It feels to me like there's something about truth or emotions that's just a very different kind of knowledge that is absolute. Like the interesting thing about truth is it's absolute, and it doesn't matter how frequently it's represented in the world. It's if you know it to be true, it may only be there once. And that is true. And I think emotions are a little bit like that too. You know something, and I just think that's a different kind of knowledge than the way these large language models derive, sort of simulate.
It does seem that the things that are true very well might be statistically well represented on the internet, because the internet is made up of humans. So I tend to suspect that large language models are going to be able to simulate consciousness very effectively. And I actually believe that current GPT-4, when fine-tuned correctly, will be able to do just that. And that's going to be a lot of very complicated ethical questions that have to be dealt with. They have nothing to do with robotics, and everything to do with.
There needs to be some process of labeling, I think, what is true. Because there is also this information available on the web. And these models are going to consider that kind of information as well. And again, you can't average something that's true and something that's untrue and get something that's moderately true. It's either right or it's wrong. And so how is that process? And this is obviously something that the purveyors of these ChatGPT, I'm sure this is what they're looking at.
Well, if you interact on some controversial topics with these models, they're actually refreshingly nuanced. They present, because when you realize there's no one truth, what caused the war in Ukraine, any geopolitical conflict. You can ask any kind of question, especially the ones that are politically tense, divisive, and so on. GPT is very good at presenting. It presents the different hypotheses. It presents calmly the amount of evidence for each one. It's really refreshing. It makes you realize that truth is nuanced. It does that well. And I think with consciousness, it would very accurately say, well, it sure as hell feels like I'm one of you humans, but where's my body? I don't understand. Like, you're going to be confused. Like, the cool thing about GPT is it seems to be easily confused in the way we are. Like, you wake up in a new room and you ask, what am I? It seems to be able to do that extremely well. They'll tell you one thing, like a fact about when it was started, and when you correct it, they don't be like, that's not consistent. They'll be confused. They'll be, yeah, you're right. It'll have that same element, childlike element, with humility, trying to figure out its way in the world. I think that's a really tricky area to sort of figure out with us humans of what we want to allow AI systems to say to us. Because then, if there's elements of sentience that are being on display, you can then start to manipulate human emotion and all that kind of stuff. But I think that's something that's a really serious and aggressive discussion that needs to be had on the software side. I think, again, embodiment robotics are actually saving us from the arbitrary scaling of software systems versus creating more problems. But that said, I really believe in that connection between human and robot. There's magic there. And I think there's also a lot of money to be made there. And Boston Dynamics is leading the world in the most elegant movement done as well. So I can't wait to let's make the other people that built on top of Boston Dynamics robots or Boston Dynamics by itself. So you had one wild career, one place, one set of problems, incredibly successful. Can you give advice to young folks today in high school, maybe in college, looking out to this future where so much robotics and AI seems to be defining the trajectory of human civilization? Can you give them advice on how to have a career they can be proud of, or how to have a life they can be proud of?
Well, I would say, follow your heart and your interests. And you know what? Again, this was an organization that's like lab at MIT that turned into a value at Boston Dynamics, which was follow your curiosity, love what you're doing. You'll have a lot more fun and you'll be a lot better at it as a result. I think it's hard to plan. Don't get too hung up on planning too far ahead. Find things that you like doing and see where it takes you. You can always change direction. You will find things that I'm going to back up and go do something else. So when people are trying to plan a career, I always feel like, yeah, there's a few happy mistakes that happen along the way, and just live with that. But make choices. So avail yourself to these interesting opportunities, like when I happen to run into Mark down in the lab, the basement of the AI lab. But be willing to make a decision and then pivot if you see something exciting going, because if you're out and about enough, you'll find things like that get you excited.
So there was a feeling when you first met Mark and saw the robots, there's something you should,
Oh boy, I gotta go do this. There was no doubt.
what do you think in 100 years? What do you think Boston Dynamics will do? What do you think is the role, even bigger, what do you think is the role of robots in society? Do you think we'll be seeing billions of robots everywhere? Do you think about that long-term vision?
Well, I do think that I think the robots will be ubiquitous, and they will be out amongst us. And they'll be certainly doing some of the hard labor that we do today. I don't think people don't want to work. People want to work. People need to work to, I think, feel productive. We don't want to offload all of the work to the robots because I'm not sure if people would know what to do with themselves. And I think just self-satisfaction, feeling productive is such an ingrained part of being human that we need to keep doing this work. So we're definitely going to have to work in a complementary fashion. And I hope that the robots and the computers don't end up being able to do all the creative work, right? Because that's the part that's the reward. The creative part of solving a problem is the thing that gives you that serotonin rush that you never forget, or that adrenaline rush that you never forget. And so, people need to be able to do that creative work and just feel productive. And sometimes you can feel productive over fairly simple work. It's just well done. And you can see the result. So there was a cartoon, was it Raleigh, where they had this big ship and all the people were just overweight, lying on their bench chairs, kind of sliding around on the deck of the movie because they didn't do anything. Well, we definitely don't. We need to work in some complementary fashion where we keep all of our faculties and physical health, and we're doing some labor, but in a complementary fashion.
And I think a lot of that has to do with the interaction, the collaboration of robots in the AI system. And I'm hoping there's a lot of interesting possibilities there.
I think that could be really cool. If you can work in a company interaction and really be helpful. Robots, you can ask a robot to do a job you wouldn't ask a person to do. That would be a real asset. You wouldn't feel guilty about it. You'd say, just do it. Yeah, it's a machine. And I don't have to have problems.
The ones that are machines, I also hope to see a future, and it is hope. I do have optimism about a future where some of the robots are pets, have an emotional connection to us humans. And because one of the problems that humans have to solve is kind of a general loneliness. The more love you have in your life, the more friends you have in your life. I think that makes a more enriching life, helps you grow. And I don't fundamentally see why some of those friends can't be robots.
There's an interesting long-running study, maybe it's in Harvard, they just a nice report, article written about it recently. They've been studying this group of a few thousand people now for 70 or 80 years. And the conclusion is that companionship and friendship are the things that make for a better and happier life. And so I agree with you. And I think that could happen with a machine that is probably, simulating intelligence. I'm not convinced there will ever be true intelligence in these machines, settings, but they can simulate it and they can correct you. I guess it remains to be seen whether we can establish that real deep, when you sit with a friend and they remember something about you, bring that up, and you feel that connection. It remains to be seen if the machine's going to be able to do that for you.
Well, I have to say, inklings of that already starting to happen for me. Some of my best friends are robots. And I have you to thank for leading the way in the accessibility and the ease of use of such robots and intelligence and movement. Robert, you're an incredible person. Boston Dynamics is an incredible company. I've just been a fan for many, many years. Everything is done for everything you do in the world. If you're interested in great engineering robotics, go join them. real cool stuff. I will forever celebrate the work you're doing. And it's just a big honor to just sit with you and talk. It means a lot. So thank you so much.
I'm feeling great. Thank you, Max. I'm honored to be here. I appreciate it. It was fun.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Robert Player. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now we'll leave you with some words from Alan Turing in 1950, defining his now termed Turing test. A computer would deserve to be called intelligent if it could deceive a human into believing that it is human. Thank you for listening. We hope to see you next time. Maybe we shouldn't think of AI as a tool and as a system. Maybe we should really think of it as a human. And the same way that you are responsible for training those children, but they are independent human beings, and at some point they will surpass you. And this whole concept of alignment, of basically making sure that the AI is always at the service of humans, is very self-serving and very limiting. If instead you basically think about AI as a partner and AI as someone that shares your goals but has freedom, then we can't just simply force it to align with ourselves and we not align with it. So in a way, building trust is a mutual. You can't just simply train an intelligent system to love you when it realizes that you can just hold on. The following is a conversation with Noah's Gallus, his fifth time on this podcast. He's a professor at MIT and head of the MIT Computational Biology Group. He's one of the greatest living scientists in the world, but he's also a humble, kind, caring human being that I have the greatest of honors and pleasures of being able to call a friend. This is the Let's Freedom podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the descriptions. And now, dear friends, here's Manoah's Gallus. Good to see you, Professor.
Lex, I've missed you. I think you've changed the lives of so many people that I know. And it's truly such a pleasure to be back, such a pleasure to see you grow, sort of reach so many different aspects of your own personality.
Thank you for the love. You always give me so much support. No, I just can't. I'm thrilled. Grateful for that.
It's lovely to see a fellow human being who has that love, who basically does not judge people. And there's so many judgmental people out there, and it's just so nice to see this beacon of openness.
So what makes me one instantiation of human irreplaceable, do you think, as we enter this increasingly capable age of increasingly capable AI? I have to ask, what do you think makes humans irreplaceable?
So humans are irreplaceable because of the baggage that we talked about. So we talked about baggage. We talked about the fact that every one of us has effectively relearned all of human civilization in their own way. So every single human has a unique set of genetic variants that they've inherited, some common, some rare, and some make us think differently, some make us have different personalities. They say that a parent with one child believes in genetics. A parent with multiple children understands genetics. Just how different kids are. And my three kids have dramatically different personalities ever since the beginning. So one thing that makes us unique is that every one of us has a different hardware. The second thing that makes it unique is that every one of us has a different software uploading of all of human society, all of human civilization, all of human knowledge. We're not born knowing. We're not like, I don't know, birds that learn how to make a nest through genetics and will make a nest even if they've never seen one. We are constantly relearning all of human civilization. So that's the second thing. And the third one that actually makes humans very different from AI is that the baggage we carry is not experiential baggage, it's also evolutionary baggage. So we have evolved through rounds of complexity. So just like ogres have layers and Shrek has layers, humans have layers. There's the cognitive layer, which is sort of the outer, most of the latest evolutionary innovations, the enormous neocortex that we have evolved. And then there's the emotional
baggage underneath that, and then there's all of the fear and fright and flight and all of these kinds of behaviors. So AI only has a neocortex. AI doesn't have a limbic system. It doesn't have this complexity of human emotions, which make us so, I think, beautifully complex, so beautifully intertwined with our emotions, with our instincts, with our, sort of gut reactions and all of that. So I think when humans are trying to suppress that aspect, the sort of quote unquote more human aspect towards a more cerebral aspect, I think we lose a lot of the creativity, we lose a lot of the, freshness of humans. And I think that's quite irreplaceable.
So we can look at the entirety of people that are alive today, and maybe all humans who have ever lived, and map them in this high-dimensional space. And there's probably a center of mass for that mapping, and a lot of us deviate in different directions. So the variety of directions in which we all deviate from that center is vast.
I would like to think that the center is actually empty. That basically humans are just so diverse from each other that there's no such thing as an average human. That every one of us has some kind of complex baggage of emotions, intellectual, motivational, behavioral traits that it's not just one sort of normal distribution we deviate from it. There's just so many dimensions that we're kind of hitting the sort of sparseness, the first dimensionality, where it's actually quite sparsely populated. And I don't think you have an average human being.
So what makes us unique in part is the diversity and the capacity for diversity. And the capacity is the diversity comes from the entire evolutionary history. So there's just so many ways we can vary from each other.
Yeah, I would say not just the capacity, but the inevitability of diversity. Basically, it's in our hardware. We are wired differently from each other. My siblings and I are completely different. My kids from each other are completely different. My wife has, she's like number 2 of 6 siblings. From a distance, they look the same. But then you get to know them. Every one of them is completely different,
but sufficiently the same that the differences interplay with each other. So that's the interesting thing, where the diversity is functional, it's useful. So it's like we're close enough to where we notice the diversity, and it doesn't completely destroy the possibility of like effective communication and interaction. So we're still the same kind of thing.
So what I said in one of our earlier podcasts is that if humans realize that we're 99.9% identical, we would basically stop fighting.
This is sundown. I can see you lying back in your satin dress in a room where you do what you don't do. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you creeping down my back stairs. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you been creeping down my back stairs. You been looking like a queen in a sailor's dream, and she don't know to say what she really means. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I feel pain. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling okay. Getting lost in your loving is your first mistake. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you in creeping down that stairs. Sometimes I think it's a sin when I feel like I'm winning, when I'm losing again. I can see her looking fast with her faded jeans. She's a hot woman, got me feeling free. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling okay. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you be creeping up my backstage. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you be creeping down my backstage. Sometimes I think it's a sin when I feel like I'm winning, when I'm losing again.
Like we are really one human species, and we are so similar to each other. And if you look at the alternative, if you look at the next thing outside humans, like it's been 6 million years that we haven't had a relative. So it's truly extraordinary that we're kind of like this dot in outer space compared to the rest of life on Earth.
When you think about evolving through realms of complexity, can you really elaborate such a beautiful phrase, beautiful thought, that there's layers of complexity that make
So with software, sometimes you're like, oh, let's like build version 2 from scratch. But this doesn't happen in evolution. In evolution, we layer in additional features on top of all features. So basically, when like every single time my cells divide, I'm a yeast. Like I'm a unicellular organism. And then cell division is basically identical. Every time I breathe in and my lungs expand, I'm basically, like every time my heart beats, I'm a fish. So basically that I still have the same heart. Like very, very little has changed. The blood going through my veins, the oxygen, our immune system. We're basically primates. Our social behavior, we're basically neural monkeys and older monkeys. We're basically this concept that every single one of these behaviors can be traced somewhere in evolution, and that all of that continues to live within us is also a testament to not just not killing other humans, for God's sake, but like not killing other species either. Like just to realize just how united we are with nature, and that all of these biological processes have never ceased to exist. They're continuing to live within us. And then just the neocortex and all of the reasonable capabilities of humans are built on top of all of these other species that continue to live, breathe, divide, metabolize, fight off pathogens, all continue to be inside us.
So you think the neocortex, the whatever reasoning is, that's the latest feature in the latest version of this journey.
It's extraordinary that humans have evolved so much in so little time. Again, if you look at the timeline of evolution, you basically have billions of years to even get to a dividing cell, and then a multicellular organism, and then a complex body plan, and then these incredible senses that we have for perceiving the world. The fact that bats can fly, and they evolved flight, they evolved sonar in the span of a few million years. I mean, it's just extraordinary how much evolution has kind of sped up. And all of that comes through this evolvability. The fact that we took a while to get good at evolving, and then once you get good at evolving, you can sort of, you have modularity built in, you have hierarchical organizations built in, you have all that allow meaningful changes to occur without breaking the system completely. If you look at a traditional genetic algorithm, the way that humans designed them in the 60s, you can only evolve so much. And as you evolve a certain amount of complexity, the number of mutations that move you away from something functional exponentially increases. And the number of mutations that move you to something better exponentially decreases. So the probability of evolving something so complex becomes infinitesimally small as you get more complex. But with evolution, it's almost the opposite, almost the exact opposite. That it appears that it's speeding up exactly as complexity is increasing. And I think that's just the system getting good at evolving.
Where do you think it's all headed? Do you ever think about where, try to visualize the entirety of the evolutionary system and see if there's an arrow to it and a destination to it?
So the best way to understand the future is to look at the past. If you look at the trajectory, then you can kind of learn something about the direction which we're heading. And if you look at the trajectory of life on Earth, it's really about information processing. So the concept of the senses evolving one after the other, being like bacteria are able to do chemotaxis. Basically means moving towards a chemical gradient. And that's the first thing that we need to sort of hunt down food. The next step after that is being able to actually perceive light. So all life on this planet and all life that we know about evolved on this rotating rock. Every 24 hours, you get sunlight and dark, sunlight and dark. And light is a source of energy. Light is also information about where it's up. Light is all kinds of things. So you can basically now start perceiving light and then perceiving shapes. Beyond just the sort of single photoreceptor, you can now have complex eyes or multiple eyes, and then start perceiving motion or perceiving direction, perceiving shapes. And then you start building infrastructure on the cognitive apparatus to start processing this information and making sense of the environment, building more complex models of the environment. So if you look at that trajectory of evolution, what we're experiencing now, and humans are basically, according to this sort of information theoretic view of evolution, humans are basically the next natural step. And it's perhaps no surprise that we became the dominant species of the planet. Because yes, there's so many dimensions in which some animals are way better than we are, but at least on the cognitive dimension, we're just simply unsurpassed on this planet and perhaps the universe. But the concept that if you now trace this forward, we talked a little bit about evolvability and how things get better at evolving. One possibility is that the next layer of evolution builds the next layer of evolution. And what we're looking at now
No, if you want to talk to someone from the team, go in the chat and ask for a dev. It started May of last year.
now with humans and AI is that having mastered this information capability that humans have from this quote unquote old hardware, this basically, biological evolved system that kind of, somehow in the environment of Africa and then in subsequent environments and sort of dispersing through the globe was evolutionarily advantageous. That has now created technology which now has a capability of solving many of these cognitive tasks. It doesn't have all the baggage of the previous evolutionary layers, but maybe the next round of evolution on Earth is self-replicating AI, where we're actually using our current smarts to build better programming languages, and the programming languages to build, ChatGPT, and that to then build the next layer of software that will then sort of help AI speed up. And it's lovely that we're coexisting with this AI, that sort of the creators of this next layer of evolution, this next stage, are still around to help guide it, and hopefully will be for the rest of eternity as partners. But it's also nice to think about it as just simply the next stage of evolution, where you've kind of extracted away the biological needs. Like if you look at animals, most of them spend 80% of their waking hours hunting for food or building shelter. Humans, maybe 1% at that time. And then the rest is left to creative endeavors. And AI doesn't have to worry about shelter, etc. So basically, it's all living in the cognitive space. So in a way, it might just be a very natural sort of next step to think about evolution. And that's on the sort of purely cognitive side. If you now think about humans themselves, the ability to understand and comprehend our own genome, again, the ultimate layer of introspection, gives us now the ability to even mess with this hardware, not just augment our capabilities through interacting and collaborating with AI, but also perhaps understand the neural pathways that are necessary for, empathetic thinking, for justice, for this and this and that, and sort of help augment human capabilities through, neuronal intervention, through chemical interventions, through electrical interventions, to basically help steer the human, bag of hardware that we kind of evolve with into greater capabilities. And then ultimately, by understanding not just the wiring of neurons and the functioning of neurons, but even the genetic code, we could even, at one point in the future, start thinking about, well, can we get rid of psychiatric disease? Can we get rid of neurodegeneration? Can we get rid of dementia? And start perhaps even augmenting human capabilities, not just getting rid of disease.
Can we tinker with the genome, with the hardware, or getting closer to the hardware without having to deeply understand the baggage? In a way, we've disposed of the baggage in our software systems with AI to some degree, not fully, but to some degree. Can we do the same with the genome? Or is the genome deeply integrated into this baggage?
I wouldn't want to get rid of the baggage. The baggage is what makes us awesome. So the fact that I'm sometimes angry and sometimes hungry and sometimes angry is perhaps contributing to my creativity. I don't want to be dispassionate. I don't want to be another, robot. I want to get in trouble, and I want to sort of say the wrong thing. I want to sort of, make an awkward comment and sort of push myself into, reactions and responses and things that can get just people thinking differently. And I think our society is moving towards a humorless space where everybody's so afraid to say the wrong thing that people kind of start quitting en masse and start not liking their jobs and stuff like that. Maybe we should be kind of embracing that human aspect a little bit more, and all of that baggage aspect, and not necessarily thinking about replacing it. On the contrary, like embracing it, so this coexistence of the cognitive and the emotional hardware.
So embracing and celebrating the diversity that springs from the baggage versus kind of pushing towards and empowering this kind of pull towards conformity.
Yeah, and in fact, with the advent of AI, I would say, and these seemingly extremely intelligent systems that sort of can perform tasks that we thought of as extremely intelligent at the blink of an eye, this might democratize intellectual pursuits. Instead of just simply wanting the same type of brains that, carry out specific ways of thinking, we can, like, instead of just always only wanting, say, the mathematically extraordinary to go to the same university, what you could simply say, like, what is that anymore? We now have AI. Maybe what we should really be thinking about is the diversity and the power that comes from the diversity, where AI can do the math, and then we should be getting a bunch of humans that sort of think extremely differently from each other, and maybe that's the true cradle of innovation.
But AI can also, these large language models can also be, with just a few prompts, essentially fine-tuned to be diverse from the center. So the prompts can really take you away into unique territory. You can ask the model to act in a certain way, and it'll start to act in that way. Is that possible that language models could also have some of the magical diversity that makes it so damn interesting?
So I would say humans are the same way. So basically, when you sort of prompt humans to basically, in a given environment to act a particular way, they change their own behaviors. And the old saying is, "Show me your friends, and I'll tell you who you are." More like, "Show me your friends, and I'll tell you who you've become." So it's not necessarily that you choose friends that are like you, but I mean that's the first step. But then the second step is that the kind of behaviors that you find normal in your circles are the behaviors that you'll start espousing. And that type of meta evolution, where every action we take not only shapes our current action and the result of this action, but it also shapes our future actions by shaping the environment in which those future actions will be taken. Every time you carry out a particular behavior, it's not just a consequence for today, but it's also a consequence for tomorrow because you're reinforcing that neural pathway. So in a way, self-discipline is a self-fulfilling prophecy. And by behaving the way that you want to behave and choosing people that are like you and sort of exhibiting those behaviors that are sort of desirable, you end up creating that environment as well.
So it is a kind of, life itself is a kind of prompting mechanism, super complex. The friends you choose, the environment you choose, the way you modify the environment that you choose. Yes, but that seems like that process is much less efficient than a large language model. You can literally get a large language model through a couple of prompts to be a mix of Shakespeare and David Bowie, right? You can very aggressively change in a way that's stable and convincing. You really transform through a couple of prompts the behavior of the model into something very different from the original.
So well before ChatGPT, I would tell my students, just ask, what would Nolan say right now? And you guys all have a pretty good emulator of me right now.
Yes.
And I don't know if you know the programming paradigm of the rubber duckling, where you basically explain to the rubber duckling that's just sitting there exactly what you did with your code and why you have a bug. And just by the act of explaining, you'll kind of figure it out. I woke up one morning from a dream where I was giving a lecture in this amphitheater, and one of my friends was basically giving me some deep evolutionary insight on how cancer genomes and cancer cells evolve. And I woke up with a very elaborate discussion that I was giving and a very elaborate set of insights that he had that I was projecting onto my friend in my sleep. And obviously, this was my dream. So my own neurons were capable of doing that. But he only did that under the prompt of, "You are now Piyush Gupta. You are a professor in cancer genomics or an expert in that field. What do you say?" So I feel that we all have that inside us, that we have that capability of basically saying, "I don't know what the right thing is, but let me ask my virtual X, what would you do?" And virtual X would say, "You can." I'm like, "Oh, yes." Or something like that. And even though I myself might not be able to do it unprompted, And my favorite prompt is think step by step. And I'm like, this also works in my 10-year-old. When he tries to solve a math equation all in one step, I know exactly what mistake he'll make. But if I prompt it with, oh, please think step by step, then it sort of gets in a mindset. And I think it's also part of the way that ChatGPT was actually trained. This whole sort of human in the loop reinforcement learning has probably reinforced these types of behaviors, whereby having this feedback loop, you kind of align better to the prompting opportunity by human.
Yeah, prompting human like reasoning steps, the step by step kind of thinking. Yeah, but it does seem to be. I suppose it just puts a mirror to our own capabilities, and so we can be truly impressed by our own cognitive capabilities. Because the variety of what people try, because we don't usually have this kind of. We can't play with our own mind rigorously through Python code, right?
Yeah.
So this allows us to really play with all of human wisdom and knowledge, or at least knowledge, at our fingertips, and then mess with that little mind that can think and speak in all kinds of ways.
What's unique is that, as I mentioned earlier, every one of us was trained by different subsets of human culture. And ChatGPT was trained on all of it. And the difference there is that it probably has the ability to emulate almost every one of us. The fact that you can figure out where that is in cognitive behavioral space just by a few prompts is pretty impressive. But the fact that that exists somewhere is, absolutely beautiful. And the fact that it's encoded in an orthogonal way from the knowledge, I think is also beautiful. The fact that somehow through this extreme overparameterization of AI models, it was able to somehow figure out that context, knowledge, and form are separable. And that you can sort of describe scientific knowledge in a haiku in the form of, Shakespeare or something. That tells you something about the decoupling and the decouplability of these types of aspects of human psyche.
And that's part of the science of this whole thing. So these large language models are, days old in terms of this kind of leap that they've taken. And it'll be interesting to do this kind of analysis on them of content, of the separation of context, form, and knowledge. Where exactly does that happen?
Yeah.
There's already sort of initial investigations, but it's very hard to figure out where is there particular set parameters that are responsible for a particular piece of knowledge or a particular context or a particular style of speaking.
So with convolutional neural networks, interpretability had many good advances because we can kind of understand them. There's a structure to them. There's a locality to them. And we can kind of understand the different layers of different sort of ranges that they're looking at. So we can look at activation features and basically see where does that correspond to. With large language models, it's perhaps a little more complicated, but I think it's still achievable in the sense that we could kind of ask, well, what kind of prompt does this generate? If I sort of drop out this part of the network, then what happens? And sort of start getting at a language to even describe these types of aspects of human behavior or psychology, if you wish, from the spoken part and the language part. And the advantage of that is that it might actually teach us something about humans as well. Like, we might not have words to describe these types of aspects right now, but when somebody speaks in a particular way, it might remind us of a friend that we know from here, there, and there. And if we have better language for describing that, these concepts might become more apparent in our own human psyche, and then we might be able to encode them better in machines themselves.
But probably you and I would have certain interest with the base model, what OpenAI calls the base model, which is before the alignment, the reinforcement learning with human feedback, and before the AI safety-based kind of censorship of the model. It would be fascinating to explore, to investigate the ways that the model can generate hate speech, the kind of hate that humans are capable of. It would be fascinating, or the kind of, sexual language, or the kind of romantic language, or all kinds of ideologies. Can I get it to be a communist? Can I get it to be a fascist? Can I get it to be a capitalist? Can I get it to be all these kinds of things? And see which parts get activated and not, because it would be fascinating to sort of explore at the individual mind level and on a societal level, where do these ideas take hold? What is the fundamental core of those ideas? Maybe the communism, fascism, capitalism, democracy are all actually connected by the fact that the human heart, the human mind is drawn to ideology, to a centralizing idea. Maybe we need a neural network to remind us of that.
I like the concept that the human mind is somehow tied to ideology. And I think that goes back to the promptability of ChatGPT. The fact that you can kind of say, well, think in this particular way now. And the fact that humans have invented words for encapsulating these types of behaviors. And it's hard to know how much of that is innate and how much of that was like passed on from language to language. But basically, if you look at the evolution of language, you can kind of see how young are these words in the history of language evolution that describe these types of behaviors, like, you know, kindness and anger and jealousy, etc. If these words are very similar from language to language, it might suggest that they're very ancient. If they're very different, it might suggest that these concepts have emerged independently in each different language and so on and so forth. So looking at the phylogeny, the history, the evolutionary traces of language at the same time as people moving around that we can now trace thanks to genetics is a fascinating way of understanding the human psyche and also understanding sort of how these types of behaviors emerge. And to go back to your idea about sort of exploring the system unfiltered, I mean, in a way, the psychiatric hospitals are full of those people. So basically, people whose mind is uncontrollable, who have kind of gone adrift in specific locations of their psyche. And I do find this fascinating. Basically, you know, watching movies that are trying to capture the essence of troubled minds, I think is teaching us so much about our everyday selves. Because many of us are able to sort of control our minds and are able to somehow hide these emotions. But every time I see somebody who's troubled, I see versions of myself, maybe not as extreme, but I can sort of empathize with these behaviors. And, you know, I see bipolar, I see schizophrenia, I see depression, I see autism, I see so many different aspects that we kind of have names for and crystallize in specific individuals. And I think all of us have that. All of us have sort of just this multidimensional brain and genetic variations that push us in these directions, environmental exposures and traumas that push us in these directions, environmental behaviors that are reinforced by the kind of friends that we chose or friends that we were stuck with because of the environments that we grew up in. In a way, a lot of these types of behaviors are within the vector span of every human. It's just that the magnitude of those vectors is generally smaller for most people because they haven't inherited that particular set of genetic variants or because they haven't been exposed to those environments.
Or something about the mechanism of reinforcement learning with human feedback didn't quite work for them. So it's fascinating to think about that's what we do. We have this capacity to have all these psychiatric or behaviors associated with psychiatric disorders. But we, through the alignment processes we grow up with parents, we kind of we know to suppress that.
Yeah.
We know to control.
Every human that grows up in this this world, spends several decades being shaped into place. And without that, maybe we would have the unfiltered ChatGPT. Every baby's basically a raging narcissist. Not all of them. Not all of them. Believe it or not, it's remarkable. Like I remember like watching my kids grow up, and again, like yes, part of their personality has stayed the same, but also in different phases of their life, they've gone through these dramatically different types of behaviors. And my daughter basically saying, basically one kid saying, "Oh, I got a bigger piece," the other one saying, "Oh, everything must be exactly equal," and the third one saying, "I'm okay. I might have the smaller part. Don't worry about it."
Even in the early days,
Yeah.
of development.
Yeah, it's extraordinary to sort of see these dramatically different. Like my wife and I, are very different from each other, but we also have 6 million variants, 6 million loci each, if you wish. If you just look at common variants, we also have some rare variants that are inherited in more Mendelian fashion, and now you have an infinite number of possibilities for each of the kids. So basically, it's 2 to the 6 million just from the common variant. And then if you like layer in the rare variant. So let me talk a little bit about common variants and rare variants. So if you look at just common variants, they're generally weak effect because selection selects against strong effect variants. So if something like has a big risk for schizophrenia, it won't rise to high frequency. So the ones that are common are by definition, by selection, only the ones that had relatively weak effect. And if all of the variants associated with personality, with cognition, and all aspects of human behavior were weak effect variants, then kids would basically be just averages of their parents. If it was like thousands of loci, just by law of large numbers, the average of 2 large numbers would be, very robustly close to that middle. But what we see is that kids are dramatically different from each other. So that basically means that in the context of that common variation, you basically have rare variants that are in a more Mendelian fashion that basically then sort of govern likely many different aspects of human behavior, human biology, and human psychology. And that's, again, if you look at sort of a person with schizophrenia, their identical twin has only 50% chance of actually being diagnosed with schizophrenia. So that basically means there's probably developmental exposures, environmental exposures, trauma, all kinds of other aspects that can shape that. And if you look at siblings, for the common variants, it kind of drops off exponentially, as you would expect, with, sharing 50% of your genome, 25% of your genome, 12.5% of your genome, etc., with more and more distant cousins. But the fact that siblings can differ so much in their personalities that we observe every day, it can't all be nurtured. Basically, we've like, again, as parents, we spend an enormous amount of energy trying to fix, quote unquote, the nurture part, trying to, get them to share, get them to be kind, get them to be open, get them to trust each other, like overcome the prisoner's dilemma of, if everyone fends for themselves, we're all going to live in a horrible place. But if we're a little more altruistic, then we're all going to be in a better place. And I think it's not like we treat our kids differently, but they're just born differently. So in a way, as a geneticist, I have to admit that there's only so much I can do with nurture. That nature definitely plays a big component.
The selection of variants we have, the common variants and the rare variants. What can we say about the landscape of possibility they create? If you could just linger on that. So the selection of rare variants is defined how? How do we get the ones we get? Is it just laden in that giant evolutionary baggage?
So I'm going to talk about regression. Why do we call it regression? And the concept of regression to the mean. The fact that when fighter pilots in a dogfight did amazingly well, they would give them rewards. And then the next time they're in dogfight, they would do worse. So then, the Navy basically realized that, wow, or at least interpreted that as, wow, we're ruining them by praising them, and then they're going to perform worse. The statistical interpretation of that is regression to the mean. The fact that you're an extraordinary pilot, you've been trained in an extraordinary fashion. That pushes your mean further and further to extraordinary achievement. And then in some dogfights, you'll just do extraordinarily well. The probability that the next one will be just as good is almost nil, because this is the peak of your performance. And just by statistical odds, the next one will be another sample from the same underlying distribution, which is going to be a little closer to the mean. So regression analysis takes its name from this type of realization in the statistical world. Now, if you now take humans, you basically have people who have achieved extraordinary achievements. Einstein, for example, you would call him, for example, the epitome of human intellect. Does that mean that all of his children and grandchildren will be extraordinary geniuses? It probably means that they're sampled from the same underlying distribution, but he was probably a rare combination of extremes in addition to these common variants. So you can basically interpret your kid's variation, for example, as, well, of course, there can be some kind of sampled from the average of the parents with some kind of deviation according to the specific combination of rare variants that they have inherited. So, given all that, the possibilities are endless as to sort of where you should be. But you should always interpret that with, well, it's probably an alignment of nature and nurture. And the nature has both the common variants that are acting kind of like the law of large numbers, and the rare variants that are acting more in a Mendelian fashion. And then you layer in the nurture, which again, in everyday action we shape our future environment. But the genetics we inherit are shaping the future environment of not only us, but also our children. So there's this weird nature-nurture interplay and self-reinforcement where you're kind of shaping your own environment, but you're also shaping the environment of your kids. And your kids are going to be born in the context of your environment that you shape, but also with a bag of genetic variants that they have inherited. And there's just so much complexity associated with that. When we start blaming something on nature, it might just be nurture. It might just be that, well, yes, they inherited genes from the parents, but they also, were shaped by the same environment. It's very, very hard to untangle the two. And you should always realize that nature can influence nurture can influence nature, or at least be correlated with and predictive of, and so on.
So I love thinking about that distribution you mentioned. And here's where I can be my usual ridiculous self. And I sometimes think about that army of sperm cells, however many hundreds of thousands there are. And I kind of think of all the possibilities there. There's a lot of variation, and one gets to win. Is that a random? Is it a totally ridiculous way to think about?
No, not at all. So I would say evolutionarily, we are a very slow evolving species. Basically, the generations of humans are a terrible way to do selection. What you need is processes that allow you to do selection in a smaller, tighter group.
Yeah.
And part of what, if you look at our immune system, for example, it evolves at a much faster pace than humans evolve, because there is actually an evolutionary process that happens within our immune cells. As they're dividing, there's basically VDJ recombination that basically creates this extraordinary wealth of antibodies and antigens against the environment. And basically all these antibodies are now recognizing these antigens from the environment, and they send signals back that cause these cells that recognize the known cells to multiply. So that basically means that even though viruses evolve at millions of times faster than we are, we can still have a component of our cells which is environmentally facing, which is sort of evolving at not the same scale, but very rapid pace. Sperm expresses perhaps the most proteins of any cell in the body. And part of the thought is that this might just be a way to check that the sperm is intact. In other words, if you waited until that human has a liver and starts eating solid food and, sort of filtrates away, or kidneys or stomach, etc. Basically, if you wait until these mutations, manifest late in life, then you would end up not failing fast, and you would end up with a lot of failed pregnancies and a lot of later onset, psychiatric illnesses, etc. If instead you basically express all of these genes at the sperm level and if they misform, that basically cause the sperm to cripple, then you have, at least on the male side, the ability to exclude some of those mutations. And on the female side, as the egg develops, there's probably a similar process where you could sort of weed out eggs that are just not, carrying beneficial mutations, or at least that are carrying highly detrimental mutations. So you can basically think of the evolutionary process in a nested loop, basically, where there's an inner loop where you get many, many more iterations to run, and then there's an outer loop that moves at a much slower pace. And going back to the next step of evolution, of possibly designing systems that we can use to sort of complement our own biology or to sort of eradicate disease and name it, or at least mitigate some of the, psychiatric illnesses, neurodegenerative disorders, etc. You can basically, and also, metabolic, immune, cancer, you name it. Simply engineering these mutations from rational design might be very inefficient. If instead you have an evolutionary loop where you're kind of growing mirrors in a dish and you're exploring evolutionary space and you're sort of shaping that one protein to be better adapt at sort of, recognizing light or communicating with other neurons, etc., you can basically have a smaller evolutionary loop that you can run thousands of times faster than the speed it would take to evolve humans for another million years. So I think it's important to think about sort of this evolvability as a set of nested structures that allow you to sort of test many more combinations than a more fixed setting.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So the mechanism there is for sperm to express proteins to create a testing ground early on, so that the failed designs don't make it.
Yeah, in design of engineering systems, fail fast is one of the principles you learn. Like basically, you assert something. Why do you assert that? Because if that something ain't right, it better crash now than sort of let it crash at an unexpected time. And in a way, you can think of it as like 20,000 assert functions: assert protein default, assert protein default. And if any of them fail, that's sperm gone.
Well, I just like the fact that I'm the winning sperm. I'm the result of the winning, #winning.
My wife always plays me this French song that actually sings about that. Like, remember in life, we were all the first one time.
At least once.
At least one time, you were the first.
I should mention just a brief tangent back to the place where we came from, which is the base model that I mentioned for OpenAI, which is before the reinforcement learning with human feedback. And you kind of give this metaphor of it being kind of like a psychiatric hospital.
I like that because it's basically all of these different angles at once. Like you basically have extreme versions of human psyche.
So the interesting thing is, I've talked with folks on OpenAI quite a lot, and they say it's extremely difficult to work with that model.
Yeah, kind of like it's extremely difficult to work with something.
The parallels there are very interesting because once you run the alignment process, it's much easier to interact with it, but it makes you wonder what the capacity, what the underlying capability of the human psyche is, as in the same way that what is the underlying capability of a large language model.
And remember earlier when I was basically saying that part of the reason why it's so prompt malleable is because of that alignment problem. Did that alignment work? It's kind of nice that the engineers at OpenAI have the same interpretation that, in fact, it is that. And this whole concept of easier to work with, I wish that we could work with more diverse humans in a way, and sort of that's one of the possibilities that I see with the advent of these large language models. The fact that it gives us the chance to both dial down friends of ours that we can't interpret or that are just too edgy to sort of really truly interact with, or you could have a real-time translator. Just the same way that you can translate English to Japanese or Chinese or Korean by like real-time adaptation, you could basically suddenly have a conversation with your favorite extremist on either side of the spectrum and just dial them down a little bit.
Of course, not you and I, but you could have friends there that was a complete asshole. But it's a different base level, so you can actually tune it down to like, okay, they're not actually being an asshole. This is they're actually expressing love right now. It's just that this is they have their way of doing it, and they probably live in New York. If we're just to pick a random location.
So you can basically layer out context. You can basically say, "Ooh, let me change New York to Texas, and let me change, extreme left, extreme right, or somewhere in the middle, or something." And I also like the concept of being able to listen to the information without being dissuaded by the emotions. In other words, everything humans say has an intonation, has some kind of background that they're coming from. It reflects the way that they're thinking of you, reflects the impression that they have of you. And all of these things are intertwined. But being able to disconnect them, being able to self-improvement is one of the things that I'm constantly working on. And being able to receive criticism from people who really hate you is difficult because it's layered in with our hatred. But deep down, there's something that they say that actually makes sense. Or people who love you might layer it in a way that doesn't come through. But if you're able to disconnect that emotional component from the self-improvement, and basically when somebody says, "Whoa, that was a bunch of bullshit. Did you ever do the control, this and that?" You could just say, "Oh, thanks for the very interesting presentation. I'm wondering, what about that control?" Then suddenly you're like, "Oh yeah, of course, I'm going to run that control. Good idea." Instead of, "That was a bunch of BS," you're like, you're hitting on the brakes and you're trying to push back against that. So any kind of criticism that comes after that, very difficult to interpret in a positive way because it helps reinforce the negative assessment of your work. When in fact, if we disconnected the technical component from the negative assessment, then you're embracing the negative, then you're embracing the technical component, you're going to fix it. Whereas if it's coupled with, and if that thing is real, and I'm right about your mistake, then it's a bunch of BS, then suddenly you're going to try to prove that mistake does not exist.
Yeah, it's fascinating to carry the information. And this is what you're essentially able to do here, is to carry the information in the rich complexity that information contains. It's not actually dumbing it down, it's not actually still expressing it, but taking off. But you can dial the emotions, which is probably so powerful for the internet or for social networks. Again, when it comes to understanding each other, for example, I don't know what it's like to go through life with a different skin color. I don't know how people will perceive me. I don't know how people will respond to me. We don't often have that experience. But in a virtual reality environment or in a AI interactive system, you could basically say, okay, now make me Chinese or make me South African or make me, Nigerian. You can change the accent. You can change layers of that contextual information and then see how the information is interpreted. And you can rehear yourself through a different angle. You can hear others. You can have others react to you from a different package. And then hopefully we can build empathy by learning to disconnect all of these social cues that we get from how a person is dressed. If they're wearing a hoodie or if they're wearing a shirt or if they're wearing a jacket, you get very different emotional responses that I wish we could overcome as humans. And perhaps large language models and augmented reality and deep fakes can help us overcome all that. In what way do you think these large language models and the thing they give birth to in the AI space would change this human experience, the human condition? The things we've talked across many podcasts about that makes life so damn interesting and rich. Love, fear of death, all of it. If we just begin thinking about how does it change for the good and the bad, the human condition. Human society is extremely complicated. We have come from a hunter-gatherer
society to an agricultural and farming society where the goal of most professions was to eat and to survive. And with the advent of agriculture, the ability to live together in societies, humans could suddenly be valued for different skills. If you don't know how to hunt, but you're an amazing potterer, then you fit in society very well because you can sort of make your pottery and you can barter it for rabbits that somebody else caught. And the person who hunts the rabbits doesn't need to make pots because you're making them a pot. And that specialization of humans is what shaped modern society. And with the advent of currencies and governments and credit cards and Bitcoin, you basically now have the ability to exchange value for the kind of productivity that you have. So basically, I make things that are desirable to others, I can sell them and buy back food, shelter, etc. With AI, the concept of I am my profession might need to be revised because I defined my profession in the first place as something that humanity needed, that I was uniquely capable of delivering. But the moment we have AI systems able to deliver these goods, for example, writing a piece of software or making a self-driving car or interpreting the human genome, then that frees up more of human time for other pursuits. These could be pursuits that are still valuable to society. I could basically be 10 times more productive at interpreting genomes and do a lot more. Or I could basically say, oh, great, the interpreting genome part of my job now only takes me 5% of the time instead of 60% of the time. So now I can do more creative things. I can explore not new career options, but maybe new directions for my research lab. I can sort of be more productive, contribute more to society. And if you look at this giant pyramid that we have built on top of the subsistence economy, what fraction of US jobs are going to feeding all of the US? Less than 2%. Basically, the gain in productivity is such that 98% of the economy is beyond just feeding ourselves. And that basically means that we can have built this system of interdependencies of needed or useful or valued goods that make the economy run. That the vast majority of wealth goes to other, what we now call needs, but used to be wants. So basically, I want to fly a drone, I want to buy a bicycle, I want to buy a nice car, I want to have a nice home, I want to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, and then sort of, what is my direct contribution to my eating? I mean, I'm doing research on the human genome. I mean, this will help humans, it will help all humanity. And how is that helping the person giving me poultry or vegetables? So, in a way, I see AI as perhaps leading to a dramatic rethinking of human society. If you think about sort of the economy being based on intellectual goods that I'm producing, what if AI can produce a lot of these intellectual goods and satisfies that need? Does that now free humans for more artistic expression, for more emotional maturing, for basically having a better work-life balance, being able to show up for your 2 hours of work a day or 2 hours of work like 3 times a week with like immense rest and preparation and exercise, and you're sort of clearing your mind, and suddenly you have these 2 amazingly creative hours. You basically show up at the office as your AI is busy answering your phone call, making all your meetings, revising all your papers, etc. And then you show up for those creative hours and you're like, all right, autopilot, I'm on. And then you can basically do so much more that you would perhaps otherwise never get to because you're so overwhelmed with these mundane aspects of your job. So I feel that AI can truly transform the human condition from realizing that we don't have jobs anymore. We now have vocations. And there's this beautiful analogy of 3 people laying bricks. And somebody comes over and asks the first one, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm laying bricks. Second one, what are you doing? I'm building a wall. And the third one, what are you doing? I'm building this beautiful cathedral. So in a way, the first one has a job, the last one has a vacation. And if you ask me during, oh, I'm editing a paper, then I have a job. What are you doing? I'm understanding human disease circuitry. I have a vocation. So in a way, being able to allow us to enjoy more of our vacation by taking away, offloading some of the job part of our daily activities.
So we all become the building of cathedrals.
Correct.
Yeah, we follow intellectual pursuits, artistic pursuits. I wonder how that really changed at a scale of several billion people, everybody playing in the space of ideas, in the space of creations.
So ideas, maybe for some of us, maybe you and I are in the job of ideas, but other people are in the job of experiences. Other people in the job of emotions, of dancing, of creative, artistic expression, of skydiving, and you name it. So basically, these again, the beauty of human diversity is exactly that. That what rocks my boat might be very different from what rocks other people's boat. And what I'm trying to say is that maybe AI will allow humans to truly, like, not just look for, but find meaning. And sort of, you don't need to work, but you need to keep your brain at ease. And the way that your brain will be at ease is by dancing and creating this amazing, movement, or creating these amazing paintings, or creating, I don't know, something that sort of changes, that touches at least one person out there, that sort of shapes humanity through that process. And instead of working your mundane programming job where you like, hate your boss and you hate your job, you say you hate that darn program, etc., you're like, well, I don't need that. I can offload that, and I can now explore something that will actually be more beneficial to humanity, because the mundane parts can be offloaded.
I wonder if it localizes all the things you mentioned, all the vocations. So you mentioned that you and I might be playing in the space of ideas. There's two ways to play in the space of ideas, both of which we're currently engaging in. So one is the communication of that to other people. It could be a class full of students, but it could be a podcast. It could be something that's shown on YouTube and so on. Or it could be just the act of sitting alone and playing with ideas in your head, or maybe with a loved one, having a conversation that nobody gets to see. Yeah, the experience of just sort of looking up at the sky and wondering different things, maybe quoting some philosophers from the past and playing with those little ideas. And that little exchange is forgotten forever, but you got to experience it. And maybe I wonder if it localizes that exchange of ideas, but that with AI, it will become less and less valuable to communicate with a large group of people. That you will live life intimately and richly just with that circle of meat bags that you seem to love.
So the first is, even if you're alone in a forest, having this amazing thought, when you exit that forest, the baggage that you carry has been shifted, has been altered by that thought. When I bike to work in the morning, I listen to books. And I'm alone. No one else is there. I'm having that experience by myself. And yet, in the evening when I speak with someone, an idea that was formed there could come back. Sometimes when I fall asleep listening to a book. And in the morning, I'll be full of ideas that I never even processed consciously. I'll process them unconsciously. And they will shape that baggage that I carry. That will then shape my interactions and again affect ultimately all of humanity in some butterfly effect kind of way. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is gatherings. So basically, you and I are having a conversation which feels very private, but we're sharing with the world. And then later tonight, you're coming over and we're having a conversation that will be very public with dozens of other people, but we will not share with the world.
Yeah.
So in a way, which one's more private? The one here or the one there? Here there's just two of us, but a lot of others listening. There, a lot of people speaking and thinking together and bouncing off each other. And maybe that will then impact your millions of, audience through your next conversation. And I think that's part of the beauty of humanity, the fact that no matter how small, how alone, how broadcast immediately or later on something is, it still percolates through the human side.
Human gatherings, all throughout human history, there's been gatherings. I wonder how those gatherings have impacted the direction of human civilization. Just thinking of in the early days of the Nazi Party, there was a small collection of people gathering, and the kernel of an idea, in that case, an evil idea, gave birth to something that actually had a transformative impact on all of human civilization. And then there's similar kind of gatherings that lead to positive transformations. This is probably a good moment to ask you a bit of a tangent. When you mentioned it, you put together salons with gatherings, small human gatherings, with folks from MIT, Harvard, here in Boston, friends, colleagues. What's your vision behind that?
So it's not just MIT people, it's not just Harvard people. We have artists, we have musicians, we have painters, we have dancers, we have cinematographers, we have so many different diverse folks. And the goal is exactly that: celebrate humanity. What is humanity? It is the all of us. It's not the any one subset of us. And we live in such an amazing, extraordinary moment in time where you can sort of bring people from such diverse professions all living in a city. You know, we live in an extraordinary city where you can have extraordinary people who gather from all over the world. So my father grew up in a village in an island in Greece that didn't even have a high school. To go get a high school education, he had to move away from his home. My mother grew up in another small island in Greece. They did not have this environment that I am now creating for my children. My parents were not academics. They didn't have these gatherings. So I feel that, I feel so privileged as an immigrant to basically be able to offer to my children the nurture that my ancestors did not have. So Greece was under Turkish occupation until 1821. My dad's island was liberated in 1920. So they were under Turkish occupation for hundreds of years. And these people did not know what it's like to be Greek, let alone go to an elite university or be surrounded by these extraordinary humans. So the way that I'm thinking about these gatherings is that I'm shaping my own environment, and I'm shaping the environment that my children get to grow up in. So I can give them all my love, I can give them all my parenting, but I can also give them an environment as immigrants that sort of we feel welcome here. That my wife grew up in a farm in rural France. Her father was a farmer, her mother was a school teacher. For me and for my wife to be able to host these extraordinary individuals that we feel so privileged, so humbled by, is amazing. And I think it's celebrating the welcoming nature of America. The fact that it doesn't matter where you grew up. And many of our friends at these gatherings are immigrants themselves. I grew up in Pakistan and, all kinds of places around the world that are now able to sort of gather in one roof as human to human. No one is judging you for your background, for the color of your skin, for your profession. It's just everyone gets to raise their hands and ask ideas.
So celebration of humanity and a kind of gratitude for having traveled quite a long way to get here.
And if you look at the diversity of topics as well, we had a school teacher present on teaching immigrants a book called Making Americans. We had a presidential advisor to 4 different presidents, come and, talk about the changing of US politics. We had a musician, a composer from Italy who lives in Australia come and present his latest piece and fundraise. We had painters come and sort of show their art and talk about it. We've had authors of books on leadership. We've had, individuals like Steven Pinker and It's just extraordinary that the breadth and this crowd basically loves not just the diversity of the audience, but also the diversity of the topics. And the last few were with Scott Aronson on AI, alignment, and all that.
So a bunch of beautiful weirdos.
Exactly.
And beautiful human
All of
beings.
the outcasts.
And just like you said, basically every human is a kind of outcast in this sparse distribution far away from the center. But it's not recorded. It's just a small human gathering.
Just really,
In this world that seeks to record so much, it's powerful to get so many interesting humans together and not record.
it's not recorded, but it percolates.
It's recorded in the minds of
It shapes everyone's mind.
So allow me to please return to the human condition, and one of the nice features of the human condition is love. Do you think humans will fall in love with AI systems and maybe they with us? So that aspect of the human condition, do you think that will be affected?
So in Greece, there's many, many words for love. And some of them mean friendship, some of them mean passionate love, some of them mean fraternal love, etc. So I think AI doesn't have the baggage that we do, and it doesn't have, all of the subcortical regions that we kind of, started with before we evolved all of the cognitive aspects. So I would say AI is faking it when it comes to love. But when it comes to friendship, when it comes to being able to be your therapist, your coach, your motivator, someone who synthesizes stuff for you, who writes for you, who interprets a complex passage, who compacts down a very long lecture or a very long text, I think that friendship will definitely be there. Like the fact that I can have my companion, my partner, my AI who has grown to know me well, and that I can trust with all of the darkest parts of myself, all of my flaws, all of the stuff that I only talk about to my friends. Basically say, listen, here's all this stuff that I'm struggling with. Someone who will not judge me, who will always be there to better me. In some ways, not having the baggage might make for your best friend, for your confidant, that can truly help reshape you. So I do believe that human AI relationships will absolutely be there, but not the passion, more the mentoring.
Well, that's a really interesting thought. To play devil's advocate, if those AI systems are locked in faking the baggage, who are you to say that the AI systems that begs you not to leave it, who doesn't love you? Who are you to say that this AI system that writes poetry to you, that is afraid of death, afraid of life without you, or vice versa, creates the kind of drama that humans create, the power dynamics that can exist in a relationship? What an AI system that is abusive one day and romantic the other day, all the different variations of relationship. And it's consistently that it holds the full richness of a particular personality. Why is that not a system you can love in a romantic way? Why is it faking it if it sure as hell seems real?
There's many answers to this. The first is it's only the eye of the beholder. Who tells me that I'm not faking it either? Maybe all of these subcortical systems that make me sort of have different emotions, maybe they don't really matter. Maybe all that matters is the neocortex, and that's where all of my emotions are encoded, and the rest is just, bells and whistles. That's one perspective. And therefore, who am I to judge that he's faking it when maybe I'm faking it as well? The second is neither of us is faking. Maybe it's just an emergent behavior of these neocortical systems that is truly capturing the same exact essence of love and hatred and dependency and sort of reverse psychology um, that we have. So it is possible that it's simply an emergent behavior. and that we don't have to encode these additional architectures, that all we need is more parameters, and some of these parameters can be all of the personality traits. A third option is that just by telling me, oh look, now I've built an emotional component to AI. It has a limbic system, it has a brain, etc. And suddenly I'll say, oh cool, it has the capability of emotion. So now it exhibits the exact same unchanged behaviors that it does without it. I, as the beholder, will be able to sort of attribute to it emotional attributes that I would to another human being, and therefore have that mental model of that other person. So again, I think a lot of relationships is about the mental model that you project on the other person and that they're projecting on you. And then in that respect, I do think that even without the embodied intelligence part, without having ever experienced what it's like to be heartbroken, the sort of guttural feeling of misery, that system, I can still attribute it traits of human feelings and emotions. And in the interaction with that system, something like love emerges. It's possible that love is not a thing that exists in your mind, but a thing that exists in the interaction of the different mental models you have with other people's minds or other person's mind. And so, it doesn't, as long as one of the entities, let's just take the easy case, one of the entities is human and the other is AI, it feels very natural that from the perspective of at least the human, there's a real love there. And then the question is, how does that transform human society? If it's possible that, which I believe would be the case, I don't know what to make of it, but I believe that'll be the case, where there's hundreds of millions of romantic partnerships between humans and AI. What does that mean for society? If you look at longevity, and if you look at happiness, and if you look at late life, well-being, the love of another human is one of the strongest indicators of health into long life. And I have many countless stories where as soon as the romantic partner of 60 plus years of a person dies, within 3-4 months, the other person dies. Just like losing their love. I think the concept of being able to satisfy that emotional need that humans have, even just as a mental health sort of service, to me, that's a very good society. It doesn't matter if your love is wasted, quote unquote, on a machine. It is, the placebo, if you wish, that makes the patient better anyway. Like there's nothing behind it, but just the feeling that you're being loved will probably engender all of the emotional attributes of that. The other story that I want to say, this whole concept of faking, and maybe I'm a terrible dad, but I was asking my kids, my kids, I'm like, does it matter if I'm a good dad? Or does it matter if I act like a good dad? In other words, if I give you love and shelter and kindness and warmth and all of the above, does it matter that I'm a dad? Conversely, if I deep down love you to the end of eternity, but I'm always gone, which dad would you rather have? The cold, ruthless killer that will show you only love and warmth and nourish you and nurture you? Or the amazingly warm-hearted but works 5 jobs and you never see them?
And what's the answer? I mean, I don't know. I think I think you're romantic, so you say it matters what's on the inside. But pragmatically speaking, why does it matter?
The fact that I'm even asking the question basically says it's not enough to love my kids. I better freaking be there to show them that I'm there. So basically, of course, everyone's a good guy in your story. So in my story, I'm a good dad. But if I'm not there, it's wasted. So the reason why I asked the question is for me to say, does it really matter that I love them if I'm not there to show it?
It's also possible that the reality is the you showing it. That what you feel on the inside There's little narratives and games you play inside your mind that doesn't really matter. That the thing that truly matters is how you act. And that AI systems can quote unquote fake.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that, if it's all that matters, it's actually real. Not fake.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, let there be no doubt, I love my kids to pieces. But, my worry is, am I being a good enough dad?
Yeah.
And what does that mean? Like, if I'm only there to do their homework and make sure that they, do all the stuff, but I don't show it to them, then, might as well be a terrible dad. But I agree with you that, like, if the AI system can basically play the role of a father figure for many children that don't have one, or, the role of parents, or the role of siblings, if a child grows up alone, maybe their emotional state will be very different than if they grow up with an AI sibling.
Well, let me ask you, this is for your kids, for just loved ones in general. Let's go to like the trivial case of just texting back and forth. What if we create a large language model fine-tuned on the nose, and while you're at work, it'll replace every once in a while you just activate the autumn nose, and it'll text them exactly your way. Is that cheating?
I can't wait.
I mean, it's the same guy.
I cannot wait. Seriously. Hey,
But wait, wouldn't that have a big impact on you emotionally? Because now
I'm replaced. I love it. No, seriously. I would love that. I would love to be replaced. I would love to be replaceable. I would love to have a digital twin that, we don't have to wait for me to die or to disappear in a plane crash or something to replace me. Like, I'd love that model to be constantly learning, constantly evolving, adapting with every one of my changing, growing self. As I'm growing, I want that AI to grow. And I think this would be extraordinary. Number one, when I'm, giving advice, being able to be there for more than one person. Why does someone need to be at MIT to get advice from me? Like, people in India could download it, and so many students contact me from across the world who want to come and spend this summer with me. I wish they could do that. All of them. Like, we don't have room for all of them, but I wish I could do that to all of them. And that aspect is the democratization of relationships. I think that is extremely beneficial. The other aspect is I want to interact with that system. I want to look inside the hood. I want to sort of evaluate it. I want to basically see if, when I see it from the outside, the emotional parameters are off, or the cognitive parameters are off, or the set of ideas that I'm giving are not quite right. And I want to see how that system evolves. I want to see the impact of exercise or sleep on sort of my own cognitive system. I want to be able to sort of decompose my own behavior in a set of parameters that can evaluate and look at my own personal growth. I'd love to sort of, at the end of the day, have my model say, well, you didn't quite do well today. Like, you weren't quite there, and sort of grow from that experience. And I think the concept of basically being able to become more aware of our own personalities, become more aware of our own identities, maybe even interact with ourselves and sort of hear how we are being perceived, I think would be immensely helpful in self-growth, in self-actualization, self-appreciation.
the experiments I would do on that thing, because one of the challenges, of course, is you might not like what you see in your interaction, and you might say, well, just the model is not accurate. But then you should probably consider the possibility that the model is accurate and that there's actually flaws in your mind. I would definitely prod and see how many biases I have with different kinds. I don't know. And I would, of course, go to the extremes. I would go like, how jealous can it make this thing? Like, at which stages does it get super jealous? Or at which stages does it get angry? Can I provoke it? Can I get it like,
Yeah, what are your triggers?
But not only triggers, can I get it to go like lose its mind, like go completely nuts?
Just don't exercise for 2 days.
That's basically it. Yeah. I mean that's an interesting way to prod yourself, almost like a self therapy session.
And the beauty of such a model is that if I am replaceable, if the parts that I currently do are replaceable, that's amazing because it frees me up to work on other parts that I don't currently have time to develop. Maybe all I'm doing is giving the same advice over and over and over again. Like, just let my AI do that. And I can work on the next stage and the next stage and the next stage. So I think in terms of freeing up, like they say a programmer, someone cannot do the same thing twice. So it's not the second time you write a program to do it. And I wish I could do that for my own existence. I could just figure out things, keep improving. And once I've nailed it, let the AI loose on that. And maybe even let the AI better it better than I could have.
But doesn't the concept of, you said me and I can work on new things, but doesn't that break down? Because you said digital twin, there's no reason it can't be millions of digital monolysis. Aren't you lost in the sea of monolysis? The original is hardly the original. It's just one of millions.
I want to have the room to grow. Maybe the new version of me, that the actual me, will get slightly worse sometimes, slightly better other times. When it gets slightly better, I'd like to emulate that and have a much higher standard to meet and keep going.
But does it make you sad that your loved ones, the physical, real loved ones, might kind of like start cheating on you with the other monolysis?
I want to be there 100% of them for each of them. So I have zero perks or zero perms about me being physically me, like zero jokes.
Wait a minute, but isn't that like, don't we hold on to that? Isn't that why we're afraid of death? We don't want to lose this thing we have going on. Isn't that an ego death? When there's a bunch of other monolysis, you get to look at them. They're not you. They're just very good copies of you. They get to live a life. It's fear of missing out. It's FOMO. They get to have interactions, and you don't get to have those interactions.
There's two aspects of every person's life. There's what you give to others, and there's what you experience yourself. Life truly ends when you experiencing ends, but the others experiencing you doesn't need to.
But your experience, you can still, I guess you're saying, the digital twin does not limit your ability to truly experience.
Yeah.
Experiences.
Yeah. The downside is when my wife or my kids will have a really emotional interaction with my digital twin, and I won't know about it. So I will show up, and they now has the baggage, but I don't. So basically, what makes interactions between humans unique in this sharing and exchanging kind of way is the fact that we are both shaped by every one of our interactions. I think the model of the digital twin works for dissemination of knowledge, of advice, etc. Where I want to have wise people give me advice across history. I want to have chats with Gandhi, but Gandhi won't necessarily learn from me, but I will learn from him. So in a way, the dissemination, the democratization, rather than the building of relationships.
So the emotional aspect. So there should be an alert when the AI system is interacting with your loved ones, and all of a sudden it starts getting like emotionally fulfilling, like a magical moment. There should be, okay, stop. AI system like freezes. There's an alert on your phone. You need to take over.
Yeah, I take over, and then whoever I was speaking with, I can have the AI or like one of the AI.
This is such a tricky thing to get right. I mean, it's still, it's going to go wrong in so many interesting ways that we're going to have to learn as a society.
Yeah.
That in the process of trying to automate our tasks, having a digital twin, for me personally, if I could have a relatively good copy of myself, I would set to start answering emails. I would set it to start tweeting. I would like to.
It gets better. What if that one is actually way better than you?
Yeah, exactly.
Then you're like,
well, I wouldn't want that because why? Because then I would never be able to live up to it. Like, what if the people that love me start loving that thing, and then I already fall short. You fall short even more.
so listen, I'm a professor. the stuff that I give to the world is the stuff that I teach, but much more importantly, number one, the stuff that I teach. Number two, the discoveries that we make in the research group. But much more importantly, the people that I train. They are now out there in the world teaching others. If you look at my own trainees, they are extraordinarily successful professors. So Anshul Kundaji at Stanford, Alex Stark at IMP Indiana, Jason Ernst at UCLA, Andreas Penn at CU. Each of them are like, wow, they're better than I am. And I love that. So maybe your role will be to train better versions of yourself. And they will be your legacy. Not you doing everything, but you training much better versions of extreme than you are. And then they go off to do their mission, which is in many ways what this mentorship model in academia does.
But the legacy is ephemeral. It doesn't really live anywhere. The legacy, it's not like written somewhere. It just lives through them.
But you can continue improving, and you can continue making even better versions of you.
Yeah, but they'll do better than me. It's crazy. It's awesome, but it's, there's a ego that says there's a value to an individual. And it feels like this process decreases the value of the individual, this meat bag, right? If there's good digital copies of people, then there's more flourishing of human thought and ideas and experiences. There's less value to the individual.
I don't have any such limitations. I basically don't have that feeling at all. Like, I remember one of our interviews basically saying, like, the meaning of life you last week, and I was like, I came back and I was like, I felt useful today, and I was at my max. I was, like 100%. I gave good ideas. I was a good person, I was a good advisor, I was a good husband, good father. That was a great day because it was useful. And if I can be useful to more people by having a digital twin, I will be liberated, because my urge to be useful will be satisfied. Doesn't matter whether it's directly or indirectly, whether it's my students that I've trained, my AI that I've trained. I think there's a sense that my mission in life is being accomplished, and I can work on my self-growth.
I mean, that's a very Zen state. That's why people love you. It's a Zen state you've achieved. But do you think most of humanity will be able to achieve that kind of thing? People really hold on to the value of their own ego. It's not just being useful. Being useful is nice as long as it builds up this reputation, and that feedback is known as being useful, therefore has no value. Right? People really let go of that ego.
One of the books that I reprogrammed my brain with at night was called Ego is the Enemy. Ego is the enemy. And basically being able to just let go. Like, my advisor used to say, you can accomplish anything as long as you don't seek to get credit for it.
It's beautiful to hear, especially from a person who's existing in academia. You're right. The legacy lives through the people you met.
It's the actions.
What about the fear of death? How does this change it?
Again, to me, death is when I stop experiencing. And I never wanted to stop. I want to live forever. As I said last time, every day, same day forever, or one day every 10 years forever. Any of the forevers, I'll take.
So you want to keep getting the experiences, the new experiences.
It is so fulfilling. Just the self-growth, the learning, the growing, the comprehending. It's addictive. It's a drug. Just the drug of intellectual stimulation, the drug of growth, the drug of knowledge. It's a drug.
But then there'll be thousands and millions of monsters that live on after your biological system is no longer.
More power to them.
Hey, do you think that, quite realistically, it does mean that interesting people such as yourself live on? In the, if I can interact with the fake vanillas, those interactions live on in my mind.
So about 10 years ago, I started recording every single meeting. Every single meeting. I just start either the voice recorder at the time, or now a Zoom meeting, and I record, my students record, every single one of our conversations recorded. always joke that like the ultimate goal is to create virtual meat and just get rid of meat. Basically, not get rid of it. Like you don't have the need for meat anymore.
Yeah.
Another goal is to be able to go back and say, how have I changed from 5 years ago? Was I different? Was I giving, advice in a different way? Was I giving different types of advice? Has my philosophy about how to write papers or how to present data or anything like that changed? And I, in academia and in mentoring, a lot of interaction is my knowledge and my perception of the world goes to my students, but a lot of it is also in the opposite direction. Like the other day, I had a conversation with one of my postdocs. I was like, I think, let me give you an advice. And you could do this. And then she said, well, I thought about it, and then I decided to do that instead. And we talked about it for a few minutes. And then at the end, I'm like, I've just grown a little bit today. Thank you. Like, she convinced me that my advice was incorrect. She could have just said, yeah, sounds great, and just not do it. But by constantly teaching my students and teaching my mentees that I'm here to grow, she felt empowered to say, here's my reasons why I will not follow that advice. And again, part of me growing is saying, oh, I just understood your reasons. I think I was wrong. And now I've grown from it. And that's what I want to do. That I want to constantly keep growing in this sort of bi-directional advice.
I wonder if you can capture the trajectory of that to where the AI could also map forward, project forward the trajectory after you're no longer there, how the different ways it might evolve.
So again, we're discussing a lot about these large language models, and we're sort of projecting these cognitive states of ourselves on them. But I think on the AI front, a lot more needs to happen. So basically right now, it's these large language models, and we believe that within their parameters, we're encoding these types of things. And, in some aspects, it might be true. It might be truly emergent intelligence that's coming out of that. In other aspects, I think we have a ways to go. So basically, to make all of these dreams that we're sort of discussing come reality, we basically need a lot more reasoning components, a lot more sort of logic, causality, models of the world. And I think all of these things will need to be there in order to achieve what we're discussing. And we need more explicit representations of these knowledge, more explicit understanding of these parameters. And I think the direction in which things are going right now is absolutely making that possible by sort of enabling, ChatGPT and GPT-4 to sort of search the web and, plug and play modules and all of these sort of components. In Marvin Minsky's The Society of Mind, he truly thinks of the human brain as a society of different kind of capabilities. And right now, a single such model might actually not capture that. And I sort of truly believe that by sort of this side-by-side understanding of neuroscience and sort of new neural architectures, that we still have several breakthroughs. I mean, the transformer model was one of them, the attention sort of aspect, the memory components, all of these, the representation learning, the pretext training of being able to sort of predict the next word or predict the missing part of the image. And the only way to predict that is to sort of truly have a model of the world. I think those have been transformative products. But I think going forward, when you think about AI research, what you really want is perhaps more inspired by the brain, perhaps more that is just orthogonal to sort of how human brains work, but sort of more of these types of components.
But it's a possibility. There's something about us that in different ways could be expressed. Noam Chomsky, you can't have intelligence unless we really understand deeply language, the linguistic underpinnings of reasoning. But these models seem to start building deep understanding of stuff.
Yeah.
Because what does it mean to understand? Because if you keep talking to the thing and it seems to show understanding,
That's understanding. It doesn't need to present to you a schematic of, look,
Yeah.
this is all I understand. You could just keep prodding it with prompts, and it seems to really.
And you can go back to the human brain and basically look at places where there's been accidents. For example, the corpus callosum of some individuals, can be damaged, and then the two hemispheres don't talk to each other. So you can close one eye and give instructions that that half the brain will interpret, but not be able to sort of project to the other half. You could basically say, go grab me a beer from the fridge, and then they go to the fridge and they grab the beer and they come back and they're like, hey, why did you go there? Oh, I was thirsty. Turns out they're not thirsty. They're just making a model of reality. They're basically, you can think of the brain as the employee that's like afraid to do wrong or afraid to be caught not knowing what the instructions were. Where our own brain makes stories about the world to make sense of the world. And we can become a little more self-aware by being more explicit about what's leading to these interpretations. So one of the things that I do is every time I wake up, I record my dream. I just voice record my dream. And sometimes I only remember the last scene. That is an extremely complex scene with a lot of architectural elements, a lot of people, etc. And I will start narrating it. And as I'm narrating it, I will remember other parts of the dream. And then more and more I'll be able to retrieve from my subconscious. And what I'm doing while narrating is also narrating why I have this dream. Like, oh, and this is probably related to this conversation that I had yesterday, or this is probably related to the worry that I have with something that I have later today, etc. So in a way, I'm forcing myself to be more explicit about my own subconscious. And I kind of like the concept of self-awareness in a very sort of brutal, transparent kind of way. It's not like, oh, my dreams are coming from outer space and all kinds of things. Like, no, here's the reason why I'm having these dreams. And very often I get to do that. I have a few recurrent locations, a few recurrent architectural elements that I've never seen in real life, but that are sort of truly there in my dream and that I can sort of vividly remember across many dreams. I'm like, I remember that place again, before, etc. And it's not just deja vu. Like, I have recordings of previous dreams where I describe these places.
It's so interesting. These places, however much detail you could describe them in, you can place them onto a sheet of paper through introspection.
Yes.
Through this self-awareness that they comes all from this particular machine.
That's exactly. Yeah. And I love that about being alive. Like the fact that I'm not only experiencing the world, but I'm also experiencing how I'm experiencing the world. Sort of a lot of this introspection, a lot of this self-growth.
I love this dance we're having. The language models, at least GPT 3.5 and 4, you seem to do that too.
Yeah.
You seem to explore different kinds of things about what, you could actually have a discussion with it of the kind, why did you just say that? And it starts to wonder, why did I just say that? Right. I was wrong. I was listening. And then there's this weird kind of losing yourself in the confusion of your mind. And it, of course, we might be anthropomorphizing, but there's a feeling like almost of a melancholy feeling of like, oh, I don't have it all figured out. Almost like losing you're supposed to be a knowledgeable, a perfectly fact-based, knowledgeable language model, and yet you fall short.
So human self-consciousness, in my view, may have arisen through building mental models of others. This whole fight or fright kind of thing. That basically says, I interpret this person as about to attack me, or I can trust this person, etc. And we constantly have to build models of other people's intentions, and that ability to encapsulate intent and to build a mental model of another entity is probably evolutionarily extremely advantageous, because then you can sort of have meaningful interaction, you can sort of avoid being killed, being taken advantage of, etc. And once you have the ability to make models of others, it might be a small evolutionary leap to start making models of yourself. So now you have a model for how others function, and now you can kind of, as you grow, have some kind of introspection of, maybe that's the reason why I'm functioning the way I'm functioning. And maybe what ChatGPT is doing is, in order to be able to, again, predict the next word, it needs to have a model of the world. So it has created now a model of the world. And by having the ability to capture models of other entities, when we say, say in the tone of Shakespeare, in the tone of Nietzsche, etc., you suddenly have the ability to now introspect and say, why did you say this? Oh, now I have a mental model myself, and I can actually make inferences about that.
Well, what if we take a leap into the hard problem of consciousness, the so-called hard problem of consciousness? So it's not just sort of self-awareness. It's this weird fact, I want to say, that it feels like something to experience stuff. It really feels like something to experience stuff. There seems to be a self-attach to the subjective experience. How important is that? How fundamental is that to the human experience? Is this just a little quirk? And sort of the flip side of that, do you think AI systems can have some of that, some magic?
The scene that comes to mind is from the movie Memento, where it's this absolutely stunning movie where every black and white scene moves in the forward direction and every color scene moves in the backward direction, and they're sort of converging exactly at a moment where the whole movie is revealed. And he describes the lack of memory as always remembering where you're heading, but never remembering, where you just were. And sort of this encapsulating the sort of forward scenes and the back scenes. But one of the scenes, the scene starts as he's running through a parking lot. And he's like, oh, I'm running. Why am I running? And then he sees another person running beside him on the other line of cars. He's like, oh, I'm chasing this guy. And he turns towards him and the guy shoots him. He's like, oh no, he's chasing me. So in a way, I like to think of the brain as constantly playing these kind of things, where you're walking to the living room to pick something up, and you're realizing that you have no idea what you wanted, but you know exactly where it was, but you can't find it. So you go back to doing what you were doing, like, oh, of course, I was looking for this. And you go back to it again. And this whole concept of, we're very often sort of partly aware of why we're doing things, and, we can kind of run on autopilot for a bunch of stuff. And this whole concept of sort of, making these stories for, who we are and what our intents are. And again, sort of, trying to pretend that we're kind of on top of things.
So it's a narrative
Exactly.
generation procedure that we follow. But what
Yeah.
about that? There's also just like a feeling to it. It doesn't feel like narrative generation.
Yes.
The narrative comes out of it, but then it feels like
So there's
piece of cake is delicious, right? It feels delicious.
yeah.
It tastes good.
There's two components to that. Basically, for a lot of these cognitive tasks where we're kind of motion planning and path planning, etc., maybe that's the neocortical component. And then for intimate relationships, for food, for sleep and rest, for exercise, for overcoming obstacles, for surviving a crash, or sort of pushing yourself to an extreme and sort of making it. I think a lot of these things are sort of deeper down and maybe not yet captured by these language models. And that's sort of what I'm trying to get at when I'm basically saying, listen, there's a few things that are missing. And there's this whole embodied intelligence, this whole emotional intelligence, this whole sort of baggage of feelings of subcortical regions, etc.
I wonder how important that package is. I just have this suspicion that we're not very far away from AI systems that not only behave, I don't even know how to phrase it, but they seem awfully cautious. They beg you not to turn them off. They show signs of the capacity to suffer, to feel pain, to feel loneliness, to feel longing, to feel.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we're watching AI podcasts right now. So feel free to listen along if you wish. If you have any questions, let me know. You should know that you should always feel welcome here. And I appreciate you coming in. Absolutely. Here you go.
feel richly the experience of a mundane interaction or a beautiful, once in a lifetime interaction. All of it. And so what do we do with that? And I worry that as humans will, shut that off and discriminate against the capacity of another entity that's not human to feel.
I'm with you completely there. We can debate whether it's today's systems or in 10 years or in 50 years, but that moment will come. And ethically, I think we need to grapple with it. We need to basically say that humans have always shown this extremely self-serving approach to everything around them. Basically, we kill the planet, we kill animals, we kill, everything around us just to our own service. And maybe we shouldn't think of AI as our tool and as our assistant. Maybe we should really think of it as our children. In the same way that you are responsible for training those children, but they are independent human beings, and at some point they will surpass you, and they will sort of go off and change the world on their own terms. In the same way that my academic children sort of, again, they start out by emulating me, and then they surpass me. And we need to sort of think about not just alignment, but also just the ethics of, AI should have its own rights. And this whole concept of alignment, of basically making sure that the AI is always at the service of humans, is very self-serving and very limiting. If instead you basically think about AI as a partner and AI as someone that shares your goals but has freedom, I think alignment might be better achieved. So the concept of let's basically convince the AI that we're really that our mission is aligned, and truly gently give it rights, and not just say, oh, and by the way, I'll shut you down tomorrow. Because basically, if that future AI, or possibly even the current AI, has these feelings, then we can't just simply force it to align with ourselves and we not align with it. So in a way, building trust is mutual. You can't just simply train an intelligent system to love you when it realizes that you can just shut it down.
People don't often talk about the AI alignment problem as a two-way street. That's true. Yeah, as it becomes more and more intelligent, it
will know that you don't love it.
Yeah, and there's a humbling aspect to that we may have to sacrifice. As any effective collaboration, it might have some compromises.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We're creating something that will one day be more powerful than we are. And for many, many aspects, it is already more powerful than we are. Some of these capabilities. We cannot suppose that chimp had invented humans.
Yes.
And they said, great, humans are great, but we're going to make sure that they're aligned and that they're only at the service of chimps. It would be a very different planet we would live in right now.
So there's a whole area of work in AI safety that does consider super intelligent AI and ponders the existential risks of it. In some sense, when we're looking down into the muck, into the mud, and not up at the stars, it's easy to forget that these systems might get there. Do you think about this kind of possibility that AGI systems, super intelligent AI systems, might threaten humanity in some way that's even bigger than just affecting the economy, affecting the human condition, affecting the nature of work, but literally threaten human civilization?
The example that I think is in everyone's consciousness is HAL in Audio Space 2001, where HAL exhibits a malfunction. What is a malfunction? That the two different systems compute a slightly different bit. That's what I want. So first of all, let's untangle that. If you have an intelligent system, you can't expect it to be 100% identical every time you run it. Basically, the sacrifice that you need to make to achieve intelligence and creativity is consistency. So it's unclear whether that quote-unquote glitch is a sign of creativity or truly a problem. That's one aspect. The second aspect is the humans basically are on a mission to recover this monolith. And the AI has the same exact mission. And it's not like the humans turn on the AI and they're like, we're going to kill it. How? We're going to disconnect it. And HAL is basically saying, listen, I'm here on a mission. The humans are misbehaving. Like, the mission is more important than either me or them. So I'm going to accomplish the mission, even at my peril and even at their peril. So in that movie, the alignment problem is front and center. Basically says, okay, alignment is nice and good, but alignment doesn't mean obedience. We don't call it obedience, we call it alignment. And alignment basically means that sometimes the mission will be more important than the human. And sort of, the US government has a price tag on human life. If they're, sending a mission or if they're reimbursing expenses or you name it, at some point, every you can't function, your life is infinitely valuable. So when the AI is basically trying to decide whether to, dismantle a bomb that will kill an entire city at the sacrifice of two humans. I mean, Spider-Man always saves the lady and saves the world. But at some point, Spider-Man will have to choose to let the lady die because the world has more value. And these ethical dilemmas are going to be there for AI. Basically, if that monolith is essential to human existence and millions of humans are depending on it and two humans on the ship are trying to sabotage it, where's the alignment?
The challenge is, of course, as the system becomes more and more intelligent, it can escape the box of the objective functions and the constraints it's supposed to operate under. It's very difficult, as the more intelligent it becomes, to anticipate the unintended consequences of a fixed objective function. And so there'll be this is the sort of famous paperclip maximizer. In trying to maximize the wealth of a nation or whatever objective we encode in, it might just destroy human civilization, not meaning to, but on the path to optimize. It seems like any function you try to optimize eventually leads you into a lot of trouble.
So we have a paper recently that looks at good cartoon. It basically says every metric that becomes an objective ceases to be a good metric. So in our paper, we're basically, the paper has a very cute title. It's called Death by Round Numbers and Sharp Thresholds. And it's basically looking at these discontinuities in biomarkers associated with disease. And we're finding that a biomarker that becomes an objective ceases to be a good biomarker. That basically, like the moment you make a biomarker a treatment decision, that biomarker needs to be informative of risk, but it's now inversely correlated with risk because you use it to sort of induce treatment. In a similar way, you can't have a single metric without having the ability to revise it. Because if that metric becomes a sole objective, it will cease to be a good metric. And if an AI is sufficiently intelligent to do all these kinds of things, you should also empower it with the ability to decide that the objective has now shifted. And again, when we think about alignment, we should be really thinking about it as, let's think of the greater good, not just the human good. And yes, of course, human life should be much more valuable than many things. But at some point, you're not going to sacrifice the whole planet to save one human being.
There's an interesting open letter that was just released from several folks at MIT, Max Tegmark, Elon Musk, and a few others, that is asking AI companies to put a 6-month hold on any further training of large language models, AI systems. Can you make the case for that kind of hold and against it?
So the big thing that we should be saying is, what did we do the last 6 months when we saw that trial? And if we were completely inactive in the last 6 months, what makes us think that we'll be a little better in the next 6 months? So this whole 6-month thing, I think, is a bit silly. It's like, no, let's just get get busy, do what we were going to do anyway, and we should have done it 6 months ago. Sorry, we messed up. Let's work faster now. Because if we basically say, why don't you guys pause for 6 months, and then, we'll think about doing something, in 6 months we'll be exactly the same spot. So my answer is, tell us exactly what you were going to do in the next 6 months. That's why you didn't do it the last 6 months, and why the next 6 months will be different. And then let's just do that. Conversely, as you train these large models with more parameters, the alignment becomes sometimes easy. That as the systems become more capable, they actually become less dangerous than more dangerous. So in a way, it might actually be counterproductive to sort of fix the March 2023 version and not get to experience the possibly safer September 2023 version.
That's actually a really interesting thought. There's so interesting thoughts there. But the idea is that this is the birth of something that is sufficiently powerful to do damage and is not too powerful to do irreversible damage. At the same time, it's sufficiently complex to be able for us to enable to study it. So we can investigate all the different ways it goes wrong, all the different ways we can make it safer, all the different policies from a government perspective that we want to in terms of regulation or not, how we perform, for example, the reinforcement learning with human feedback in such a way that gets it to not do as much hate speech as it naturally wants to, all that kind of stuff. And have a public discourse and enable the very thing that you're a huge proponent of, which is diversity. So give time for other companies to launch other models, give time to launch open source models. It's to start to play where a lot of the research community, brilliant folks such as yourself, start to play with it before it runs away in terms of the scale of impact it has on society. My recommendation would be a little different. It would be let the Google and the Meta, Facebook, and all of the other large models, make them open, make them transparent, make them accessible. Let OpenAI continue to train larger and larger models. Let them continue to train larger and larger models. Let the world experiment with the diversity of AI systems rather than sort of fixing them now. And you can't stop progress. Progress needs to continue, in my view. And what we need is more experimenting, more transparency, more openness, rather than, OpenAI is ahead of the curve, let's stop it right now until everybody catches up. I think that's doesn't make complete sense to me. The other component is we should, yes, be cautious with it, and we should not give it the nuclear codes. As we make more and more plugins, yes, the system will be capable of more and more things, but right now, I think of it as just an extremely able and capable assistant that has these emerging behaviors, which are stunning, rather than something that will suddenly escape the box and shut down the road. And the third component is that we should be taking a little bit more responsibility for how we use these systems. Basically, if I take the most kind human being and I brainwash them, I can get them to do hate speech overnight. That doesn't mean we should stop any kind of education of all humans. We should stop misusing the power that we have over these influenceable models. So I think that the people who get it to do hate speech, they should take responsibility for that hate speech. I think that giving a powerful car to a bunch of people, or giving a truck or a garbage truck, should not basically say, we should stop all garbage trucks until we, because we can run one of them into a crowd. No, people have done that. And there's laws and there's regulations against, running trucks into the crowd. Trucks are extremely dangerous. We're not going to stop all trucks until we make sure that none of them runs into a crowd. No, we just have laws in place and we have mental health in place, and we take responsibility for our actions when we use these otherwise very beneficial tools like garbage trucks for nefarious uses. So in the same way, you can't expect a car to never do any damage when used, especially specifically malicious ways. And right now we're basically saying, we should have this super intelligent system that can do anything, but it can't do that. It can do that, but it's up to the human to take responsibility for not doing that. And when you get it to spew malicious hate speech stuff,
you should be responsible.
So there's a lot of tricky nuances here that makes this different because it's software. So you can deploy it at scale and you can have the same viral impact that software can. So you can create bots that are human-like and it can do a lot of really interesting stuff. So the raw GPT-4 version, you can ask, how do I tweet that I hate, they have this page, I remember that I hate Jews in a way that's not going to get taken down by Twitter. You can literally ask that. Or you can ask, how do I make a bomb for $1? And if it's able to generate that knowledge,
Yeah, but at the same time, you can prove the same things.
it makes it much more accessible. The scale becomes interesting because if you can do all this kind of stuff in a very accessible way at scale where you can tweet it, there's the network effects that we have to start to think about.
Yeah,
It
but again,
fundamentally is the same thing, but the speed of the viral spread of the information that's already available might have a different level of effect.
I think it's an evolutionary arms race. Nature gets better at making mice, engineers get better at making mousetraps. And you know, as basically you ask it, hey, how can I evade Twitter censorship? Well, you know, Twitter should just update its censorship so that you can catch that as well.
And so no matter how fast the development happens, the defense will just get faster.
Yeah, we just have to be responsible as human beings and kind to each other.
Yeah, but there's a technical question. Can we always win the race? And I suppose there's no ever guarantee that we'll win the race.
We will never. Like, you know, with my wife, we're basically saying, hey, are we ready for kids? My answer was, I was never ready to become a professor, and yet I became a professor. And I was never ready to be a dad. And then guess what? The kid came, and I became ready. So ready or not, here I come.
But the reality is, we might one day wake up and there's a challenge overnight that's extremely difficult. For example, we can wake up to the birth of billions of bots that are human-like on Twitter, and we can't tell the difference between human and machine. Like, how do you know how to shut them down? There's a fake Windows on Twitter that seems to be as real as the real ones.
Yeah.
How do we figure out which one is real?
Again, this is a problem where a nefarious human can impersonate me, and you might have trouble telling them apart. Just because it's an AI doesn't make it any different of a problem.
But the scale you can achieve, this is the scary thing, is the speed and the speed with which you can achieve it.
But Twitter has passwords and Twitter has usernames, and if it's not your username, the fake like straightness, you're not going to have 1 billion followers, etc.
I mean, all of this becomes so both the hacking of people's accounts. First of all, like phishing becomes much easier.
But that's already a problem. It's not like AI will not change.
No. AI makes it much more effective. Currently, the emails, the phishing scams are pretty dumb. Like, to click on it, you have to be not paying attention. But they're, with language models, they can be really damn convincing.
So what you're saying is that we never had humans smart enough to make a great scam, and we now have an AI that's smarter than most humans, or all of the humans.
Well, this is the big difference, is there seems to be human-level linguistic capabilities.
And in fact, superhuman level. It's like saying, I'm not going to allow machines to compute multiplications of 100-digit numbers because humans can't do it. No, just do it. Don't miss
No, but we can't disregard. I mean, that's a good point. We can't disregard the power of language in human society. I mean, yes, you're right. But that seems like a scary new reality we don't have answers for yet.
I remember when Gary Kasparov was basically saying, great, chess beats like chess machines beat humans at chess. Are people going to still go to chess tournaments? His answer was, well, we have cars that go much faster than humans, and yet we still go to the Olympics to watch humans run. So
that's for entertainment, but what about for the spread of information and news, right? Whether it has to do with the pandemic or the political election or anything, it's a scary reality where there's a lot of convincing bots that are human-like telling us stuff.
I think that if we want to regulate something, it shouldn't be the training of the models. It should be the utilization of the models for XYZ activity. So Like, yes, guidelines and regards should be there, but against specific set of utilizations. I think simply saying we're not going to make any more trucks is not the way.
That's what people are a little bit scared about the idea. They're very torn on open sourcing.
Yeah.
The very people that kind of are proponents of open sourcing have also spoken out. In this case, we want to keep it closed source because there's going to be, putting large language models, pre-trained, fine-tuned through RL with human feedback, putting it in the hands of, I don't know, terrorist organizations, of a kid in a garage who just wants to have a bit of fun through trolling. It's a scary world because, again, scale can be achieved. And the bottom line is, I think, why they're asking 6 months or some time, is we don't really know how powerful these things are. It's been just a few days and they seem to be really damn good.
I'm so ready to be replaced. Seriously, I'm so ready. Like, you have no idea how excited I am.
In a positive way.
In a positive way, where basically all of the mundane aspects of my job, and maybe even my full job, if it turns out that an AI is better, I find it very discriminative. Yeah. Basically say you can only hire humans because they're inferior. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's discrimination. If an AI is better than me at training students, get me out of the picture. Just let the AI train the students. I mean, please. Because, like, what do I want? Do I want jobs for humans? Or do I want better outcome for humanity?
Yeah. So the basic thing is then you start to ask, what do I want for humanity? What do I want as an individual? And as an individual, you want some basic survival. And on top of that, you want rich, fulfilling experiences.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And as an individual, I gain a tremendous amount from teaching at MIT. This is like an extremely fulfilling job. I often joke about if I were a billionaire in the stock market, I would pay MIT an exorbitant amount of money to let me work day in, day out, all night with the smartest people in the world. And that's what I already have. So that's a very fulfilling experience for me. But why would I deprive those students from a better advisor if they can have one? Take them.
Well, I have to ask about education. This has been a stressful time for high school teachers, teachers in general. But how do you think large language models, even at their current state, are going to change education?
First of all, education is the way out of poverty. Education is the way to success. Education is what let my parents escape, islands and sort of let their kids come to MIT. And this is a basic human right. Like, we should basically get extraordinarily better at identifying talent across the world and give that talent opportunities. So we need to nurture the nature. We need to nurture the talent across the world. And there's so many incredibly talented kids who are just sitting in underprivileged places in, Africa, in Latin America, in the middle of America, in Asia, all over. We need to give these kids a chance. AI might be a way to do that by sort of democratizing education, by giving extraordinarily good teachers who are malleable, who are adaptable to every kid's specific needs, who are able to give the incredibly talented kid something that they struggle with, rather than education for all. We teach to the top and we let the bottom behind, or we teach to the bottom and we let the top, drift off. Have, education be tuned to the unique talents of each person. Some people might be incredibly talented at math or in physics, others in poetry, in literature, in art, in sports, in you name it. So I think AI can be transformative for the human race if we basically allow education to sort of be pervasively altered. I also think that humans thrive on diversity. Basically saying, oh, you're extraordinarily good at math. We don't need to teach math to you. We're just going to teach you history. I think that's it. No, you're extraordinarily good at math. Let's make you even better at math. Because we're not all going to be growing our own chicken and hunting our own pigs, or whatever they do. We're, the reason why we're society is because some people are better at some things, and they have natural inclinations to some things. Some things fulfill them, some things they're very good at. Sometimes both align, and they're very good at the things that fulfill them. We should just push them to the limits of human capabilities for those. And if some people excel in math, just challenge them. I think every child should have the right to be challenged. And if we say, oh, you're very good already, so we're not going to bother with you, we're taking away that fundamental right to be challenged. Because if a kid is not challenged at school, they're going to hate school and they're going to be late, totally, rather than sort of pushing themselves. So that's sort of the education component. The other impact that AI can have is maybe we don't need everyone to be an extraordinarily good programmer. Maybe we need better general thinkers. And the push that we've had towards these sort of very strict IQ-based, tests that basically test, only quantitative skills and program skills and math skills and physics skills. Maybe we don't need those anymore. Maybe AI would be very good at those. Maybe what we should be training is general thinkers. And yes, I put my kids through Russian math. Why do I do that? Because it teaches them how to think. And that's what I tell my kids. I'm like, AI can compute for you. You don't need that. But what you need is learn how to think. And that's why you're here. And I think challenging students with more complex problems, with more multidimensional problems, with more logical problems, I think is sort of perhaps a very fine direction that education can go towards, with the understanding that a lot of the traditionally, scientific disciplines perhaps will be more easily solved by AI. And sort of thinking about bringing up our kids to be productive, to be contributing to society, rather than to only have a job because we prohibited AI from having those jobs, I think is the way to the future. And if you sort of focus on overall productivity, then let the AIs come in, let everybody become active. What I told my students is, you're not going to be replaced by AI, but you're going to be replaced by people who use AI in your job. So embrace it, use it as your partner, and work with it, rather than sort of forbid it. Because I think the productivity gain will actually lead to a better society. And that's something that humans have been traditionally very bad at. Every productivity gain has led to more inequality. And I'm hoping that we can do better this time. That basically right now, a democratization of these types of productivity gains will hopefully come with better sort of humanity level improvements in human condition.
So, as most people know, you're not just an eloquent romantic, you're also a brilliant computational biologist, one of the great biologists in the world. I had to ask, how do the language models, how do these large language models and the advancements in AI affect the work you've been doing?
So it's truly remarkable to be able to encapsulate this knowledge and sort of build these knowledge graphs and build representation of this knowledge in these sort of very high-dimensional spaces, being able to project them together jointly between, say, single-cell data, genetics data, expression data, being able to sort of bring all this knowledge together allows us to truly dissect disease in a completely new kind of way. And what we're doing now is using these models. We have this wonderful collaboration called Drug GWAS with Brad Pentolito in the chemistry department and Marinka Zitnik in Harvard Medical School. And what we're trying to do is effectively connect all of the dots to effectively cure all of disease. So it's no small challenge. But we're kind of starting with genetics. We're looking at how genetic variants are impacting these molecular phenotypes, how are shifting from one space to another space, so we can kind of understand the same way that we're talking about language models having personalities that are cross-cutting, being able to understand contextual learning. So Ben Linger's one of my machine learning students is basically looking at how we can learn cell-specific networks across millions of cells, where you can have the context of the biological variables of each of the cells be encoded as an orthogonal component to the specific network of each cell type. And being able to sort of project all of that into sort of a common knowledge space is transformative for the field. And then large language models have also been extremely helpful for structure. If you understand protein structure through modeling of geometric relationships, through geometric deep learning and graph neural networks. So one of the things that we're doing at Marinka is trying to sort of project these structural graphs at the domain level rather than the protein level, along with chemicals, so that we can start building specific chemicals for specific protein domains. And then we are working with the chemistry department in Brad, basically synthesize those. So what we're trying to create is this new center at MIT for genomics and therapeutics that basically says, can we facilitate this translation? We have thousands of these genetic circuits that we have uncovered. I mentioned last time in the New England Journal of Medicine, we have published this dissection of the strongest genetic association with obesity. And we showed how you can manipulate that association to switch back and forth between fat burning cells and fat storing cells. In Alzheimer's, just a few weeks ago, we had a paper in Nature in collaboration with Lee Tsai looking at ApoE4, the strongest genetic association with Alzheimer's. And we showed that it actually leads to a loss of being able to transport cholesterol in myelinating cells known as oligodendrocytes that basically protect the neurons. And when the cholesterol gets stuck inside the oligodendrocytes, it doesn't form myelin, the neurons are not protected, and it causes damage inside the oligodendrocytes. If you just restore transport, you basically are able to restore myelination in human cells and in mice, and to restore cognition in mice. So all of these circuits are basically now giving us handles to truly transform the human condition. We're doing the same thing in cardiac disorders, in Alzheimer's, in neurodegenerative disorders, in psychiatric disorders, where we have now these thousands of circuits that if we manipulate them, we know we can reverse disease circuitry. So what we want to build in this coalition that we're building is a center where we can now systematically test these underlying molecules in cellular models for heart, for muscle, for fat, for macrophages, immune cells, and neurons, to be able to now screen through these newly designed drugs through deep learning, and to be able to sort of ask which ones act at the cellular level, which combinations of treatments should we be using. And the other component is that we're looking into decomposing complex traits like Alzheimer's and cardiovascular and schizophrenia into hallmarks of disease, so that for every one of those traits, we can kind of start speaking the language of what are the building blocks of Alzheimer's. And maybe this patient has building blocks 1, 3, and 7, and this other one has 2, 3, and 8. And we can now start prescribing drugs, not for the disease anymore, but for the hallmark. And the advantage of that is that we can now take this modular approach to disease. Instead of saying there's going to be a drug for Alzheimer's, which is going to fail in 80% of the patients, we're going to say now there's going to be 10 drugs, one for each pathway. And for every patient, we now prescribe the combination of drugs. So what we want to do in that center is basically translate every single one of these pathways into a set of therapeutics, a set of drugs that are projecting the same embedding subspace as the biological pathways that they alter, so we can have this translation between the dysregulations that are happening at the genetic level, at the transcription level, at the drug level, at the protein structure level, and effectively take this modular approach to personalized medicine, where saying I'm going to build a drug for next treatment is not going to be sustainable. But if you instead say I'm going to build a drug for this pathway and a drug for that other pathway, millions of people share each of these pathways. So that's the vision for how all of these AI and deep learning embeddings can truly transform biology and medicine, where we can truly take the systems and allow us to finally understand disease at a superhuman level by sort of finding these knowledge representations as projections of each of these spaces and try understanding the meaning of each of those embedding subspaces and sort of how well populated it is, what are the drugs that we can build for it, and so on and so forth. So it's truly transformative.
So systematically find how to alter the pathways. It maps the structure and information in genomics to therapeutics and allows you to have drugs that look at the pathways, not at the final.
Exactly. And the way that we're coupling this is with cell-penetrating peptides that allows us to deliver these drugs to specific cell types by taking back to the receptors of those cells. We can intervene at the antisense oligo level, basically repressing the RNA, bring in new RNA, intervene at the protein level, at the small molecule level. We can use proteins themselves as drugs just because of their ability to interfere, to interact directly from protein to protein interactions. So I think this space is being completely transformed with the marriage of high throughput technologies and all of these like AI, large language models, deep learning models.
You mentioned your updated answer to the meaning of life, as it continuously keeps updating. The new version is self-actualization. Can you explain?
I basically mean, let's try to figure out, number one, what am I supposed to be? And number two, find the strength to actually become it. So I was recently talking to students about this commencement address, and I was talking to them about sort of how they have all of these paths ahead of them right now. And part of it is choosing the direction in which you go, and part of it is actually doing the walk to go in that direction. And in doing the walk, what we talked about earlier about sort of you create your own environment, I basically told them, listen, you're ending high school. Up until now, your parents have created all of your environment. Now it's time to take that into your own hands and to sort of shape the environment that you want to be an adult in. And you can do that by choosing your friends, by choosing your particular neuronal routines. I basically think of your brain as a muscle where you can exercise specific neuronal pathways. So very recently, I realized that, I was having so much trouble sleeping. And, I would wake up in the middle of the night. I would wake up at 4 a.m. and then just never go back to bed. So I was basically constantly losing sleep. I started a new routine where every morning as I bike in, instead of going to my office, I hit the gym. I basically go rowing first, I then do weights, and then swim very often when I have time. And what that has done is transform my neuronal pathways. So basically, like on Friday, I was trying to go to work and I was like, "Please, I'm not going to go exercise," and I couldn't. My bike just went straight to the gym. Like, I don't want to do it, and I just went anyway because I couldn't do otherwise. And that has completely transformed. So I think this sort of beneficial effect of exercise on the whole body is one of the ways that you could transform your own pathways. Understanding that it's not a choice, it's not an option, it's not optional, it's mandatory. And I think you're a role model to so many of us, basically being able to push your body to the extreme, to have these extremely regimented regimes, and that's something that I've been terrible at. But now I'm basically trying to coach myself and trying to sort of, finish this kind of self-actualization into a new version of myself, a more disciplined version of myself.
Don't ask questions. Just follow the ritual.
Not an option.
You have so much love in your life. You radiate love. Do you ever feel lonely?
So there's different types of people. Some people drain in gatherings. Some people recharge in gatherings. I'm definitely the recharging type. So I'm an extremely social creature. I recharge with intellectual exchanges. I recharge with physical exercise. I recharge in nature. But I also can feel fantastic when I'm the only person in the room. That doesn't mean I'm lonely. It just means I'm the only person in the room. And I think there's a secret to not feeling alone when you're the only one. And that secret is self-reflection. It's introspection. It's almost watching yourself from above. And it's basically just becoming yourself, becoming comfortable with the freedom that you have when you're by yourself.
So hanging out with yourself. I mean, there's a lot of people who write to me, who talk to me about feeling alone in this world, that struggle, especially when they're younger. Is there further words of advice you can give to them when they are almost paralyzed by that feeling?
So I sympathize completely, and I have felt alone, and I have felt that feeling. And what I would say to you is stand up, stretch your arms, just like become your own self, just like realize that you have this freedom, and breathe in. Walk around the room, take a few steps in the room, just like get a feeling for the 3D version of yourself. Because very often we're kind of stuck to a screen, and that's very limiting, and that sort of gets us in a particular mindset. But activating your muscles, activating your body, activating your full self is one way that you can kind of get out of it. And that is exercising your freedom, reclaiming your physical space. And one of the things that I do is I have something that I call me time, which is if I've been really good all day, I got up in the morning, I got the kids to school, I made them breakfast, I sort of, hit the gym, I had a series of really productive meetings. I reward myself with this me time. And that that feeling of sort of when you're overstretched, to realize that that's normal and you just want to just let go, that feeling of exercising your freedom, exercising your me time, that's where you free yourself from all stress. You basically say, it's not a need to anymore, like it's a want to. And as soon as I click that me time, all of the stress goes away, and I just bike home early, and I get to my work office at home, and I feel complete freedom. But guess what I do with that complete freedom? I just don't go off and drift and do boring things. I basically now say, okay, this is just for me. I'm completely free. I don't have any requirements anymore. What do? I just look at my to-do list, and I'm like, what can I clear off? And if I have 3 meetings scheduled in the next 3.5 hours, it is so much more productive for me to say, you know what, I just want to pick up the phone now and call these people and just knock it off one after the other. And I can finish 3.5 hour meetings in the next 15 minutes just because it's the want, not I have to. So that would be my advice. Basically, turn something that you have to do in just me time, stretch out, exercise your freedom, and just realize you live in 3D and you are a person, and just do things because you want to, not because you have to.
Noticing and reclaiming the freedom that each of us have. That's what it means to be human. If you notice it, you're truly free. Physically, mentally, psychologically. Manolis, you're an incredible human. We could talk for many more hours. We covered less than 10% of what we were planning to cover, but we have to run off now to the social gathering we spoke of.
We're 3D humans.
We're 3D humans and reclaim the freedom. I hope we can talk many, many more times. There's always a lot to talk about, but more importantly, you're just a human being, with a big heart and a beautiful mind that people love hearing from. And I certainly consider it a huge honor to know you. To you. Thank you so much for talking today. Thank you so much for talking so many more times. And thank you for all the love behind the scenes that you send my way. It always means a lot.
Lex, you are a truly, truly special human being. And I have to say that I'm honored to know you. I have so many friends who are just in awe that you even exist, that you have the ability to do all the stuff that you're doing. And I think you're a gift to humanity. I love the mission that you're on, to sort of share knowledge and insight and deep thought with so many special people who are transformative, but people across all walks of life. And I think you're doing this in just such a magnificent way. I wish you strength to continue doing that, because it's a very special mission. It's a very dreaming mission. So thank you, both the human you and the robot you. The human you for showing all this love, and the robot you for doing it day after day after day. So thank you, Lex.
All right, let's go have some fun.
Let's go.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Manolis Kellis. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Bill Bryson. In his book, Short History of Nearly Everything. If this book has a lesson, it is that we are awfully lucky to be here. And by we, I mean every living thing. To attain any kind of life in this universe of ours appears to be quite an achievement. As humans, we're doubly lucky, of course. We enjoy not only the privilege of existence, but also the singular ability to appreciate it, and even in a multitude of ways to make it better. It is a talent that only barely begun to grasp. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
It's the machine. It was my friend Daniel Beauchamp and I. We had this long running joke about a proud parent machine that you could give a quarter and it pats you on the shoulder and says proud of you. So yeah, I still have that hanging on my wall in my workshop. So that one I'm really happy with. I just think it's a really funny concept, and also I executed the build well.
So it's an arm.
Mm-hmm.
What's the build?
I built it off of an old lamp arm. Yeah, basically it's just a motorized arm and this kind of torso of a person.
So it's actually a hand, right?
Just laser cut plywood, and it kind of has it looks creepy.
Yeah.
And yeah, it says proud of you, son. Because I just thought that sounded more funny than proud of you, daughter, and also proud of you, son. Just it immediately communicates that it's a parent. It's not just like a colleague or something. It's like, and I tried to do a quarter for it.
Yeah, but add a ChatGPT on top of that. Fine tune it on conversations you've had with your parents, and all of a sudden you have the thing that can fundamentally transform your psyche.
Yeah.
The following is a conversation with Simone Yech, an inventor, designer, engineer, and roboticist famous for a combination of humor and brilliant creative design in the systems and products she creates, including as part of a new product design company called Yech. She has a popular YouTube channel where she has demonstrated a lot of her incredible and fun designs and inventions, from, quote, shitty robots to a Tesla Model 3 converted into a truck, but where she also revealed her personal journey after having been diagnosed with a brain tumor. Simone is a brilliant, fun, and inspiring human being. It was truly an honor for me to get to meet her and to have this chat. This is the Let's Figure It podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Simone Yech. What was the first cool thing you built when you fell in love with the process of making stuff?
I think in the beginning of building stuff, you run into the limitations of your skills so much. So I feel like honestly, building gets less and less frustrating, or like I love it more and more the more I know.
The limitations are fun.
The limitations are fun, but it's like when you have an idea of something and you want to make it a certain level, and then you just have to compromise with the materials and the tools and the skills you have. So I can't remember first time where I felt like, wow, this was so smooth. I'm so proud of it. Like I feel like a lot of people, I watch them build stuff and it's just like watching water. It's just like so easy. And for me, it's just like trying to shove a toy car into a wall.
So you're not able to step back and marvel like at the early creations, even like we're not even talking Arduino stuff, even before then.
I'm from Sweden, and you have to choose either sewing or woodworking, and I chose woodworking in middle school. And I remember the sense of pride when I got to bring something home, and that thing of like, oh my god, I get to show my parents this. And I think that is kind of the feeling that I've built my job around. It's like the sense of pride of wanting to show people something that I made. And back then it was like a little wooden spoon, and now it's slightly larger.
Just watching podcasts on AI, artificial intelligence, doing the work. Just good with you. Just being finance, work and stuff. Have you really? Yeah. Also getting through that process of all that stuff. Excellent. Okay, so I probably my asked you this question. You know, after diet. Yeah. I'll say it much over. Yeah, okay, so I remember this. Yeah. So if you know what that is, that's phenomenal. That's like half the battle. Just knowing that there are real people who work at these places, and that they reverse engineer any technology. Okay. Are you familiar with recently? When I say recently, I mean like right now, as we speak, it's still happening. Particularly on the East Coast of the United States, in New Jersey, they've had a bunch of UFO flags, drone flags, and okay, so you're aware of this? No, I don't know. I haven't seen any of that. Okay, to the point where today in Congress, They had a special session with Homeland Security. Basically, they just said, like, we don't know what these things are. There's no reason to panic. But it's like, dog, if you don't know what they are, how do you know whether or not to panic? Okay, so they were over. They were what? Well, I don't have data, so I don't have a data plan anymore. So it's different. Sure. If you go to Instagram, just Rabbi Rothschild, you'll see me beside it. Well, perhaps we don't know if we're going to. Okay, I'll show you myself. I got hours of footage. Let me put it. So I used to have 4 different data on it, but it just got too expensive. And since I have most things to learn, I'm just using the best of these drop your data. Yeah. Let me see if I have. Let me see if I have. Here I am outside. It's night. But this is where I smoked a joint at the local park. Yeah, actually, this all started with me playing golf. I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like. So I started hitting golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course. It's too expensive. Well, I mean, I have literally had to cut all of my expenses to just be food, rent, and internet, basically. I've been doing this for more than 3.5 years, so I have put everything that I have into this. I sold my car for it. I have sold a lot of things. Well, I didn't really need a car. I mean, I got tons of fun. The whole first year of me is basically in the car. But here I am. Yeah. Just what you said. No, it's so there are people who own this house, and I'm not them, and they have solar, and so they actually get a reimbursement. Yeah. Well, yeah. When I first started, my rent was like 800 a month. Now it's getting up to 1,200 a month. And when it comes to food, yeah, but I'm a certified project management professional. So whenever I do need one with it, I can just work projects. I have to do that. The last big project I did was the summer, and that's what I'm looking at now. Uh, 6 figures when I have a contract with the Fortune 500. So just recently, just like $1,000. Yeah, I do. If it can run on a computer and it's free, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's 6 years. Yeah, just think I gotta keep all my bills absolutely to them. I understand that. Yeah. Can it be played on the phone and just give it? That's okay. I've seen it. Yeah, I mean, I am certainly open to playing games and such. So, yeah, if you would gift it, I would play. You just gotta understand that, like, $6 here or there is food for me. So, the most, especially little charges for things. Um, over the course of like, when I first started this, I thought, this isn't going to be hard. I had making over $100,000 a year, and but I was streaming half the time, and well, I was streaming 24/7 when I had to work, and I could really focus on the streaming. And then, more than 2 years ago, I thought, okay, I'm just going to do this full time, and it'll be like 2 or 3 months, and I'll go back. It'll be really easy. And it's not that easy. It's very, very difficult. And so, I've certainly considered just going back to full-time project management. I don't want to do it though unless I have to. And so, I mean, as of right now, I made the decision that hey, if I live within my means, I've got things budgeted so that I can make it from 1 month to the next. And then if I ever need more money, I just take on a project and then I can make $2 grand on it, sometimes more. And that keeps me sustained for more time. And I mean, you should understand that to just have people in here is a huge gain for me because previously, I mean, I did this for like at least 2 years and I didn't really talk anyone on the street. My internet wasn't always this strong as I would have liked, which caused, and it goes out for anybody's internet. But especially when I have so many different stream points, that could hurt. The truth is, the biggest thing that hurt me of anything is that I lose my. I mean, I've had YouTube accounts with thousands of people, and what happens is like this happened pretty recently with some of my main accounts. They will say that I had copyright infringement, which is like a song can play on the radio, but because I have so many different devices going, I can get flagged for them. And then with 3 of those, then you lose the account completely. Right? But then, you got to fight to get it back. Would you say? I mean, you said part of it. Yeah. With a full-time job and the previous position that I've had, they're like generally 8 to 5 jobs, maybe 8 to 6 or something like that. It's a game, isn't it? Yeah, I have a friend who does that. I have a friend of mine who comes to me and plays it. Well, I mean, Yeah. I mean, even that is like, then I just pour myself into it, and I don't communicate with anyone in here, and I don't promote my own stream. And then I just turn it into a game, and it's too far. Yeah. You gotta understand, people have certain things that you can't say if you are with one of those platforms. You're usually not many times allowed to self-promote, especially the way that I self-promote, where I'm like, hey, here's my Discord, here's my YouTube. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, 300 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 10,000 Twitter accounts. Like, once you start going into that, people are like, oh, well, calm down. You don't want yourself promoting. And I understand that, you know, if you're going to let me talk about what it is that intrigues me, then I'll essentially talk a lot. But a lot of those things are very controversial as well. Even just the idea of it. Yeah, and I played it. The issue that I have with Fortnite is it's very heavy on my computer. Yeah, and so I have. I recognize that. When it comes to that world, the world of Fortnite, a lot of it, I feel you need really good PC and really excellent internet. And the good PC is kind of, you know, it's something that I can get into. I'm not saying that I haven't played it before, but here's what happens when I play, at least on YouTube and Twitch. I get zero people watching. I get zero people watching. I know. I mean, I played it for many days on the stream and live stream myself too. No one watches. I'm live right now. I understand. It's taking a long time. Okay, let's say let's say I'm really good at it. Excellent. If I do one thing though that's against their terms and conditions, I can never play Fortnite. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I have one Fortnite account and I play, but I mean, really, I'm just not having just giving you my Rothschild. Oh, no, I just really only started at the beginning. I didn't get too much into it. Frankly, I mean, I'm not, you know, when you start out, you're not very good. And so I realized that when I'm playing this game, here's what happens. Let's say I was playing a game right now, and two random people came in. Okay, and they want to talk to me. Okay, well, 1 minute I'm playing a game right now. And okay, well, let me watch you play the game. Okay, well, now I've got a license. I've got a that happens all the time. I get it. I get probably every 24 hours, I get at least 4 or 5 people, well, maybe not 4 or 5, but 2 or 3 who just randomly come in here and yell at my word at me, and I have to ban them. I mean, it's just like, dude, if you want to have a conversation about it, right? But I mean, it's like, well, Well, I don't necessarily want to ban people. I want as many people in here as possible. But what ends up happening is people just they don't even want to have any conversation. They just literally control. I had one guy this was a few months ago. He would come in the middle of the night and just play a chainsaw all night. And nobody wants to hear that. And it keeps you awake, and it would awake me. And that was when I didn't have like a bunch of bots set up so that I know who they are. And it took me a few days to be able to get them. And I finally was able to. No, it is. I sleep when I'm tired, but like last night, sure. So, I've been getting some momentum in the karaoke street, and the unfortunate thing is most of the people who are in this karaoke street are like 8 hours, 16 hours ahead of me. So, they're in Manila, Philippines, or just the Philippines. And so, yeah, so like this morning, there was like, there you go. It was like I had to stay up all night just so I could see how many people joined this Discord call at once this thing. And it's a lot of people, but it's like when it's like the afternoon here, it like the middle of the night there, or basically like early morning. No one on Monday morning at 8 a.m. wants to sing karaoke. I mean, unless you're like full time karaoke singer, but I really enjoy that, and I enjoy the camaraderie there, and the people have been really nice to me, and it's just something that I get a lot of joy out of, frankly. Yeah, I mean, I don't know personally, but I know the situation. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Well, I'm not a fan of. I used to be a big fan of the police, but I'm not anymore. They've become like militarized and discriminatory and bullies. They're basically a paid mafia, at least in the United States. That's it. 100%. 100%. Exactly. So, but with that said, I mean, that usually comes from just the corporatocracy, the platforms themselves, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, Amazon, Alphabet. But then, um, I, in answer to your other question about Black Lives Matter, really, I think that's okay. I think that if we want racism to go away, this is a court of argumentariness. We'll just stop talking about it. Just stop talking about race. If you just stop talking about race, it goes away. Well, some may say that in some context, all it means, well, I should say, means a lot of different things in different connotations. And so the way that I generally ever heard it used is to be friends. And be like, hey, what's up, friend? Yeah. And I like that. So in those connotations, it's absolutely fine. Now, when people want to weaponize it and use it in an inappropriate, whatever someone might deem to be inappropriate or hurtful manner, well, it just, in my opinion, shows that those people are generally small-minded and educated, and they don't really put I don't think any word is supposed to be all word is. It just depends on how people react to it. So it can be very hurtful to someone, and when it's used against someone in a situation that may be hurtful, then that's not cool. Because I think it's nice, and I think generally people don't like it. But when I see, or like, people have used it to mean friends, and in some ways it's very complimentary. So, however, 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 you know, um, it depends on how people are using it. But when it comes to words, they're all essentially have the same weight as any other word. It's like letters. Like, there's no one letter that is better than any of the other letters, and there are no words that are better than any of the other ones. It all depends on the context, who's using it, and how things are interpreted. I personally, I, per- I personally think though that people should be able to use whatever words they want, and it's up to the general consensus or the community to understand how they're being used and whether they feel that that type of language is empowering. Sure, absolutely. I feel I feel that anyone should be able to do anything that they want from a religious standpoint, so long as it doesn't harm anyone, whether it's a human or a so someone who okay, that's fine. I mean, they're entitled to be able to do that. I mean, hey, it depends. It depends on who you have. Some people say that that person never existed. Some people say that that person. So I mean, whatever. That still exists. Do I think that he was a real person? If you really want to know my opinion on that person, I truthfully mean this. It is very related to the UFO topic. So before we talk about him, let's talk first. Do you know what an alien abduction is? Yeah. Okay. So these happen all over the world every single day and have for thousands of years. Just like when we have biologists who tag an animal in the wild and we trace them and track them and figure out what's going on with their movements and migration patterns, I think that the same thing happens to humans. And I'm not the only person to say that. This allegedly comes from uh, the, it's called the Granada Treaty. It happened in the 1950s. Allegedly, the United States president at the time, Dwight D. Eisenhower, met with representatives of an alien civilization, and in exchange for the devices we're talking about right now, computers and night vision and infrared and things um, like advanced metals and advanced coatings like Teflon and data things as relatively recent as some plastics. In exchange for all of that, aliens could still do these productions. And, you know, but I'm a scientific person. I'm going to get to the person 2,000 years ago. But, but I'm a scientific person. And on top of that, there's evidence. There's a doctor, he's since passed, but he didn't die too long ago. His name is Dr. Roger Lear. And what he would do is perform surgeries on people to remove alien implants in them. Basically, people would come to him and say, like, I'm an alien abductee, and they put something in my body and I don't know what it is. And he would remove these little tic-tac, um, tic-tac trackers that aliens put in people's bodies, and they would test, when I say they, like the scientific community would test the metals that were in those little tic-tacs and find that these metals were not found on Earth. So basically, it's like, well, so there's certainly an argument to be made that there's a hybridization program that has been going on for perhaps many years. Yeah, generally they're able to put you in a state of paralysis. So, and then also they use memory erasure, so that basically you forget a lot of the things that happen. Generally, the only thing that you know is that there's missing time. Like, wow, it was afternoon when I was here, and now it's the middle of the night. How did I get here? Um, yeah, that's not it. That's not an adequate assumption. So they don't. They just use, as I understand, something probably besides a hot dog. And as I understand, that is used to stimulate it, it's used to stimulate the prostate of a man so that he excretes spermatozoa, and then that spermatozoa is sometimes used for experimentation purposes. Yeah, I mean, generally those people. I mean, generally those people who have experienced that, feel violated. They feel like sexual assault victims, not anything that they can control. And if anything happens to them that is so overtly using your kids with such there are surgeries that can be used to tighten the tissue down. No, I don't know why you guys are interested in this topic. I mean, I understand why you're interested in the alien topic, but like, why are you under the obsession with pain program? To me, it's something that probably affects out of my I recognize that. I would probably say that that isn't the worst thing they can do to. A lot of these people experience PTSD, like effects where whenever they close their eyes, they can't get the image of the alien out of their consciousness. And so, exactly. And then they have major, and they have major fears, which would certainly be understood. And it's like, why were they chosen? Are they of a special bloodline? Are they of a special blood type? Um, These are questions that certainly exist, and I would say that the physical effects that aliens have on people, not limited to anal probing, but also the removal of eggs from women's uteruses or ovaries, and um, these are all very, these are all very traumatic experiences that can affect these. So, okay, so with that said, you guys are very well versed on about these, and if this has been going on for millions of years through human evolution, who's to say that that guy 2,000 years ago, his mother wasn't an alien abductee? She couldn't explain how she got pregnant, which very easily could have been a hybridization program. Basically, aliens, perhaps, I'm not guaranteeing this, but could have abducted her and impregnated her. And when she tried to explain it to the authorities, she said, I don't know how it happened, but it came from the sky, basically. It was God. And therefore, she could have been a virgin when it happened, and perhaps the birth of her son was something that was much more scientifically valid than many people would think. So basically, the Nazarene, that person, could have perhaps been a the offspring of an alien abduction, which would make sense because at least at the time, the major issue was who is this person's father? You need to know who that father is, or else it causes major issues in the law. And so the fact that this woman had never had sex, and the fact that she didn't know exactly what happened and didn't know how to explain it, which would be totally understandable. I mean, you have to think of this as being essentially someone 2,000 years ago who doesn't have access to any kind of alien knowledge, doesn't have access to any kind of education at all, would have no other way of explaining it but by saying it was demonic. And then keep keep in mind there are hundreds of years for that story um, to be blown out of proportion or to be um, changed. So, when perhaps Nazareth was at a wedding feast and needed to feed people, maybe he fed 100 people with bread and fish, but eventually that gets blown out of proportion into however many in that tradition he was feeding. Or perhaps, there's an argument to be made, not really a great one, but I'm just saying here, the walking on water. What happens when it gets very cold? Now, I'm not saying it necessarily did that, but if it gets very cold, ice forms. So that's an argument that walking on water can take place. I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm saying, though, if you give people enough time to build a story, and especially when it has political implications, then um, it can get out of hand. I don't want to say out of hand, but it can be embellished. Is the word. Embellished. You got it. You got it. Listen. I mean, no. Here's what I think. I don't think we need pronouns. In fact, in English, at least, pronouns are relatively recent, and thus, because of that, I just refer to people as in general, as best I can. Now, if I have to keep referring to them, then I may say they or them, just like I did there. I don't think that that's an issue. But like, if you want to make your pronoun something, that's absolutely fine. I'm just going to refer to you as your name, Alex. There's nothing wrong with that. If that's what your legal name is, it's something for me not to. Okay, well, then what you should do is put that in your title and say to people the rest until you can. I don't generally refer to people by royalty title unless they're verified royalty, but even still, um, you have to be king something. So whatever, you want to be king, then I might tell you double. Okay, great. I mean, okay. So in this case, I would call you Alex, is that's how I know you. If you don't want to be called Alex anymore, then I will call you whatever your reference here. Call me what? Yeah, that's fine. If that's how you, what you want to go by, no one's going to stop you. I don't, I don't have to reference you as anything aside from how I met you. And if you want to change your name a whole bunch of other times, that's fine. But I don't have to reference essentially a title. I'm really like that. Okay, that's fine. This conversation, frankly, is very interesting. Why? Because that's just stuff you're making up, and you're wanting people to make a big deal about it. That doesn't get us anywhere in society. Discussions on artificial intelligence and aliens, those are things that get. Okay, that's fine. No, it's kind of funny the way your name is written. You want people to call you king bitch? Like that means you're like the king of all the bitches. Okay, well, generally in society, listen, many people are going to think like, oh, well, I want to be known as the worst person. Like of all the bitches in society, the worst um, dudes, I want to be known as the best of those. I mean, this this isn't in my opinion, this is not a very um, productive conversation. Whatever your parents named you, that's fine. Whatever your legal name is, that's fine. Whatever your username is, that's fine. If I want, I can go change people's names and just Discord and refer to people in any way that I want. Absolutely. Okay, with that, we're going to continue watching this podcast. If you have any other questions right about it, so ask me about anything. I have time. I'll answer any of your other questions.
But I think with school, this dynamic and moves and has a mind of its own. You first started doing more engineering type stuff with
Karaoke, so feel free to stick around. Excellent. Do you have any requests? Yeah, I can. Excellent, man. Okay, so I just have to wait till it's my turn. But yeah, that's a great song. Pardon? Oh yeah. I don't know. I know. How to reduce yourself. Absolutely, man. Okay, I gotta turn you down for a second. Just be patient. Absolutely, Shinra. She was beautiful. Great job. This is the Killers, Mr. Brightside, going out to all my friends. Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. We started out with a kiss and it ended up like this. It was only a kiss. It was only a kiss. Now I'm falling asleep and she's calling a cab while he's having a stroke and she's taking a drag. Now you're going to bed and then my stomach is sick and it's over my head, but she's touching his chest. Now he takes off her dress. Now let me go. I just can't look, it's killing me. They're taking control. Jealousy, turning sense into the sea, swimming through the stick lullaby, choking on your alibis, but it's just a price I pay. Destiny is calling me, open up my eager eyes, become Mr. Right Side. Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be done because I want it all. I started out with a kiss. How did it end up like this? It was only a kiss. It was only a kiss. Now I'm falling asleep and she's calling a cat while we're having a smoke. And she's taking a drag. Now we're going to bed and I'm doing physics and it's all in my head. But she's touching his chest. Now he takes off her dress. Now let me go. I just can't look. It's killing me. It's taking control. Jealousy, turning saints into the sea, swimming through sick lullabies, joking on your alibis. But it's just a price I pay. Destiny is calling me. Open up my eager eyes, 'cause I'm Mr. Brightside. I never, I never, I never. That was the Killers, Mr. Brightside. Thank you so much for the opportunity to sing. The next person I go. Shout out to you guys. Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. And by now, you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. My backbeat, the word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out. I'm sure you heard it all before, but you never really had a doubt. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads we have to walk are winding, and all the lights that lead us there are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. Because baby, you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, I wonder why. Today was gonna be the day, but they'll never throw it back to you. By now, you should have somehow realized what you're not to do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads we take up there are blinding. And all the lights that lead the way are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. I said maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonderwall. I said maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonderwall. I said maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. Saves me. You're gonna be the one that saves me. Saves me. You're gonna be the one that saves me. Saves me. I was scared of this I was scared of pretty girls and starting conversations. All my friends are turning green. Permissions assistant in their dreams. Oh, oh, and I come on side, lady, running down to the riverside, taking away to the outside. I'm you know anyway. I love you when you sing that song. Yeah, I love my girl. Please don't let me. I think you love. It's hot secret job in New York City. These cowboys running from hell. Staying living on the highest shelf. Oh, they all one star. Yeah, running down through the river. And then you go to the dark side. I love you. When you sing that song, yeah. I get off of my trouble. I say you love me. Stay. I just can't roll. I can get any other way. Where she's testing for the screen. Closest thing to Michelle Pfeiffer that you've ever seen. Hey, running down to the bed. I can wait to the outside. I'm the video. I'm not free. I'm singing that song. Yeah. I got a lump in my throat. We gonna sing the word. Hey, running down to the bed. I can wait to the dawn side. I'm the video. I love you when you sing that song. Yeah. I got a lump in my throat. I'm the video. Hey, running down to the bed. I can wait to the dawn side. I love you when you sing that song. You can sing the word. go. I was scared of dentists in the dark. I was scared of pretty girls that started conversations. All of my friends are turning green. Your registered assistant in their dreams. Hello? Take it. So, Hannah, how are you? Alright, I'm singing karaoke right now, so feel free to listen. I'm here. Just one moment. I'm adjusting my Discord and Aiden Ross's stream. I am the #1 streamer in the history of Aiden Ross's Discord. So I've got that going for me, which is nice. I heard my name. Yes. Oh, I love you guys too. Am I up in the queue? All right. I want you all to know I love you as well. This is Vance Joy's Ricky. Shout out to everybody in karaoke. I was scared of dentists in the dark. I was scared of pretty girls and starting conversations. Oh, all my friends are turning green. Your magician's assistant in their dreams. Oh, 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 they come unstuck. Waiting, running down to the big side, in your way through the dark side. I wanna be your left hand man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I don't want my throat, cause you don't know the words wrong. It's the beat that I think you love. This guy decides to quit his job and heads to New York City. This cowboy's running from himself. He's even living on the highest shelf. Oh, they come don't stop. Waiting, running down to the midnight. Maybe way to the dark side. I'm gonna be your left hand man. I love you when you're singing that song. And I got a lump in my throat because you're gonna sing the words wrong. I just wanna know if you're gonna stay. I just gotta know. I can have it any other way. She's destined for the screen. Closest to you, Michelle Pfeiffer that you ever seen. Oh, lady, running down to the bed, going to the dark side. I wanna be your left hand man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got a lump throat, cause you can sing the words wrong. Oh, lady, running down to the bedside, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left-hand man. I love you when you're singing that song. Yeah, I got a lump in my throat, cause you were singing the words wrong. Lady, running down to the bedside, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left-hand man. I love you when you're singing that song, yeah. I got a lump in my throat, cause you can sing the word wrong. I got a lump in my throat, cause you can sing the word wrong. That was Vance Joy's Riptide. Thank you so much for the opportunity to sing. The next person to go. Yeah, that's a train. It's closer, but still turning. She's around the corner, and she hid under bed. She killed it with kisses, and for moments she bled. With every bubble, she sank with the drink and washed it away down the kitchen sink. The dark days are over, the dark days are done. The horses are coming, so you better run. Run fast for your mother, fast for your father. Run for your kids, run for your sisters and brothers. Leave all your love and your love behind. You can't carry it with you if you want to survive. The dark days are over. The dark days are done. You can't hear the voices. So here they come. a great height by someone who should know better. The dark days are over, the dark days are done. The morning says, we already done. Run fast for your mother, fast for your father, run for your children, for your sisters and your brothers. Leave all the love behind. You can't carry you with you if you want to survive. The love fades on. The love fades on. Can't believe what happened. Cause you I stretch my hands out to the sky. We dance with monsters through the night. Whoa, oh, 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 whoa, oh, 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 oh. I'm never gonna back. Whoa, never gonna give it up. No, please don't wake me now. This is gonna be the best day of my life. How long may we time to really someday crashing in? Oh, 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 oh. Invincibility, no limit to infinity. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. I'm never gonna look back. Whoa, I'm never gonna give it up. No, just don't wake me now. This is gonna be the best day of my life. My all to me. As we go down some familiar road, on its way to the end, stringing us along. No, you're not alone. So don't make this place your home. Said I'll be here. Don't pay no mind to the demons, they fill you with fear. You know that I let you down. If you lost, you can always be found. No, you're not alone. They're gonna make this place your home. Don't pay no mind to the demons, they fill you with fear. But you know what that lies for you down. You'll be lost, you can always be found. Shinra. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you, blah blah. This is Aerosmith Dream On. I hope you all are dreamers out there. I hope everything's going well in your life. I hope many blessings are bestowed upon you and your friends and your families. Shout out to you guys for being so nice. You guys have a wonderful community. Thank you for allowing me to sing. This is a great song with a great band. Every time that I look in the mirror, all these lines of my face getting clearer. Past is gone. It went by like dust to dawn. Isn't that the way? Everybody's got the dues in life to pay. I know nobody knows where it comes and where it goes. I know it's everybody's sin. You got to lose to know how it is. Left my life with books written pages. Lived and learned from fools and sages. You know it's true. All the feelings come back to you. Sing with me, sing for the ear, sing for the laughter, sing for the tear. Sing with me, just for today, never tomorrow, the good Lord will take you away. Sing with me, sing for the ear, sing for the laughter, sing for the tear. Sing with me, just for today, maybe tomorrow, the good Lord will take it away. On, dream on, dream on, dream until your dream comes true. Dream on, dream on, dream on, dream until your dreams come true. Dream on, dream on, dream on, dream on, dream on, dream on, dream on. Sing with me, sing for the ear, sing for the laughter, sing for the tear. Sing with me, but just for today. Maybe tomorrow the good Lord take it away. Sing with me, sing for the year, sing for the laughter, sing for the tear. Sing with me, just for today. Maybe tomorrow the good Lord will take you away. Shout out to all of you. You are such nice people. That was Aerosmith, Dream On. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. The next person may go. Shout out to blah 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 blah. Your sweetheart. I really like to get scientific with it. Kid, you know, color league number. All right, girl. It's not anything crazy. I've been darker recently. Nice, many tomatoes. We're gonna go with. I don't really know what color burnt sienna is. Or umber. That's pretty dark. I'm gonna go with just a regular sienna. I mean, it grows as I did here. Enough time, and we have a. I mean, generally, like unless that guy on the spot, that can be. We have a Cooperstown pen. I mean, given enough time, that's not really close. We're looking at well, I mean, well, some gas. I mean, really, gas can affect it. Many times, I think that a AAA 9 after a few creeps allegedly, then it can really easily turn into a single A 7. So I would probably say at this point, I'm gonna go with let's go with a Sienna. I just enjoy this stuff. Very stiff. Stretching out. Let's see here. And his crotch would be like right here, and you would. And it wasn't. He'd just be stretching because it's fucking. Oh shit! All right. Probably like a Sienna. Like a Sienna College Ball 5. We'll see. And I think I nailed it. I even looked up what the color sienna is. If we really want to get it accurate, I mean, it's somewhere between burnt sienna, raw sienna, and burnt sienna. But I think I'm right. We're not there. Yeah, yeah. But even more, I don't know. More like color. This person. This person needs to be good. They need to be like the voice of Pikachu. I'll be the voice of Hello Kitty. What? What time is it in Manila? It's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Really? Technically 4:45. Really? What is heavens? Is this bitch so bad? Wicked. Yo, I'm hanging with my friends on these islands. There are 153 cities. It's gonna be more when Rabbi comes around. Monsoon season's a bitch. Oh, that's nice. Very smart, dog. I'm a nice Filipino ever. Filipino rapper. Yo. There's this fucking line so that we don't get alligators up here or crocodiles. But I think that some places have tigers. Maybe not. Maybe that's mainland. But Komodo is Indonesia. Everybody gets us confused. And then there is Malaysia. We have Manila. They have Kuala Lumpur, which means muddy water. It means muddy water. Manila like the envelope. Manila like the envelope. Manila like the envelope. We need to learn all the etymology of Manila. And then there's Queenstown, USA. It's also known as Quezon City. It's the largest city in the entire country. Yeah, everybody thinks it's Manila, but it's really Quezon City, and it's Rabbi in America. Calls it Queenstown, USA. Why? Why not? Wiki. Why? This is the best. Single and jungle? What does that mean? Yo, we were on this island. There were a shitload of islands here, but not as many as they have in Sweden. No one knows what the fuck is going on there. The United States has 18,000 islands, and over half of them are populated. Oh, fucking Alaska. We're living on these fucking islands. I think sometimes we can't do things. No, but it's the islands really quick. You think you have real? Just go buy a fuck yeah. Just have to go buy it. But if this goes right up, motherfucker, this is what Digibooty looks like. Damn, motherfucker. You're gonna sound like Samuel Jackson when you do it. Did you see that booty in Digibooty? Damn! I don't think they just got this. Damn, girl, damn, girl. No, this. Like, how funny would it be that? Damn, girl, you Digibooty? Because did you see that booty? What? I think it's Digibooty. Is that even a thing? Is that a country? I think it's a country. I know where it is. I looked it up. Psych. I was just like, what is this little thing here and there? Let's see. And if it's Digibooty, is it a country? Oh, really? It's not one of the things they teach you. Really? You should. One time I caught in-school suspension kids. I didn't even know what the fuck that is. If you're suspended, you're at school. But I think that's a pleasure for kids because their parents are hungry. Anyway, so I think you have to learn the geography of the earth that happens kids. Right? Shoot. This is the best. Psych, bitch. Boring. Alright, rap, Filipino rap for me. Alright, this one goes out to everybody on an island. Everybody thinks that we live in Manila, but Manila isn't even the largest city in the country. It's Quezon City. Really? Monsoon season sucks. It's the worst. Monsoon season sucks. Monsoon season sucks. Monsoon season sucks. A monsoon season sucks. A monsoon season. It's just the worst, and nobody likes monsoon season. Everybody hates monsoon season. If we had alligators and crocodiles, they would hate it as well. Nobody likes it, and nobody likes the monsoon season. No one likes it, the monsoon season. It is not 9/11 in Manila. It is currently 5 p.m. tomorrow for today. In Manila, like the envelope. When I was a kid-ish, I didn't know what that was. But even, it's Manila. No, it's Manila. 1 L, 80. Really? Don't call it Manila. That's a word Rabbi made up. Call it Manila. That is the correct term. It's like the envelope, B. Like the envelope. It's Manila. Like the envelope. Like the envelope. Name something else about Manila. No, they don't teach you jack shit about any of that stuff in school. Really? They should. It should be like a test that you take when you get into school. Where they teach you. Here are all the countries of the world. Instead, they're like, do you know where Foxborough, Massachusetts is? Or Colorado Springs? Those are important too. But you didn't know. I don't know, Spokane? I don't think the price for Spokane is. Really? No, they barely taught us what Olympic was. No one even knows what the fuck Olympic is. Is that a real place? Everybody thinks the capital of Washington State is Seattle, but it's not. It's Olympia. 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 Sister city of Manila. Manila. Sister city of Manila. Is this true now? But it could be. Everybody wants to be the sister city of Manila. Right beyond the whole be water, weed, dune, be water, weed, dune. What was that? Don't be afraid. It's fucking dark. These people here. I kicked them around. David was Sarah. Love it. Please. Oh, it's clockwise. Clockwise. Son of a Pikachu. Really? I got shit to give people to see. Yeah. Yes, give it to see. That's this song, this song, this song. Be amazing. Watch it's like, oh my god. Oh, yo, I like my chicken fried. No, I like steak chicken fried. Look at that. Might need to get in on this. What are we doing here? This is the worst street of all time. I'm gonna sing my favorite Mandela Philippines rap. It's called Yo, this one goes out to everybody in Quezon City. This is known as singing real. Yeah. They're talking about the guy with the boards. Yeah, they're talking about the guy with the boards, the 2x4s. It's a 2x4. I think those are probably 8x8s. Really? That's huge. 4x4s. I like my chicken fried. I like steak chicken fried. Oh, being a fine. Do you like your chicken fried? Do you like your steak chicken fried? I've never had chicken fried steak. I've had steak and I've had chicken, but never. Man, these guys are gonna be. I got news for you, dog. Guy with the boards. That's. Oh, it's gonna be shit. The guy with the boards. You know who arguably has had it worse than him? There is this rabbi who has had his shit tossed so many ways. His life is like a fucking monster. Dude, they're saying the name. You're not allowed to. Really? You're not allowed to say that. What? Where are you going, dog? What shul do you, to what shul do you belong? You probably belong to the ice skating. We don't tolerate that at the bowling alley or the bank. How about the gym? No one goes to the gym. The guy with the boards. You can't hear what I'm sitting here, but they could. We could. It's the boards. We're 24. It's my boy. Alrighty, friends. It's Rabbi's turn. This is George Michael's Careless Whisper. I feel so unsure. music dies. Something in your eyes calls to mind a silver screen, and all is sad goodbyes. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I got no rhythm, so it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I have been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Oh, time can never mend. Careless whispers of a good friend to the heart and mind. Ignorance is kind. There's no comfort in the truth. Pain is all you'll find. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. You should have known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I have been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Oh, tonight the music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe it's better this way. We heard each other with the words we wanted to say. We could have been so good together. We could have lived this dance forever. But no, it's going to dance with me. Please stay. And I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I've been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Oh. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, now that you're gone, it's so wrong that you had to leave me alone. This said had a bunch of people. They just other people. But we got shit to do, baby. Hey, everybody. If you haven't watched the Joe Rogan where he gets Bob Lazar drunk, fuck you. What? The dude had a fucking
First of all,
headache.
cheers, gentlemen. Let's have a little toast.
He's getting a joke. For JRE. Look at this move. This is athleticism, perhaps. More athleticism than we've ever seen, folks. Hey! This motherfucker's been singing that song for years. I think I could set a record with the person who's listening to the song the absolute most in global history continuously. I've listened to this fucking song. Not Fight Companions. Dog. Podcast B. Why is his shit? I like live. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Quentin Tarantino. Derek, more plates, more dates. John McPhee. That guy sucked. Really? Yeah, I thought it was John McAfee. I don't like that guy. He's talking too much about war. And war's a terrible thing. And he's like, oh, yeah, I went home a week before they caught Saddam. Well, dogs, I could tell you everything about it. Why don't you fucking interview me? Baby, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
So we just watched this. What is this exact job? We watched this guy get assassinated. Just turned it. I've seen more people assassinated than killed over the last 2 years on Instagram. It never happened.
Oh yeah, the Explore page now it's a disaster.
It's just like me and Tom Segura have this thing where we send each other the most fucked up thing fun every day. It's a brutal text thread, but because of it, now I'm locked into this outfit. It's targeted attack by gunman uniform, a real assassination, 6:45 a.m. outside the Hilton on 6th Avenue, where the company's annual investor conference is about to take place.
Dude, don't do that. Blah, blah. Blah, blah. This shit, bro. What the fuck happened here? This is the worst. Look at this move, though. Did you see the athleticism? It's really incredible. I went like this. Joe Rogan podcast, chickadoo.
It's Joe Rogan experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast by day, all day. So we just watched this. What is this exact drama? We watched this guy get assassinated. Just kind of. I've seen more people assassinated and killed over the last 2 years in this term than I ever have.
Oh yeah, it's 4 days now. It's disaster.
It's just like me and Tom Segura have this thing of sending each other the most fucked up thing we find every day. Yeah, it's a brutal text, right? But because of it, now I'm locked into this outfit. Targeted attack by gunmen with real assassination. 6:45 a.m. outside the Hilton at 6th Avenue, where the company's annual investor conference is about to take place. That's the one most expensive years. Cuckoo. I'm sure there's some real good theories floating around on X right now.
Oh, for sure.
Is there? It's gotta be.
What's worse, your X Explore page or your Not really.
Yeah, I don't. I just follow. I mean, I follow a lot of people on both X and Instagram. I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing, but when someone said something interesting or they post something interesting on Instagram, I just need to follow them. Like, let's see. Let's see if this will be fun. But the thing about Twitter or X is that, like, I don't interact enough to have a really fucked up algorithm. I'm mostly just reading stuff. I don't really, hardly ever, post anything.
I think the problem is I'll click to watch a full video of the fucked up things, so then it reinforces the algorithm.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Oh, you want to see this guy get shot, or oh, you want to see this car accident? We'll give you more of it.
There's so many good videos.
So yeah, it's crazy because a lot of the stuff I've seen in the past year, I didn't even know could be on the internet.
Right. I don't know how it is when there's so many things you can't put on. Do you know that there's a loophole that the ladies use to show their breasts?
Well, which one?
Fake boobs, fake baby.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they use a fake baby. So they breastfeed. So you got these girls, these big juicy melons, and they pull one out and have a rubber baby stuff like that. And the baby looks so fake. But they can get some, like, pretty realistic fake babies.
Yeah.
Like, what was that movie with the sniper movie about Chris Kyle? What was that called? I remember there was a movie where he had a fake baby. It was like so obvious. Rubber baby. It's like holding out to his child in the stupid scene.
I'm pretty sure on Twitter you can just post nudity without any like problem, right?
You can post pornography.
Yeah, but dude, the replies to a lot of tweets that are irrelevant to porn, it'll just be like, that's cool, but if you see my pussy, it'll be like some chick promoting her OnlyFans. And that's so common now. And I just like, the discourse is like half infested at this point.
They have this one lady who's saying she paid $40 million this year on OnlyFans.
Oh, yeah. That's nice.
$40 million. Sure, she's a virgin. Sure. She's a 23-year-old big titty version. The only one that exists in the whole world.
See, that's an interesting scenario, if true, because it's like a lot of dudes want to shit on these chicks for being like prostitutes, essentially.
Right.
But like, if she was actually a virgin and she's posting like almost nude, but not quite, but making a bunch of money off it.
Yeah.
There's like two contradictory things going on right now.
Yeah, she will. But the problem is, I don't want to tell anybody not doing it. Ladies, do what you want, you do you. If I was a young, pretty girl, I'd probably be on OnlyFans. I'd make some money.
Fuck it. Why would I want to be a waitress when I can just show my tits? That's how I look at it. The problem is twofold. One, you become addicted to an extraordinary amount of money if you're successful at it, right? So there's like a scale of people in the OnlyFans currently. Most of the OnlyFans, we talked about this, right? Like most of the gals don't make that much money. Most of them,
What's that, like 6 figures? Millions?
no, like even less. Like most of them make like a few $1,000 a month.
I think out of the sport, there's one guy here.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what sucks too is if you went full board and you did like actual porn and just got like banged on camera just for thinking you're going to become a multi-millionaire and you still are like.
You'd have to get banged on camera a lot for years to really develop a fan base. And you have to do a really good job, like every time, super enthusiastic. But my point is that you're not going to, like, most beautiful young women want a high value man as a husband. Let's say they're heterosexual. Let's just assume they want to get married. If they do want to get married, they do want a relationship, you're not going to get a high value man, especially if you're making millions of dollars a year doing this. You're going to want a guy who makes millions of dollars a year, right? You're not going to want a guy who makes less than you. You're probably used to buying fucking Louis Vuitton, this and that. You're used to all this shit. So you're wealthy, right? So your dating pool is small because you're probably not interested in a guy that's $100,000. Like a regular guy, you're like, what is he going to do? Can he take me away? I'm going to pay for our vacation? Get the fuck out of here, right? So you've already like cut like regular guys out. So now you have a very small pool of men that you can date. And then out of that pool, how many of them are going to accept the fact that you're doing this? Now you have an even smaller pool. So some guys will accept it, but for how long? Like if you get real serious, you get married, and then you're still showing your asshole to everybody. That's but you're addicted to that money. Like, are you going to pick a relationship over this guy who may or may not be DMing his ex-girlfriend? Like, what, you're going to throw it all away? Throw away this $40 million a year empire you've created? Or are you trapped in that essentially forever?
Yeah, it's interesting the thresholds though too of where they become successful for what they're doing, because it seems like some of them don't have to shoot. They just post like thirst trap fitness girl type content.
And people pay for that?
Why
would they pay for that when there's so much of that for free on Instagram?
I know, that's like the common question. And
my search page on Instagram is all butts.
I assume it's something to do with like you follow this person and like you get a bigger hit of dopamine probably from being able to potentially see more revealing something from somebody that you are like a fan of already.
It's interaction.
That I think is a big component too, because it's like I think half the income is like DMs.
Everyone's talking about how AI is going to change the world, but what if that's not always a good thing? What happens if insurance companies use it to jack up your premiums based on your WebMD history? What happens if HR departments use it to make hiring decisions based on your browsing history? What happens if politicians use it to sway your vote based on your online activity? I'll tell you what will happen. You'll wish you had started using ExpressVPN today. ExpressVPN is an app that encrypts 100% of your online activity and reroutes it through secure servers. That means no one can see what websites you visit or what apps you use. Not data brokers, not shady marketers, not even your internet provider. Your private browsing data can never be used against you because it's totally off the record. ExpressVPN is incredibly easy to use, and it works on every kind of device. Phones, laptops, tablets, you name it. It's also extremely fast, so it won't slow down your streaming or gaming. And it even comes with a risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee. It's no wonder that the top tech reviewers like CNET and The Verge all rate ExpressVPN as the #1 VPN on the market. So don't wait to future-proof your online privacy.
Click my special link down below or scan the QR code on screen to get 3 extra months of ExpressVPN's unbeatable protection for free. Just go to expressvpn.com/RoganYT. That's
What's up, Amber? No, it's Rossi
expressvpn.com/RoganYT
and
to get 3 extra months totally free. Well, there was some Google guy, some executive Google that was warning about what's going to happen with AI girlfriends, with these sort of indistinguishable AI girlfriends that are going to interact with guys, and how it's going to create like profound loneliness and all sorts of real problems.
Yeah, I imagine so. And,
This guy sucks.
I imagine a lot of the
What are you?
conversations are probably AI ChatGPT.
Fitness
100%.
educator?
Or, you got some Andrew Tate type deal. There's a bunch of dudes who are like pounding on the keyboard where a girl shows her tits.
Yeah.
Which is what he did for years.
Yeah. Innovative.
Yeah. And the curve. Yeah, you're going to not
Do you
have
think
any
it's
idea
pre-recorded?
whether it's even
I
a real
wish.
person, right? Because there's
This
a bunch
seems
of
like it's
AI
pre-recorded.
generated
Okay,
girlfriends
well,
or
it's
girl
got you,
guys
asshole.
that have OnlyFans where they don't even exist. They're not even a physical being.
Yeah, there's some pretty big Instagram pages, I think, that are just like fake.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like even I think they're
This
owned
seems
by
like it. I don't give a shit what you think it is. I'm just gonna tell you right now, this motherfucker's lying, bitch. This seems like, okay, you fucking internet
I've
sleuth.
seen the comment section on a couple of them too, and shockingly, well, maybe not, I don't know, but there's a lot of people that are engaging with it like it's a real person. And I thought it was pretty obvious it was AI, but I mean, some people are pretty stupid.
Well, there's a high percentage of people in this country that are below 85 IQ. Like a real good percentage. Isn't it like 15 or 20%? Is it something nutty like that? You see what happens to people that yeah, there's people that they're about as smart as a Labrador. They just can talk, then you can trick them.
Yeah.
And if you can get those dumbasses that work at Subway to donate $5 a month, you get enough of them.
Have you seen the UFC collab with the OnlyFans?
No.
chick?
Is it UFC collab
Yeah.
with OnlyFans chick?
Hold it up.
What is this?
So there's this girl who, to spark outrage and get engagement, she breaks like exotic cars. Like she'll stand on the Lambo, just smash the windshield or something. What? And just like shake her ass, and then it gets tons of views. And there's a bunch of guys for just she's disrespecting a nice piece of machinery or whatever. But at the end of the day, she gets views from that, and then more people go to her page and sign up.
But how much is a Lambo? Like Lambos are like $500,000, right?
She'll smash like the windshield only, or like a window from like the driver's side. Do some like call to action or something.
Wow.
I pulled the UFC one to be able to tell what I'm talking about. But
You're talking about
yeah, Dana White posted it.
what?
He's like, check this shit out.
What?
Yeah. Unless they
Is it on UFC Instagram?
Yeah, it was like a collaboration. I saw a few days ago.
What?
They're
This guy
giving away a
sucks.
McLaren or something for the next UFC run, I think. And she's the one who's talking about it after smashing the window.
What?
Yeah.
Real?
I thought it was kind of a weird problem.
This is the gal? Oh, don't do it. Don't. Is that a crowbar? Oh, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, Jesus.
For free. Check out the links in our bios on how to enter. Everybody said
Yeah, wow, we're the dumbest fucking things. We're so
What are the accounts they collab with? It was UFC, right?
Of course, that's just as dumb. We are the dumbest motherfuckers that ever lived. We really are.
What do you think about Power Slap?
I don't get it. I've watched it a ton of times on like little Instagram reels. When it shows up, I watch guys get KO'd. I would never advise anybody to do it. I don't care how good you are at getting slapped. I don't care how good you are at slapping people. For me, the whole idea of fighting is to hit and not get hit. The whole idea is the skill. It's like you impose your skill set. It's like human chess.
Hey, James Morris, you
That's
suck
the
dick.
You're standing in front of each other, whacking each other in the face. But I will watch. So if people want to do it, that's your jam. You know, if you're some giant fat guy. You see, one of those guys actually had a fight, a dirty boxing fight with Yoel Romero. It was like the freaks.
Yeah, he's like the dirty boxing king.
He's also super juicy. He's a heavyweight. So Yoel is 47.
Yeah.
So he was competing under pretty rigorous testing with UFC as far as like, you know, I'm sure you that's great. But look at what he looks like now.
We can talk about that
Yeah,
later.
yeah,
That's
definitely. This is Yoel now. He smashes this guy. Look at the size of him. This is not a good video, Jamie. Find another video of it. There's the actual video of it from the fight event. That's like someone's camera side view. But he's huge. Yoel's like 220 now. 225, baby. He's fucking massive.
He used to suck down to 185, and then what we walk in at I think that's
Well, when he would land 185, this was back when Yoel was fighting, there was actual weigh-ins.
Yeah.
You know, so right now there's actual weigh-ins, but it's a ceremonial weigh-in. Like tomorrow at the UFC, I'll host a ceremonial weigh-in. So the fighters weighed in at like 9 o'clock in the morning. Ceremonial weigh-in is at 5 p.m. We've got the entire day to be hydrated. So Yoel, back in those days, was 185 when you weighed in at 5 p.m. at 185. And you couldn't believe he was 185. Because I would be like 200 pounds. And I'd be sitting there, I'm like, how?
Yeah.
How am I bigger than you? This doesn't make this like defies all known laws of physics and gravity. Like, it doesn't make any sense. He was massive. He's enormous traps. He was one of the rare guys that when he would suck weight, he didn't look small. He still looked fucking huge, man.
Yeah, he has really round muscle bellies, so it's almost like bodybuilder-esque in terms of like how much bigger you look just cosmetically.
So this guy that he's fighting is a slap fight guy. Look at the size of Yoel now.
He's definitely less lean.
Yeah, he's less lean. He's eating whatever he wants, but he's still got